Hello and welcome back here to beautiful Belgrade, Serbia. I am joined here by Lacoste, ready to go into the BO3 section of today. We saw 2 BO1s and now it's time for the BO3s. It's BB Team against Liquid in what should be an exciting best of 3.
That's what we said for the previous as well, for the previous games.
All I do. I just say it's always exciting.
Stomps. And you asked, did you talk too much? No, you didn't, because the games were so short. So
talk more now.
Yeah.
Well, I've got more to talk about. You could follow Fissure if you put !F into the chat. Follow us on all socials to get behind the scenes for FISSURE Playground. Join us on the playground and see more content. Well, Lacoste, is that too much talking now?
No, keep talking.
All right, I'll keep talking. I'll fill. I got you.
Players are still not in the lobby. You can keep talking.
Yeah, we've got some time. Anyway, BetBoom Team up against Liquid should be exciting. I'm going to say it again because I want you to be excited. I want you to get into it, finally. Like, I need emotion from you. I need something. That's it? That's all you got?
I'm Eastern European, you know.
What does that mean?
We don't show many emotions.
You do smallest smile a lot.
I do, yeah. I smile with my eyes.
Yeah, that's all you ever smile with, and I never know if it's an actual smile. Like, that's a real smile right there. But, you know, BO3s, it's a switch in format here for these teams. Now they're looking for promotion. If you do want to watch elimination games, that's on the other channel. They're doing elimination BO3s. That's going to be twitch.tv/Fissure_Dota_EN2. I had to remember that off the top of my head. It's probably on the paper over there, but I forgot to look at that. So BO3s, things get a little bit different. Maybe you're not going for the same heroes, but it seems up to this point, the BO1s have been pretty standard in terms of drafts.
They've been. BO3s are a bit of a different one where you can experiment slightly more, especially in the first game where you can get some of these spicier heroes, as we've seen. Because, BetBoom, they looked really good. They looked like they're in top shape as well. And we can check their roster as well.
BetBoom Team on your screen right now, and this has been a team that's looked quite strong. Pure, GPK, Kataomi, Miaro, and Save. Looking very feisty. They look good. They've looked good in-game, out-of-game. They're ready to go. They seem like a very cohesive unit.
Yeah, the boys are back together, and they look like they're ready to take the whole thing. After winning last tournament, this team looks like they're ready to take more of those after, you know, smelling the victory. They're ready. They're hungry. They're, give me more.
Might be the most emotion I've ever seen from you.
Well, you said you want to see more emotion.
I do. I need more of that all the time. So we've got about 8 more days of this tournament as well. So I'm going to need you to bring that up every day, a little bit, slowly but surely. But yeah, they look like they are ready to smell victory even more. They have tasted it a little bit, and once you get that taste, you don't want to let it go. But people who have tasted a lot of victory is Team Liquid, so let's take a look at their introduction. Team Liquid looking quite feisty, quite good indeed. Looking very chill, very happy. Twirling the mustache for
Insania. Yeah, I haven't seen him, and I kind of like the new look, I gotta say.
Is that the most evil he's ever looked with the mustache?
Yeah, he looks like some evil, what was it called? Like that, like Dastardly or someone. Like, you remember
Dastardly,
that? Yeah, that cartoon definitely reminds me of him. That's how he was twisting his mustache.
He kind of looks like the guy from Wacky Races.
Yeah, he does.
Who had the dog who just goes... and they always are trying to plot against somebody and take somebody out of the race.
Insania's transition was pretty much from, you can take my girl out for a date, to I'm taking your wife to a date, you know. I like it. He become more manly.
Yeah, the mustache is a good look. The facial hair is it's a really good look. A little incognito for the event, and, well... 2 teams, very strong. Pre-draft, pre-prediction from you. That's what I need.
Ooh, pre-prediction. I like BetBoom a lot. I think this team, them and Spirit, are going to be the favorites to take the whole tournament. But on the other side, Liquid is the only team who's playing well from the Eastern Europe. Not what I wanted to say, coming into the tournament, because Western Europe has been dominant for such a long time. They still might bounce back some other Western European teams, but Team Liquid, they seem to be the strongest of all of them, and they seem to be the most consistent. But I'm going to give slight edge to BetBoom.
Ooh, slight edge.
Slight edge.
We've seen BB Team do well in previous Fissure events. We saw them, of course, in Dubai when Save went to Shave, and then they kind of had a buff there, as there was the bald buff. But both these teams throughout all the Fissure events have looked pretty good.
They did, yeah. BetBoom, one of their strongest thing is being able to play multiple heroes at multiple roles. These guys will play anything, especially carry. Pure has looked amazing. I've been saying that for a long time. This guy is the best carry ever since Riyadh Masters last year. This is the time where I figured out how good he actually is. He was probably good. It's just I didn't notice it because he can play anything, and he's also a type of a guy that will break a lot of matchups. If you remember his Monkey King performance yesterday when he was playing with Lich Katomi, hitting that level 6 at 6 minutes, they know how to destroy the matchups, but they also know how to make a comeback into the game. If you remember when he was like not having a good time with Morphlings and such, he was buying into Hand of Midas's because he's like, yeah, I need stats. I benefit a lot from the stats. There was the interview that we did have at the Blast, and we can check the team comparison. 60% win rate for BetBoom Team, and Team Liquid 63% in patch 7.37.
Yeah, I round up for that number. That's 61%. But anyway, a lot more time spent together here, but a lot of maps for both teams. 120 days on roster together, 126 games together. But in just 19 days, that's 115 games together? That is a lot of Dota.
It is, because they've been playing a lot and they've been winning most of their games, which means that they're going to be playing more. But yeah, BetBoom Team, a squad when was like formed. GPK is back in the roster again, which is nice to see as well, because he is a very, very good mid laner. This is the guy that will also, like, we saw some great performances from Mikoto, and I think we're going to be looking into most of the mid matchups because it seemed to be more impactful than it did before. If you can get this type of an advantage that Mikoto did, he destroyed both of these matchups. He destroyed Quinn, he destroyed BZM as well, and yeah, this is going to be super interesting. GPK against Nisha.
Yeah, is there anything else? Obviously, mid feels like the most important matchup. What would you say is the second most important lane matchup?
Ooh, I want to see Pure. I want to see if he's going to be able to be pressured by Saberlight and Boxy, because their safe lane looked so amazing. They also played yesterday Bloodseeker plus Zeus. Zeus position 5 with the Bloodseeker. There's a lot of synergy. Seems like they are trying to find some really good lane combos as well that they're not going to lose. Give them that extra movement speed, keep them low, and allow Bloodseeker to be full HP, deny everything, and also just give him the entry to the fight, pop that Zeus ulti, and then, you get that extra move speed. You can choose the target that you want to rupture.
Yeah, so we can get a little bit more of an in-depth look and listen, because we've got ourselves Jenkins joined by Saberlight. Take it away.
That's right, person who threw it to me. I'm here with El Saberlighto.
What's up, my Sigmas? It's El Saberlighto.
Who's the scariest and most annoying player on a BB team?
Pure. He's really annoying. But, no hate. No hate.
Like personality-wise?
Yeah, and also just the way he plays Dota. Not a fan, I guess.
Right, thank you very much, El Saberlighto. We'll send it over to Nat to see what BB team has to say about that.
No.
You didn't even laugh at me saying that. That's I'm gonna ask you about bringing back GPK today. I got Mira joining me here. Look, we first time speaking to you guys in a while. You have GPK back on the roster. I want to know, when did this decision happen and why you decided to bring him back?
It happens on the previous tournament, ESL 1 Bangkok, and we just decided to get much more experienced player, I think.
And has it been easy transition bringing GPK back in?
No, it wasn't so easy. We was talking about 1 week maybe,
Oh, wow.
or a few days, few more days, and we decided to for this team. It will be a good decision.
All right, well, I look forward to seeing you guys in a best of 3 mirror. Thank you for joining me, and good luck.
Thank you.
Lovely bit of commentary there from both our interviewers. Nat and Jenkins doing a swell job. Fantastic. Right, 100% pure, amazing, confident talent. Anyway, we got ourselves BO3 to come into, and I already took your pre-prediction. With both those interviews, has anything changed in your mind?
I mean, I just pointed out that it's going to be very interesting to watch Pure,
Yeah.
like how he's going to do it against Saberlight. He's going to be able to pressure, and then Saberlight says, he's an annoying player to play against, like the way he plays Dota, because this guy has so many tricks up his sleeve to be able to come back into the game if the game's not going well for him, but also to stay on top of the network and just dominate the game. Plus also the heroes that he does play. So that's going to be probably the second, maybe even the most interesting lane to watch for me, because every single time I watch Pure play, this guy just delivers heavily.
Yeah, he has looked very strong. Both these teams 2-0, so they've had a strong showing so far. Obviously, it's only 2 BO1s, so sometimes you got to get a couple of BO3s or BO2s under your belt. But for right now, it's just 2 games for both these teams. You now have, from this point on, 3 opportunities to qualify. So 3 BO3s, if needed, all the way down. I don't think either of these teams are going to need it. My assumption is whoever loses this series wins their next series. I don't think any of these,
Okay, that's
either
pretty
of
bold
these teams
statement.
are flunking out from this point. I think these are 2 very strong teams, and it's going to be exciting to watch them play each other. I think it could be 3 games.
Definitely could, but I also want to see how the first match goes, because we did discuss about some of the potential drafts that they did have, especially for BetBoom Team, where he was playing this Monkey King. I think Tiny is going to be heavily contested. This might also be the first pick, because Tiny still has 100% win rate. They also did play it, I think GPK played it once, and also Nisha played it 2 times in a row. So there's going to be a lot of emphasis on Tiny, who's going to get this hero, because the hero scales so well. Like, you're never going to lack damage with Tiny.
Right.
And also some of the weaknesses that we always talk about Tiny is he needs to get to his Blink Dagger relatively early on so that he can have a game. And there was also maybe, I would say, Tiny carry potentially that could come out, because we've seen it yesterday and it also looked really good. It was Talon, I believe, who played it, where you can flex it. So it's not really set in stone. There's also a possibility. I know that Miero played a couple of weeks ago, a few games on Tiny, and it's a bit of a flex pick, and you can also throw it to position 4, so there's a lot that you can do with the hero. And is Pure crying or is he laughing? Nah, he's laughing. For a second I thought he was crying.
Some people do cry very similarly to how they laugh. I will say that. But
Name one.
me? Now imagine this. This guy could be crying right now. You never know.
You could be, yeah. But seems like they're having a lot of fun checking all the papers. This is also one of the strengths of Pure. I've been talking about this guy for like past 5 minutes because I've been really amazed how well he plays. He also does a lot of prep, and he's also very vocal when it comes down to the drafting.
An unusual setup. Despite being right-handed, Nisha is one of the few Dota players who uses the mouse with their left hand.
Doesn't that make him left-handed?
Well, I'm lefty. I don't use the mouse in my left hand. That feels weird.
Yeah, I feel like my left hand
Is keyboard, for sure.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm doing 10% of what I can do with my right hand.
Well, technically
Maybe he's ambidextrous.
technically your left hand's probably doing more because it's hitting the keys. There's a lot more keys to be hit. But with
I'm
your
not
right hand, it's
as
your mouse.
precise.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
The mouse.
Maybe that's why I'm such a...
But maybe you need
Great
to
gamer.
maybe you need to switch hands.
Yeah, I got to get my mouse
get
hand
some-
be my lefty.
You can play with controller or play on Steam Deck.
What, Dota?
Yeah. I think you would gain MMR if you actually played on Steam
That
Deck.
is such insulting to how I play now. That's not fair. Anyway, if you want to vote for either of these teams in chat, exclamation point B for BB Team and exclamation point L for Team Liquid. I'm so, like,
Are you crying right now? Is that the crying face?
These are my crying noises. These are my crying noises. I'll hold the exclamation point L in my hands, but it's I'm excited to see what chat has to say because they chat today with us. They're 0 for 2.
Yeah, but they're the ones who are going first, and I did go for the memes, so this time
Oh,
around...
now you're going for
I'm going-
memes.
Yeah, you know, I'm going with my brain for the next one.
That's excuses when you get it wrong. I'm just going to point that out. But we'll see if chat gets it right this time. Looking at their papers, trying to figure out the game plan here. What's on those papers? Did you guys, when you were playing pro, were you printing out endless amounts of papers of drafts?
Yeah, we had some stuff, yeah. Black and white back in the days.
Color printers didn't exist. Or was
it's
the
mostly
cyan
Dota
cartridge
buff.
out of
Yeah,
it?
it's mostly Dota buff, but I can see something else. Never mind, it's just Dota buff printed out.
Yeah, it's just screenshots of Dota buff. Coin flip, won by Team Liquid. They'll take first pick, and we still continue the trend of Radiant. What's the win rate for Dire and Radiant so far?
Give me like 30 seconds.
All right, well, while we give Lacoste 30 seconds, I will fill. And you can see Blitz, amazing coach, leading the team to where they're at right now. Had a very inspiring speech at TI. Made me cry.
Yeah, Radiant win rate so far is 66% and Dire 33%.
That is not balanced.
And let's check the first pick. And let's dive deeper. First pick Radiant is also 66%. First pick overall 44%, while second pick is 55%.
So then that would mean Dire needs to be buffed, right?
Yeah, Dire needs some kind of a buff because Radiant feels much better. We already talked about this multiple times. We can talk this for like 30 minutes, everything that is better about Radiant. But yeah, let's see some of the bans that are going to come out in the first phase. I already mentioned that Tiny is probably going to get heavily contested. It's also very difficult to draft against BetBoom Team because they play anything. Pure played 51 matches in the last 8 days. The guy played like 15 different heroes as well, pretty much playing anything. He's playing these offlaners as well from the safe lane, like Magnus, Lycan, Axe, plays Primal Beast as well. This guy will play pretty much anything. I mean, he's also an offlaner player back in the days as well when he had to shift from carry. So has massive hero pool.
Yeah, definitely a massive hero pool. This is a lot of reserve time being used for Liquid. And I would assume that means they all disconnected from the lobby.
Yes, it looks like it.
So this is not happening right now. So don't ignore this. I was seeing Pure putting eye drops into his eyes. Getting ready for the game with some eye drops. Clear up the eyes, maybe not strained as much, maybe feeling fresh. Because some of those eye drops wake you up.
You use eye drops?
You know, and
You have a friend.
Yeah,
you always
back in the
have
day-
a friend.
No,
who's,
no,
like,
I use
making keycaps, making shoes. Like he's.
I don't have somebody in there making eye drops like that. I don't know what you're getting at here. I used to use eye drops. Sometimes my eyes would be very red, and I'd have to use eye drops, and that was just what you had to do. You don't want to walk up to friends and family with red eyes. You just got to use eye drops. Your eyes are irritated.
Do you use eye drops when you cry so that it doesn't look like you've been crying?
No, I just admit that I'm crying. I get out ahead of it and I cry a lot. But eye drops are good. Some of them are like mint.
Thanks,
evergreen.
Dr. Benjamin.
I think we're disconnecting, getting into another lobby. They'll take another look at all their notes and all their papers. Gives them extra time to study what's on the paper. They'll figure out what they want to go for, and we'll be starting up that lobby soon enough and getting there. But if you have... What exactly in these moments are you trying to figure out in these last moments before you get into the lobby?
I mean, they're just doing prep for the draft.
Yeah.
I mean, shooting shit as well. You can see Nisha laughing. Like, I've been passing by their booth the other day, and it was Blitz giving them some, like, nice speech, but it was also funny. I can't repeat it, but...
And they've been, you know, just trying to talk to each other, try and get everybody ready for the match. Got to get everybody very light-hearted. I would say, yeah, you're trying to lock in, but save the lock-in until after the draft is over. You got to make sure that you're locked in some ways when the coach will get you there, because right now you're focusing on the draft, then you got to get locked in, ready for the game. I know it sounds like I am just trying to fill here, but it's some real analytical stuff coming your way pre-draft. But both these teams, Liquid and BB Team, have been pretty close opponents for both sides, and they'll figure out what they want to go for before we get into this draft. But Pure breaking it down. He's got, what has he got in front of him? That doesn't look like Dota buff. I don't think so. That doesn't look
This is the Dota map printed out.
That's
so
the Dota map. That
they
for sure. But I don't know
probably
if
have
Pure
a bunch
had
of observer boards where they placed them recently and how they need to play around, like some of the sneaky ones as well. Because this is what you have coaches, why you have analysts for, so they try to find a pattern for certain situations with certain heroes, how they want to play, which part of the map as well. So yeah, we're gonna be hopping into the draft, and Blitz giving some story probably again, because they're having a lot of fun right now.
Yeah. You could hear them. Well, we can hear them. We're pretty close to the players. They were laughing, chuckling. And you could, yeah, you could see it on the screen right now. They're keeping it lighthearted. Yeah, it's a lot on the line, I would say, in terms of just getting to the playoff section of the event coming up next. But, you know, you've got 3 chances. You don't have to be so stressed out at this exact moment.
It is a lot of pressure relieved after starting the Swiss format with 2-0, knowing that you have so many chances to actually qualify.
Why is it called the Swiss format?
It was the Swiss guy who made it. His name was... I can't remember the name, but he was also working closely with Dr. Neustadtl, who was also Swiss. That was the guy that made the Neustadtl score.
I can't tell if you're lying to me.
I am, yeah.
All right. You had me. I was completely entranced by your story. Why is there any other country name systems? Is there the Dutch system?
Yeah, every country has a system to play video games and just sports in general.
I figured that would be the case. Okay.
I believe we started the draft successfully. You joined the lobby finally. B-Cup, this was what was holding us back.
You're really going to throw that on me right now. You're going to... First of all, it was you. Second of all, that is so insane.
But the draft has started, and that's what matters.
The BetBoom team appreciates music. Pure took his nickname from a track... I don't know how to say that. Chisti?
Chisti, yeah.
By Scriptonit. While Kataomi's name comes from Kataomi by Aimer. Aimer?
Maybe.
I tried. Gave it a shot. You ever think about making your name a music name and not a fashion brand?
Not really, but I thought about rebranding, but then I also remember Svindle Melons into Kyle, which was not the greatest transition in Dota history, so I just decided to keep my own. And let's see some of the bands. We've been talking for a really long time. I also forgot what we said, but I remember one thing that I did say, that this Tiny is going to get heavily contested, so whoever doesn't have the first pick will have to ban Tiny, because both teams do like to play it. And now Team Liquid opening up with Phoenix.
Phoenix coming to the mix. Do you think Bloodseeker is going to be as contested as maybe some other heroes?
Yeah, I definitely think that this hero has a lot to offer in the laning stage, especially when paired up. I think this is going to be the hero that... I know Mickey loved to play the Bloodseeker back in the days as well. He became very active on the hero. Pure loves to play it. There's a new build that you do on a Bloodseeker. You basically rush Radiance, and there's no more Gleipnir or anything, and then you pick up a BKB, maybe SNY, get that Aghanim Scepter online as fast as possible. And there's a lot of combinations that you can do in a Lich, which secures your lane. Bloodseeker is definitely one of them, where you have a guaranteed blood right. You put that shield on top of him, makes him almost invulnerable, plus Monkey King that they did play the other day. So Lich secures your safe lane. Kataomi, and we talked about him getting that level 6 yesterday when they were playing against Shopify Rebellion.
He had it in 6 minutes.
Yeah, how much damage did he deal compared to his net worth? It was like...
It was over 2 to 1.
Like 15,000 damage for 7k net worth or something.
Yeah, it was something insane like that. Muerta gets banned out here. We talked about the combination with the Lich and the Muerta. Later points in the game with the Sinister Gaze and the Dead Shot into the Calling. That is a lot of control and silence there. That makes things very difficult. And they will ban the Puck and immediately go into the Invoker. So BB Team, this extra time while we were waiting for Lacoste to get into the lobby, allowed BB Team to figure out what they wanted, and they were just boom, bam, Puck.
Do you think if you
Book.
joined the lobby earlier, this draft would have looked different?
Potentially, yeah. You know what? I think it's the butterfly effect there.
Yeah.
On what they might have wanted. Maybe they overtalked one hero, and they were like, you know what? I don't want that. You could talk yourself out of some picks. It happens. Nick's getting banned again. We're seeing this hero banned pretty consistently. Not really seeing it get through the draft that often, but it was something that you said earlier in the day where Nyx kind of forces you to have these fights that are 4v5 because Nyx is very, very good at taking out supports once he hits that level 6. They're going to end up picking the Shadow Demon, so their support duo is going to be the Shadow Demon Phoenix.
I like this a lot because BetBoom, they wanted to go for something to buff up the carry. Alacrity, Frost Shield, throw in some Glimmer Cape, maybe a Solar Crest. Shadow Demon is going to remove all of that, and you also have a bit of a save, which is great against Chain Frost when he's going for some of these solo kills as well. So yeah, 2 supports. You will need some kind of a stun. Most likely that's going to come out for Team Liquid from the off lane. These are the heroes that Saberlight loves to play. A lot of these got banned, but I could also see him pick up some.
Pangolier getting picked up for Team Liquid. We'll see if that ends up being mid or off lane. And then especially we'll see what facet they want to go to the double jump or the Thunderbolt facet. Sometimes when you're in the mid lane, you see the Thunderbolt facet, but also that shield crash, double jump makes you feel
super
so
tanky. Yeah.
Yeah,
If it's going to be the side lane, it's 100% double jump because you get the extra value.
There's still mostly that chance that it's even double jump from mid just because it makes you so tanky, but that's really the only occasion that you'll see Thunderbolt.
I think both of these teams might be looking for some type of a, maybe Beastmaster, because you want to have something against this Pango, something that he's going to be afraid of, and also Bloodseeker. I would be definitely fine if they pick up Bloodseeker for BetBoom right now.
Bloodseeker that early. They still need their other support, as they've only got the Lich up to this point. We'll see if they want to pick up a support with a save.
Yeah, it could also be something like Ursa. I don't know if you want to pick it straight away, but if you want to save the pick for last, it could be really good. Even though you're playing it the Shadow Demon, which can be tricky sometimes, but you also can play around it.
So they go to the Io Marcy combo. So this is carry Marcy, right?
Yeah, most likely. And this might actually be some position for Lich. It could also be, let me just double check if Miero has been playing any offlane Marcy.
10 seconds remaining.
That's a pretty...
Yeah, he did. So this might be the offlane duo.
Yeah, wow.
5 seconds remaining.
Marcy Io combo. So core Marcy is what I truly meant to say. That is an interesting little pull right there. And what you guys could do is pull the link from this command in chat with !ticket to get more information about joining us in the first LAN of 2025 here at the Saba Center in Belgrade, Serbia, and see some teams play each other in some fantastic Dota.
Yeah, Marcy. And I'm also looking at the build. This has been a newer trend, even from the carry role for Marcy. is Armlet. When you're paired up with Io, you don't need any kind of Battle Fury or anything because you can farm. You can be on any side of the map. They have pretty good global presence with some Sunstrike. Invoker can set things up, Tornado, and go for this relocate type of a play. But to go back to the itemization, Armlet into SNY. You have status resistance, slow resistance, you have enough damage to kill pretty much any of these heroes, and you also have Sidekick. So Sidekick, Frost Shield, Alacrity, this is gonna be pretty massive.
I feel like you have to ban Bloodseeker here for Liquid.
Yes.
Because Bloodseeker used to be the
To ban.
used to be the big counter to Weaver. Used to see that a lot. There was days when, back in the day, Mugi was picking Weaver, and it was always countered by Bloodseeker in that Chinese region. But it was a pretty global looked thing. So they make that ban of the Bloodseeker, picking up the Weaver. With the lockdown from BB Team, not exactly amazing. I mean, there are plenty of things there is that you can kind of work with that are, quote, lockdown-ish. Cold Snap, Tornado, Rebound, and then you've, of course, got Sinister Gaze.
Yep. If they want to have Blink Initiation from safe lane, if they want to play this Marcy from the offlane, Pure also plays it from the carry role, but he's been also playing some very interesting heroes from the safe lane. So if they want to have Axe safe lane, which he did play, if he wants to play Shaker from the safe lane to have this guaranteed stun, it could work out for them. And looking at the bans from BetBoom, they are banning out Mars, which could have been a really good pickup because you can't see inside of the arena. Invoker can do good with some like random Tornado. I think pro players got better at
10 seconds.
playing against the Bloodsport facet on Mars, where you can like divide Mars arena into 4 quarters and say where you're standing so they can throw some kind of a spell. So it sounds stupid, but these are professional e-gamers that we're talking about. So like use Tornado in top left because this is where they are. And then you see Tornado EMP to try to disengage because you can't see inside. There's also a counterplay to that with some observer board placement, but most of those do get divorted.
Going into the final ban for BB Team. They ban an offlaner, and it is potentially a mid or an offlaner, depending on what Liquid want to do with this Pango. Weaver's pretty cemented into the safe lane, I would say. That combined with either the Shadow Demon or the Phoenix, you don't really necessarily need to make that decision at this moment.
Team Liquid's
Both
turn
those
to ban.
supports can kind of move around, and they'll ban the Lycan as well, so they're really getting rid of the offlaners. They really don't want to play against. But what will be this last ban for Team Liquid? We'll have to see.
I'm also trying to think what Liquid could pick up, something that's going to be paired up with this Phoenix. Most of the time you want to have a melee hero,
5 seconds.
something that's good against all of these. If they feel like they need a slightly more team fight, they could potentially take Tidehunter, because you don't die. Like, you still have a lot of protection. Problem is you're gonna have your mana burn, but you gotta, I think you will need to take an L in one of these.
10 seconds remaining of reserve time.
Team Liquid's
And they
turn
go
to
with the
pick.
ban of the Ursa, something that you were talking about and asking for the side of BB Team.
Yeah, it's very good in lane against Pango, great against
And they
Shadow Demon, great against pretty much everything in the game, so they decided to ban it out, and it's gonna be Axe.
Do you think this is, because you were talking about the weird things that Pure might maybe plays, is
Yes.
this sort of a pickish takeaway?
No, so this is gonna be mid Pango Axe. I thought about it for a second. You need some kind of a stun for Phoenix. Rolling Thunder is gonna be fine, but this is also, I'm looking at the itemization from the supports. A lot of the times you will need the Yule Scepter to counter Axe. You have Tornado, so from Invoker that's good, but none of these heroes actually build into Yule Scepter, so that's a bit of a bummer. And let's see what he decides to go for.
Lifestealer.
It's gonna be Lifestealer.
Lifestealer. Well, Lifestealer gives you really the opportunity to transport 3 heroes with Relocate. Because you can infest in, relocate.
Yeah, why not pick a Snapfire earlier? Good against the Egg, and then you can get Aghanim Scepter, and then you transport the whole team.
You should talk to them about that. I wouldn't know why or why not, but maybe you want to talk to a coach or two and ask about that Snapfire potentially.
This is the meme. Plus Pudge as well. One of the best things. Maybe Centaur with the Aghanim Scepter. We're cooking here, cooking too hard.
Sometimes you got to cook. Sometimes you got to make some great dinner and dessert. And we'll see if it's a 3-course meal for either of these teams. It looks pretty good from both sides. I like both their drafts quite a bit.
I'm wondering how much Axe is going to be able to get out of the lane. Kataomi is going to be playing Glitch. Save will be on Io. Phoenix, Shadow Demon, these are strong lane supports, and also Axe level 1. He wants to be able to help out with the battle hunger when the two supports are trading on this side, so that can be a bit of an extra one, but you're playing also against the Lifestealer. Level 1, level 2, you're gonna be fine. You can always creep skip, but yeah, Lifestealer, I don't think he should die in this lane. I'm gonna go with BetBoom Team. I slightly like more their draft overall, because I've been spamming Axe a lot recently. His stonks are on the rise, but sometimes the lane can be a bit difficult.
So you're going to go with BB Team. I'm going to go with Liquid.
You're going to go with Liquid. You're going with Chat for the 3rd time.
No, I'm going with Chat for the 2nd time.
Second?
Or actually,
I think I was going
no,
with
no,
Chat.
because I got the last one right and they didn't. That's why they're still at 4 points. So I have not gone with Chat because Chat hasn't known what they're talking about recently. I don't mean that in a mean way. I'm just saying up to this point, you guys haven't exactly gotten it right. But I trust Chat this time. Me and Chat, we've got something in common. We don't put analytics into our guesses.
We overcooked. We've been thinking too hard. We've been also going with the teams that we like more, that we think that are stronger.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Chat is a bit biased. I am joining them as well, but not this time. So I think BetBoom Team, they have the draft. I also want to see this Marcy offlane in action. They don't have that many stuns, but this is a very interesting draft from BetBoom. This is what kind of I expected for them to play, because this team can play anything and they're really good at finding new ways how to play Dota, finding new heroes that are going to break the meta.
We'll get into this first game of a BO3. First BO3 of the event, as we had BO1s prior to this in this Swiss stage. Taking a look at the facets overall, and they're going to try and make a move here on a save, but Tether's all the way over. Back to Miero and away from 5 heroes. That was, it looked like certain death. It was not. It'll be 2 bounty runes picked up there for Insania as we get underway. Nisha going to be mid on this Pangolier, and he's gone to the double jump facet, right?
He did, yes. Pango, it's just a better overall facet. The other one got nerfed way too hard. But you'll also see the way he moves, how fast he moves. You're going to be, is this slow motion compared to the other facets?
Yeah.
It was pretty stupid. You could just go in a circle and stun lock people. So we had to change it.
Definitely had to change it, deny there from GPK, and this is a lane that we want to kind of look over to. You can find yourself playing aggressive sometimes with this Marcy, but
they're actually going for save.
He's got Tether available. Really never in doubt for him getting away from this one, but he does have to be careful about his positioning if he takes a little bit too much damage.
They're using this opportunity to put in some damage onto Mickey, knowing that level 1 Shikuchi is on a very long cooldown, and they also did a good job throwing a blood grenade so Save can get to the small camp and try to body block it.
Pure getting his hands on Boxy's courier. That'll give 25 gold over to each hero on the side of BB Team, so 125 net worth for them overall. Nisha up against this Invoker, 4-4 to the 5-3. Both heroes denying well and CSing well.
Shield Crash not as effective against the Invoker, gets dispelled by Tornado, so Nisha not going to be able to pump in as much
Frost
damage.
Shield,
and you can
Saberlight.
see her already playing super aggressive.
He is
that
in
should
a
be the
lot of
first blood,
trouble.
but Kataomi, he needs 1 Shadow Poison, 1 hit. Never mind, Saberlighto actually running away. Kataomi wants to deny himself, it seems.
Yeah, he'll go over to the neutrals there and get himself denied. That leaves Pure by himself. Kind of opening up the lane a little bit here for Saberlight overall. Anything he can get out of this lane before it gets a little bit more difficult, the way we've seen previously right there, could be interesting. And another courier for Liquid dies. So Boxy lost his courier. Mickey is going to lose his courier as well.
There's one thing that professional e-athletes need to improve, and that's their courier usage at the early stages of the game. Maybe this is why BetBoom, they're such a smart team. They picked up Marcy so that their couriers are flying when they're level 1 because of her innate ability.
It's a good
So
point.
they can't lose the couriers, yeah.
Maybe that'll work. Disruption onto Pure as well as the Battle Hunger. Nothing too absurd coming their way. No real aggression coming out just yet in this top lane. Some shots back and forth. Shadow Demon actually sitting quite low, and that's going to be first blood there for Katomi. He does get the kill on Boxy, and getting that first blood and securing it bottom. It looked like maybe there was a chance that they got the first blood earlier, but they end up getting it there. So BB team, happy with what they're getting so far. Looking back over towards this mid lane, and it's, again, like we said, pretty even. I don't really expect many kills unless somebody rotates over.
Yeah, solo kills are not going to happen in the mid lane. There's just not enough damage to pump out between these two heroes. And Miro, I like what he's building. Double Bracer, because he is playing with Io in the lane, so you want to have that extra regeneration. And then we'll pick up the phase boots. We talked about Armlet, S and Y, most likely going to be the build, because you're playing against Axe. You want to have status resistance, so both cores are going to be looking to buy it. We're talking about Lifestealer and talking about Marcy. So in terms of damage that they have, the damage on side of Liquid is also pretty slow. So once you get to that like second, third item on BetBoom team, they're gonna have some damage issues.
Dispose on the Dispose on to Mickey, and then a couple of shots from Insania, but nothing, again, doing there. We switched it over to the net worth real quick, and we do see that Pure is leading the way. Is it difficult for them to kill this Lifestealer as time goes on?
Yeah, they just don't have enough. Again, it's a bit of a static damage. Shadow Demon needs a couple of poisons. You need the Swarm as well. Pango needs to connect with the Rolling Thunder. Lifestealer will be level 6 at the time anyway, so pretty difficult. That's why it was such a good Lifestealer game. And also to point out, Miro, he did not go for sidekick facet, he did go for the bodyguard. This also means that you're going to be receiving extra armor, which is really good, and she also counterattacks. So makes a lot of sense in this lane as well. And also you're playing against Weaver, playing against Pango. It's all physical damage, so you have that extra protection. And when you play against Pango, you want to buy, in terms of support items, get that Solar Crest ASAP. It's all physical, baby.
Pure losing his courier with a good amount of gold on it, about 1,000 gold on it.
Yeah, full phase boots.
Full phase boots indeed, now dead on that courier. And you can see Saberlight going for Katomi. Gets the call on the edge, and he's got these creeps hitting away at him, so he's trying to get a couple of spins, but eventually Katomi turns it back around with a Frost Blast. And another Shikuchi, and now the Swarm. Miero, even with this tether, will be able to survive the couple of shots that came in from the Weaver. They are playing aggressive. They are trying to get these kills here onto the Marcy, but now Saberlight, he's in a bad way. Blood Grenade, Pure, walking over, slowed up. Saberlight, not a lot of health to work with, but they've got Boxy, who can't help with the disruption because he already used it on somebody else, and the call is there. He gets it onto the Lifestealer, but Kataomi gets the kill with the Frost Shield. Nisha's going to get a kill into Kataomi as a trade.
If only he had those phase boots on Lifestealer, would be able to secure the kill for himself, but Kataomi getting the kill again on Lich. Level 3 this time around at 6 minutes. Massive difference when he was playing the first game yesterday.
Yeah. When he was at level 6 at this point already, he had like 3 kills. However, that being said, Nisha did come over with a haste rune and was able to help get a kill there, at least in return. Dispose onto the Phoenix. Standing their ground, but maybe not something that they want to do. Icarus dive away. That courier's still dead here for the Lifestealer, so still doesn't have those face boots. And we'll have to be very careful about losing that courier again. God forbid, but those phase boots now will be coming.
Yeah, this is exactly what Saberlight needs. He needs to get back into the game. It's a tough lane. A lot of the times you will see Axe, and they're going. Kataomi.
Dispose again. Kataomi's here top, but they'll get that kill into the Marcy first. They're bringing in the Invoker. GPK is here. Tornado and the Cold Snap. Nisha's going to think about going to the Rolling Thunder and will commit to it. But without that Thunderbolt, he's bouncing around and doesn't exactly hit Kataomi that quickly where he's able to heal up with that South. This Courier will deliver the Phase Boots for Lifestealer. Didn't expect them to lose Mickey there on the Weaver, but GPK making the TP over. Nisha did rotate. Now, Sinister Gaze on the Icarus time, and that leaves Insania pretty much dead. It's not pretty much, he's dead.
Twice in a row, he just TP'd in, so still level 5.5, not too bad for Phoenix at 8 minutes.
Net worth-wise, it's still sitting pretty even. It's the supports that are not enjoying their time. Level 6 for Saberlight, so he does have that Culling Blade. The stars align. BetBoom Team is made up entirely of Aquarius and Leos. Their work compatibility is considered average, but individually each player excels at their role. Both signs are perfectionists who strive for excellence. Do you know what you are?
Sagittarius.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're a bunch of
I mean, our
Sagittarius.
birthdays are 8 days
Yeah, just about.
difference, so yeah. And a couple of years as well. Mickey.
We're young
On
at
a
heart.
chase, but they don't have enough stuns to stop them in this lane. They will definitely need Pango, or they will need Saberlight later on with some Blink Dagger calls.
Saberlight getting some
You're-
spins, but
he's-
there's the Blood Grenade. Sinister Gaze, Tornado's there. GPK off to the left. Swashbuckle, Pure's dead, and the Disruption save on a Saberlight. They're going to try and get Kataomi. They'll have the Culling Blade, and they'll get 2. Well done by Liquid to rotate there.
I'm just wondering why he was saving a point on Lifestealer until the last end. Then he gets the infest and doesn't get it in time. Maybe needed it slightly later just so that he can infest, because he was going for that play.
That was a very solid play there to make that rotation over. That Swashbuckle important, the Disruption save. But holding a point may be too detrimental going forward. And there's the Tornado EMP that's going to wipe out all the mana here on Nisha. Does have 3 charges in that wand, also has a water rune, so he'll get a little bit of mana back. As Insania's level 6, so maybe they want to make a play.
It's not going to be as easy Phoenix game by any means. You're playing into Lifestealer with the extra attack speed. You have Invoker with the Alacrity, Marcy, Io with the Overcharge. So pretty much every single hero can kill it. They can also share that attack speed. And El Saberlighto is slowly getting back into the game with all the stacks that Liquid is making for him.
EMP again leaves Nisha manaless.
It's so annoying.
Yeah.
EMP, like you don't get to play the game because this hero needs mana. Same goes for some Tiny, at least Tiny from the mid lane when he's playing against EMP. He can buy into Soul Ring so that he can get some extra mana to cast the spells. Nisha.
I like what Nisha's doing here, though. He's got the trusty shovel, and he's making sure to dig up a water rune. Tornado. Tornado EMP. Nisha now manaless. I've said that a couple times already. That is very annoying. Could go back to my other point, which is he's got that trusty shovel, and he can dig to get a water rune. And you know what you guys can do? You can put exclamation point ticket into the chat and get your information on getting tickets to join us here at the Sava Center for the first Dota LAN of 2025. That's January 31st to February 2nd. Get your tickets today. Battle Hunger on to Pure. And Pure, he's okay, middle of the pack right now. Nothing too crazy. But going for that armlet, soon to have it, getting delivered on the Courier. Mickey up here in the top lane, he's gone to that early Falcon Blade. And looking like he's going to the death, so they're going to relocate. But Nisha trying to get into the Rolling Thunder, but there's the Tornado EMP. They'll unleash. They'll try to get the kill, but they've got the Disruption. Now Saberlight moving forward, looking for the call, but the stun was there. The Chain Frost bouncing around. Saberlight, he's in trouble, disposed and killed.
Seems like Liquid had a counterplay to it with the Shadow Demon and Phoenix, but it was not enough. That Tornado did manage to remove everything from him, that shield crash, and not allowing him to use the Rolling Thunder, and then also the counterplay. The Lich comes through and gets a big Chain Frost. Let's see the damage. Yeah, well, Lich damage is insane. Every single time I see this hero, it's just every single fight. He's really up there, top 2, top 3.
Yeah, and they had a lot of rotations. That's something that helped Liquid succeed over in the bottom lane, but now BB Team's able to do it over mid. They succeed with that. And now you've got Blade Mail on Saberlight, so maybe he can make something happen with that. But they showed with that Chain Frost with some good play there, especially with the Unleash, that they're able to rock it and rock through Axe and Pangolier. The Dust is used, the rebound comes through. They've gotten the control into Mickey as well as the Dust. They'll get the kill, and even GPK is here again. 4 heroes from the side of BB Team showing up into this one, not needing Relocate to be here.
Using this opportunity, knowing that Mickey already used his ulti, so trying to go for a kill. Boxy's cutting things out to see how many stacks they are, but Kataomi might actually find him.
Gonna be tough. Stacking.
One more stack. They are making stacks for Lifestealer. He can't clear it yet. It could also be Marcy who could clear it, get herself to her BKB. I mean, Miero is on top of the net worth right now. Once he gets that BKB, he doesn't care about pretty much anything other than Axe's call. Sure, there's Shadow Demon, but you're also going to have a pretty free entry to the fight because they have such a good turnaround play with Tornado. Oh, Chain Frost.
Goes
Still
over
lingering.
to Nisha. Rolling Thunder, EMP. They'll look to get the kill on a Saberlight who pops the Blade Mail. Rolling Thunder finally connects. Unleash is going to go back with the Infest, and can they pop out and get anything? No. They're able to get the kill there on Amiro. Take out save. They'll look over Pure. GPK, he's going to try and help out with a disarm. They're unable to stop the TP of Pure, and GPK is able to run to the tier 2 tower. They lose Saberlight, but trade for 3.
Not a bad fight for Liquid, killing 3 heroes, 2 supports, and the offlaner. But you can feel how confident BetBoom wants to play with all the saves that they do have on their side. The disengage, infest, relocate, frost shield, bodyguard as well. They have so many things, and I like what Nisha's been doing. This is something that was done from the offlane a lot, especially from Amar, going for that Echo Saber rather than going for Diffusal Blade.
Mickey again.
Mickey, he can't even get it off.
Gosh. Miero just rips him apart, and now they see these stacks. You got to think that you need to steal these, but they'll take the big camp. Ancient Camp won't be able to be taken by the side of Team Liquid. It's at least something. Now, though, Miero's got a BKB.
When you use Sidekick / Bodyguard on Io, like, where is that effect? Well, what is that? Like, it should be on the hands, right? And Io is a ball, so it's just floating around him. Kind of looks stupid, not gonna lie.
Well, I think there's hands in there somewhere. How do you pick up items? Do you just suck them into the ball of energy?
You need, I don't know, you need to be tethered so that the...
So you have hands? Makes sense. Seen it. Icarus dive away from Miero as well as save. And Sunray up and over the cliff, getting some distance. They do have that mech picked up by the IO. Liquid, they have the Shadow Demon if they need a save for any of these heroes. BB Team, they've got save.
They got so many saves on their side. Mech now completed on Io as well. Lich going for a Blink Dagger. He wants to be able to jump in and get the good Chain Frost off. And I also think that they have enough control, because they're lacking a little bit of control. Maybe that's why he's going for it, so that he can kill Pango before he can get stuff done. And to go back to the itemization from Pangolier, getting that Echo Saber, it makes you a lot tankier, and also Shield Crash with the Facet, with the double jump, level 15 talent, you get that extra damage, extra barrier, so that feels nice. But the problem is, it can't get dispelled. Immediate DPs from Liquid.
Blade Mail, and not a lot of mana to work with, but the Blade Mail is not going to be enough. BKB was popped, Icarus dive away, Saberlight's dead. Blink Dagger for Kataomi. This is his first item. Shield crashing, save. He's going to be able to walk this off. They're unable to catch this IO, which is a big problem.
Saberlight does have a Blink Dagger, so they might not expect it, considering that he didn't show it before he died. So it might be time for Liquid to try to smoke up and get something done, maybe turn that into Roche. You have enough damage with this Deso and Mickey. A lot of physical damage, so there's going to need to be some Solar Crest, some ACs. There's the Blink reveal from Kataomi. You did not expect that one, huh?
Just a little juke and a jive there.
Never thought I was going to say it. Blink reveal from Lich.
Yep. I mean, that's how it goes down. Poof. I would never expect that to be the first item. I could see a support picking it up. I could see a Lich getting it. But first item? I don't know about that.
he feels confident once they kill that Tormi that he's gonna get it. Turn that 50% into 100%. Because Io's shard is really not that good.
Definitely better ones out there. Kataomi is almost like baiting, knowing he's got the blink and he's been quick on the draw with that. They're trying to smoke. They're trying to make a move to find these heroes with this blink dagger from Saberlight, but they just missed them. And now the Rolling Thunder blink call. It's onto the Marcy, but the tornado comes in on the 2. It's perfectly placed onto the Axe, and now the BKB is able to go off from the arrow. The Rolling Thunder not doing enough just yet. It's going to end.
Not a good fight for
Swashbuckle,
Liquid.
disarm. There's the rebound. That's going to be another kill. That's Nisha dead, and a great counterplay from GPK.
GPK has been owning this game so hard. Every single time he finds a really good angle, he's right there where he needs to be able to counter-initiate. And now TPing to the mid lane, trying to set something up for a relocate play.
Relocate over mid, Saberlight, Blade Mail. It really doesn't feel like enough, and they've got another kill here for BB Team. So
they're playing so quickly.
Arrow,
he's having a bad time. Like, he's not able to connect onto a target. There is no real follow-up, and we're going to see that again. GPK in Invis catches him mid-dive.
Oh, gosh. Tornado just stops them from really having any effectiveness here on a Miero. That Tornado was a great counterplay. And live, they've got
has no mana.
The EMP, and now he's got no mana. So they're just going to take out Mickey.
Liquid is in a lot of trouble. I know it says only 3K gold lead for them, but this game feels
very
like
tough.
It feels really rough. They might need to try to break the game, maybe steal Roche, and 27%. I even think this is generous, these 27%, because once they get to their items, there's going to be Radiance, and it's already finished. You have GPK, who just got himself a second item, which is a Force Staff, and once Marcy picks up her Aghanim Scepter, then both Shadow Demon, like Pango, Weaver, they're really sufficient to die once you get that extra silence on top of them.
Yeah, GPK there with the Tornado EMP, another GPK from GPK. That's great play, kid, for GPK. Anyway, Pure just farming top. Doing his thing, continuing on, and GPK is going to be there with the EMP, but Disruption to avoid that. For the moment, they've got the Frost Shield, Tornado right on the money. Ice Wall down, one more right click, and GPK's got another one.
Time to try to kill Tormentor. Let's see if
Rebound, and the Unleash with a Dispose. Mickey, even with mana, doesn't have a chance.
you would assume that you're not gonna die to Marcy Io with no BKP. And let's see who's gonna get this Tormentor. It's gonna be Save.
Not exactly.
Kataomi immediately buys his own shard.
Yeah.
Saved up just enough money.
He wants that Ice Spire pretty badly.
There's way too much saves, way too much heal. We talked about Team Liquid, the damage being pretty static, where you need to get the Shield Crash, Rolling Thunder, Phoenix damage also is not instant. You need to connect with the same target, Axe, Blade Mail, Jump, and then with the Weaver Pango to be able to kill a hero, because there's way too many ways to just find, save any kind. Because you have Force Staffs, you have Frost Shield, you have Relocate, now full mech, plus also Holy Locket completed. The game is becoming almost impossible for Liquid to punch back.
Yeah, not easy at all.
This Tesso has been purchased by Mickey at like 16
6
minutes
ago.
Yeah, 0 charges. That's
Sunray,
what
Culling Blade, Miero trying to TP out. Do they have the damage to get another Culling Blade? Ooh, no, they don't. They got something.
This is the perfect target that they need.
Right by Roche, too. They're going to need Mickey to show up. He's on his way. Sanjanyasha for Nisha. And they will have themselves Aegis. This is a stopgap for them.
It is. This is a potentially a play that could make you a comeback into the game. Saberlight still needs a lot of time to get his BKB so that he can't get tornadoed. They can't disrupt him. But this is the build. on Pangolier that I really like compared to Diffusal Blade Aghanim Scepter. In certain situations, it's still better overall, but this is a newer build that allows you to be super tanky.
Right. Chard for McKay next. He needs to get some charges on this Deso. Desperately. Blink Dagger, even a Ghost Scepter next for Boxy. This Harpoon's not terribly far away, but now they've found McKay again. And they're going to get another kill and take out that Aegis. Talked about how that could have been a play for them to get something out of it, but now McKay in the dust has the Shikuchi away. And without this Aegis, it just... everything you just got is thrown away.
And they still want to go. No.
Yeah, they do.
Lich, ulti, Marcy.
Unleash, rebound, dust again. That hits Boxy as well as Mickey. They've got the dispose. They'll pop the infest. They'll get the kill, and they need to turn tail on Liquid.
Insania's watching this, all of this extra attack speed that they do get, and he's probably sweating. He's like, guys, I cannot use egg. This egg needs to be used either far away, or they need to be able to jump in with the axe and try to protect it, because otherwise it's not going off in the middle of a fight.
No, not at all. Doesn't really have a chance to get out there if they put this near a fight. Saberlight, he had the Blink Blade Mail at a pretty decent timing, but you look at his net worth, he's near the Phoenix now. Call, attempt, Supernova, but like you said, the egg is gone, and now they've got this Ice Spire out, the Rolling Thunder. Oh, stops him on the tether! They get the call to save, maybe that's an opening. Kataomi's also dead, they go to the disruption, or go to the disarm from this Invoker. GPK, Pure, standing their ground with Miero. There's the rebound, double jump coming in from Nisha, the right click coming up from Mickey. They've got the damage, but not enough time with the TP out. They'll go to the taunt with the call on a 2, but the Sunstrike from GPK gets the kill on a Saberlight. A tip thrown by Kataomi in the middle of the fight. They go to the time lapse, but with the silence, they're trying to get the kill on a Mickey, who's low on health and can't come back in. The disruption from Boxy, the TP attempt out. He'll end up dead. Pure gets that one, and it's a 3 for 2. It started good for Liquid, where they took out the supports, but it just didn't finish well for them.
Cores are super tanky on side of BetBoom. They have pretty static damage, as we said, especially if Axe is gone. If he doesn't get that second call with the Blade Mail, they're gonna be struggling. The missed chance as well. Pango's dishing out some serious amount of damage, but it's not enough. Even Mickey, like, he did delete those 2 supports with Pango almost immediately. Problem is, once you get all the squad around it, and then we're gonna see that again, because Kataomi, he blinked in, the egg immediately disappears because of all of that attack speed that we talked about, but look at the damage from Nisha.
That Rolling Thunder was well placed, as they are gonna lose Phoenix, I believe, on the main screen.
Yeah, this is also where Miera was not immediately in a fight. These chain fraud are destroying the fights.
You get Kataomi, but is it worth it? That is pretty worth it there. With the Harpoon, they pull in and get the kill onto Save, but they're going to lose Boxy as well. So they lose 3 for 2 again, and it's just not enough. You are starting to get charges here for Mickey, but there's the rebound, the dispose. Time-lapse used, but Mickey just needs to run away.
Well, Miero is so farmed. He's second on the net worth as Marcy. This hero usually doesn't farm as much, one of the issues that the hero does have, but when paired up with Io, giving you that good early start makes it a lot easier. GPK also has Gem. Let's see who purchased the Gem for him.
Nisha.
Kataomi. Nisha doesn't have much mana, but you also have so many issues because you can't kill Pure from 100 to 0. I think it's impossible to just kill him with all the saves around him, so that means that you need the kite. And this Lifestealer is about to finish AC. This is going to be great against Beaver, great against Pango. Most of the damage on their side is physical. Needs another 600 gold.
Very close to finishing that off up, about 10,000 net worth. They were looking for a way back in, and it was that Aegis, but now... I mean, they don't have the Aegis anymore. They've lost a bunch of heroes since then. For Liquid, it feels like it's falling by the wayside in their terms of a comeback. Amplify damage for half the duration allowed here for Pure. Blink Dagger for the Pango. Flying in. He wanted to get that a little bit earlier, but decided not to, and has left it to this point. They're just taking all these objectives and they're hoping on Liquid side to get these BKBs.
GPK is
And-
the one who's chasing. He's trying to set things up for the relocate play one more time.
Yeah, Tornado EMP pulling him in. They've got the Chain Frost. They don't even need him. That was so much damage so quickly. And they were there with 3 heroes. That was a 3-man relocate. And I'm TPing over there was, I believe, the Lich. But they're on the other side. They'll go to the Unleash. They'll look over at Boxy. That's another kill there. They look for Mickey. They've got the Sinister Gaze. And with the damage, they'll get another kill. And this is just looking all BB team.
They're ready to close this one out. They're ready to go for high ground because Liquid is trying to make something out of the map, try to get something done on the sides, but GPK had pretty flawless game. He didn't die a single time, 8-0 and 9.
8-0 and 9, and you could be sitting in row 8, seat 9 if you put in ! ticket into the chat. You can get more information about joining us here at the Saba Center for the first LAN of 2025. Sunray onto Pure, but he'll rage. Blink Call, pulling him closer to the team in the Supernova, but they're able to walk away so quickly. They'll infest into the IO, and eventually, you got to assume they're just going to reinitiate it.
Look at Marcy
They've got
go.
the Sinister Gaze on the double jump of that shield crash, but they look for Saberlight. They get the kill on the Axe. They're going to look for the rest. Godlike for GPK. Icarus dive away. They'll focus their attention on the Tier 4 tower, opening up the throne. Disruption onto Pure, but it's not really doing much of anything. They'll unleash. Swashbuckle away, Harpoon pulling the Marcy back in, but the damage with the Ags as well, putting those silences on, the Chain Frost bouncing around, back and forth it goes. Kataomi gets the kill on Anisha. They'll look over at Boxy, they'll take out another. They're taking names, they're taking numbers, they're taking your throne. BB team all over Team Liquid.
Sadly for them, they cannot kill the Fountain because I believe BetBoom Team would be going
trying.
in. Yeah, they've been going in, and Boxy is going to be the one calling it first. This was such a masterclass performance from BetBoom Team in this first game of the best of 3.
Big sigh of relief in game number 1. BB team getting the victory there. A little stretch after the win, and they're happy to get game 1 under their belt in this first BO3, and that puts them just 1 game away from a promotion into the playoffs.
Team Liquid, even though they killed first Roche, it looked like it might be a bit of a comeback, but GPK completely dismantled them with his Invis relocate type of a plays, and yeah, they're like, what happened? This axe pick was, I didn't like it because they counterpicked so hard on 24 with the life stealer,
Right.
and he was always on the back foot. This hero needs a lot of time to come online in these professional games because you can't just get a blink dagger. You need to have your own blade mail. You need to have phase boots, and if you're having a bad laning stage, that also means that it's all delayed. So they try to play around him. Farm the stack, to stack the triangle for him, but it didn't work out. It came in very late, and then he blinks in. Marcy, first item BKB. I really like that one instead of going for the armlet because there's a lot of damage over time. So he opted to go for BKB so that he can actually jump in and kill the axe and not care about the blade
Right.
mail.
Yeah, it was a really good game from BB Team Pure, having a pretty good lane. It was their reactions, too. It worked well for Liquid in that bottom fight when they brought a lot of heroes in to counterplay the move from BB Team, but then we saw the same thing over mid. They react, they bring 4 heroes. Same thing happened over top as well when GPK TP'd in, and they were able to make that counter and get that kill on Mickey, and they really shut him down and made his life a living hell.
Yeah, it was just a really nice game to watch from BB's perspective where they were able to just dismantle the lanes. And what I like about this team is they're playing new heroes. They're just trying new stuff all the time and also giving Glitch to Kataomi. This might be one of his signature heroes nowadays, like back when he was playing position 4, Tiny Winter Wyvern, where you kind of had to ban it. This might become a ban material as well coming into this second game unless you want to pick it, and seems like BetBoom did slightly better prep because it didn't seem like Liquid expected these heroes to come out. This offlane Marcy with the IO, they didn't have the answer for it.
No, they did not, and you see GPK 10-0 and 12. I'm going to mark him down as my
MVP without a doubt.
I will say Save went 05 and 26. There's something to be said about an IO who does a lot of work and heavy lifting there. So about a 1.478.
Yeah, if you have
damage to net worth.
69 kill participation, you're MVP in my book immediately.
Yeah, so instant MVP there for GPK, who did a really good job, able to just accomplish so much in the time that this game went on. And it's just, I don't know if you can really give up this Invoker to him. They knew what they wanted. They picked this Invoker very early for GPK. They talked about it in the pregame with the interview with Nat. They wanted GPK back in the team. They talked about it in the recap as well.
I can see why.
Yeah, I mean, he played really well. It was that day one recap where they asked the players a couple of questions. How do you feel about playing GPK or playing with GPK again? And they're like, it's like nothing ever changed. We've played together a long time, and we know what we're doing with this guy. It was a really easy performance there in game number one, and they're showing why the chemistry is there and why the relationship is quite nice. And your relationship with Dota can get a little bit closer and nicer if you join us here at the Sava Center for the first LAN of 2025 in Belgrade, Serbia. Put !ticket into the chat and get more information on how you can get tickets and join us. Maybe not the most attractive.
Yeah, you're not going to be joining us on the casting desk.
You could.
Maybe you could. Maybe.
We'll see. We can't really give that information out. Anyway, we're going to go to some highlights, take a quick break. We'll see you back for game two in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. It was a quick break for us, and we're ready to get into game number 2 soon enough. But yeah, it was a fun first game for BetBoom Team. But for Liquid, they need to go back to the drawing board, figure out what they got to do in this second game to stay alive in this BO3. BB Team, or BetBoom Team as they're known, has been pretty strong up to this point.
Yeah, they looked really good, especially with the GPK. Like, this guy just completely owned the game. He was all over the place, rest of the team playing so fast. He was ready to jump in, TP away, punishing the mid lane. Whoever's pushing for that extra wave, he was ready to set up the relocate play.
Yeah, GPK very strong in that game, and everything from GPK has looked pretty good. He rejoined the team. There has been quite the shuffle, and we do have a quick video talking about that, so let's take a listen.
Всем привет, дорогие друзья, с вами Злоба, это FISSURE Playground. Мы находимся в столице Сербии, Белграде, и сегодня в этой неформальной обстановке мы поболтаем с Даней ГПК, поговорим о турнире, о команде и о его карьере. Поехали! Здорово! Привет еще раз, Дань. Рад тебя видеть в активном ростере. Прежде чем мы поговорим о вашем составе, о команде, об этом турнире, давай вернемся обратно, конец сезона 2024, о вашем составе с Найтфолом, с Торонто Токио. Какие у тебя воспоминания о той команде, о том составе? И, по твоему мнению, достигли вы вот своего пика или все-таки вы могли играть гораздо лучше?
Я считаю, что мы могли... Ну, наверное... Короче, мы... Бля, давай заново, короче. Воспоминания о том составе точно очень теплые, но я думаю, мы из той команды выжили максимум, который могли. Даже, может, в моменте мы где-то, играли больше, чем надо вместе, да? Что-то такое, но воспоминания очень теплые.
В какой момент ты почувствовал, что вы уперлись? Почему вот это произошло? Какая-то коммуникация в команде?
Просто как-то вот личности
Не стакались,
не
да?
стакались, слишком много времени друг с другом провели и уже,
Уже невозможно было.
не могли в этом высший топ-2, топ-3 залезть.
Угу. Вообще, какая разница, например, между старым составом и который сейчас?
Лично для меня это абсолютно две разные команды. Люди разные, там, Егор, Ванек абсолютно два разных человека. Да и Ванек, в принципе, вот за то, что сколько мы не играли год, очень сильно изменился. Человек стал более дисциплинированный, более взрослый. Такой. Прям чувствуется, что повзрослел очень сильно.
Тебе где комфортнее играть?
Точно.
Точно в этом составе, да? Но тем не менее, ты ушел в инактив, да? Чем ты занимался, как ты проводил свое свободное время? Понятно, что ты, наверное, отдыхал от доты.
Да.
Как ты провел эти месяцы? Послушать интересно о твоей личной жизни какой-то вне доты.
Первые 1,5 месяца я вообще в доту не заходил. Я просто ходил в зал, играл в Valorant, играл в КС, просто, занимался своими делами.
Короче, отвлекался от доты.
Отвлекался, да. Познакомился с девушкой.
Опа.
Вместе проводили времени очень много, так что просто занимался своей жизнью. Ничего особенного.
Доту ты вообще не заходил и даже не смотрел? Или поглядывал?
Я смотрел, да, турниры, там, последней стадии, мне было интересно, как там кто играет.
Не было у тебя вообще мысли о том, чтобы вообще завязать с дотой, а уйти куда-то в медиа, стать стримером? Потому что это сейчас довольно популярная тема у звездных игроков, да, про игроков, там, возьмем, например, Рамзеса, да, которые с Афони сидят, горбят, там, у них по 20 тысяч человек смотрит, кайфуют.
На самом деле я задумывался об этом, мне это было интересно, но я вот, когда съездил на Blast, я понял, что пока у меня получается играть на высоком уровне, то я должен из этого выжить максимум.
Твоя цель в этом году как дотера, вот в про-доте, в вашей команде, или отдельно твоя, может быть, какая-то цель? Что ты в доте еще не добился, что тебе бы очень хотелось получить?
Очень хотелось получить? Да. Лично как для команды, то цель выиграть, чем больше турниров, тем лучше. Лично...
Может, какой-то есть особенный турнир?
Да,
нет уже?
Нет. Именно на ряде бы хотелось прям вот занять хорошее место. А так лично, как для меня, то цель просто заработать больше денег.
Хорош. Главное, честно. Дань, спасибо, что пришел на интервью. Удачи вам на турнире. Давай, твое здоровье, чтобы у вас все получилось. Передавай привет ребятам.
Всем привет фанатам BetBoom Team. Болейте за нашу команду, и мы постараемся показать хороший результат на этом турнире.
Interesting talk there from GPK with BetBoom Team, and now it is to be back and finally on the saddle here. Doing well so far, achieving the goal of making as much money as possible.
He's being honest. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. I mean, he's also having a lot of fun. You can tell the way he plays that he's completely dominating. And exactly what he said in an interview, that he needed a little bit of a break. They needed to separate each other, come back, and now you can feel that they have different ideas. They also matured a little bit. He talked about the Pure, who seems to be having the time of his life in this team, owning every single game. So I want to see what Liquid has prepared for this second game, because I'm looking at the draft, I'm looking at the openers. The trade that they did have in the first one was this opener. It was Phoenix, but we can take a look at the comparison between the two offlaners. A big difference. This is not your traditional offlaner by any means, and on the other side you have a kind of a forgotten offlaner. Axe has not been meta for a really long time, while Miero, he tried something different, but you need like IO combination most of the time with Marcy to make the hero viable. Love the itemization, as already pointed out, with the BKB so that he can kill Axe during the Blade Mail, and then also going for Aghanim Scepter to have slightly more control, reducing that cooldown by 10 seconds on Unleash, and also having status resistance against Axe, having that extra tankiness as well that he can bring to the fight.
Truthfully, they didn't even really need... I mean, the BKB obviously helps, but we saw it a couple times without the BKB. The Unleash with the Tether was enough to fight through the Blade Mail.
Yeah, I was really surprised how easily they were killing Mickey throughout the whole game with no real lockdown. That was before Aghanim Scepter on Miero. They had no real stuns. You had Lich with the Blink Dagger. That was also nice adaptation coming out from position 5. This time around, Kataomi didn't have that good of a lane that we were supposed to... We were kind of used to watching when he's playing Lich. But yeah, he was, what, level 3, 7 minutes in? Not the greatest, but he also managed to deliver.
Coin flip here for BetBoom Team. First pick for them, and Team Liquid going to Radiant. We talked about how Radiant has a high 60% win rate. It's, I mean, I guess the big challenge here for BetBoom Team, right? If they can
win as Dire.
Yeah, win as Dire.
For sure. And you can vote in chat if you'd like to.
Yeah, exclamation point B, exclamation point L. B for BetBoom Team, L for Liquid. And chat, this is the last time. If you're wrong this time...
Don't threaten the chat. What are you doing?
Oh, whoa. Who said this was...
It sounded like it.
No, wait. Let me get there. I got to finish the sentence. Chat, this is the last time you get it wrong.
Oh, I
Not
see.
or else. I'm just saying I have faith in you guys as chat to never get it wrong again. There's no threat there. That's just confidence. That was me being their coach.
Okay.
Because the next time I agree with chat in a prediction, it better be right.
10 seconds remaining.
It better be right. I can't be losing points to you.
5 seconds remaining.
So let's see what's happening in this one. In terms of bans, Templar Assassin, Magnus, and Alchemist. There was also no... There was a DK ban in the previous game. So maybe they want to go for it because they do have the first pick. Pure was also the one who kind of pioneered the build on Dragon Knight with Armlet and Mask of Madness. Maybe it was someone else, but the first time I saw this build on Dragon Knight was him, and then getting SNY or a BKB, whatever is necessary, just becoming this ultra tanky guy from the safe lane.
We'll see if the DK gets banned here. If not, it may hint at them going for it. We have seen it make it to the second phase and not get picked, but...
It also leaves Morphling in the pool, which BetBoom is very familiar to open up with. It's just going to be Dragon Knight.
And they banned that Lich. Something you talked about. When you want to pick that Dragon Knight, you do want to get rid of that Lich.
Yeah, it's way too good. Even 1 point in Frost Shield gives you 45 damage reduction, and Dragon Knight is all about physical damage.
Well, they lead off with that Dragon Knight. It gets responded to with a Phoenix, keeping the red-orange theme of the draft up to this point. And I guess we'll have to see what they want to ban now and what's going to go with this DK, because I think for us, this is the first time we've seen this Dragon Knight.
Yeah, it's been heavily contested. Both him and Alchemist were sharing the first place. When I checked an hour ago, the heroes are way too difficult to kill. They come online so fast, so you need to have a carry that can match the pace of the farm, and this is the one that Team Liquid did use earlier yesterday when they were playing against Avulus to a very great success. And this has been the hero that they used in the grand finals of the TI 3 times.
Man, Nature's Prophet, not something you see all too often, but getting a ban there, like you said,
seconds remaining.
don't want to give that up to Liquid in this scenario. Got another ban to work with, and it will end up being the Beastmaster, so getting rid of another offlaner. Getting rid of the Beastmaster, who may go for Helm of the Dominator or an Ags for some extra damage, but now moot point as it's not available in this draft anymore. Thinking about other offlaners that they might want to go to, what are you seeing as they've already banned the Nature's Prophet of the Beastmaster? This is probably going to, at least I would think, not want you to go to an offlaner last.
Yeah, if this was not a drag, like, problem is, I would say Dawnbreaker, but then again, Dragonite shuts down Dawnbreaker because you can't use your Qs. You're gonna get stunned. He's gonna save the stun, but they also might want to play it. I want to see something spicier from Team Liquid because a lot of these offlaners like Lycan, they're not really good against Dragonite. Might be good for the game, but you're also gonna not putting any pressure to Dragonite, so they might be getting something. I wouldn't mind seeing Viper maybe slightly later. Now pick up another support to get a boxy hero right now.
Got to figure out what this singular ban is after this Phoenix pick at the moment. Would you ever pair up Bloodseeker with either of these lineups so far? Would you want it up against the DK, and would you want it with the DK?
DK is probably one of the better ones that stand the ground, that doesn't care about Rupture. Sure, you might get pushed, but he also pops a BKB and you don't have enough. So this Slark pickup, it's also a little bit of a bait. This can be played as a position 4, which has been very successful in the high pro level, not a pro level, high level Dota. There's been people who've been toying a lot with it, Saksa, 9 class. So might be a bait pick to see what they're actually going to go for, because Slark is good hero against the Dragonite. You have percentage-based damage with the Phoenix ready to back him up. And
right.
Io one more time. Let's see if this is going to be another Marcy game.
Yeah, it definitely could be another Marcy game. I'm wondering, with the Slark in a position 4, what's the build they're going to be looking for? And what
Slark 4?
Yeah.
You're buying blood grenades early on. You're trying to get the drums and then pick up the shard for yourself and then try to scale.
Okay. Trying to play it aggressive early then with those blood grenades. Do you see that as a combo that you'd want to work with, though, with the Phoenix? And there's that Marcy you were talking about.
Oh, man. I mean, Io's going to be tethered to Marcy early on, but at the later stages of the game,
DK.
You're going to be playing into DK. Maybe it's time to try to... Because there's so much healing. I want to see some anti-healing coming out from Liquid.
Is it time for the Ancient Apparition?
5 seconds remaining.
If they didn't have Phoenix, if they had a bit of a different setup, I would say it might not be a bad one. But I'm just thinking if they could maybe sneak in something like a Necrophos as well. Like I just want to see something spicier from Liquid.
Team Liquid's turn.
Well, they're going to go for the Enigma.
That's spicy enough. I like this approach. Problem is, in the lane, if it's going to become like a micro lane, so if Dragonite gets close with the cleave, he's going to be able to kill your Eidolons, but they want to take away any kind of farm from Pure as much as they can early on. We saw how successful it can be in our previous series where Talon were playing against... who were they playing against? Tundra, and they were shutting down 33 by forcing him not to go into the triangle, blocking those camps constantly.
Yeah, and remember, you can get tickets to join us, and you can put !ticket in the chat. Join us for the return of your tour to the big stage, and join us for the first Tier 1 tournament of 2025 with a crowd. You too could see Enigma against Marcy. If they draft it again. If these two teams meet again, maybe in the playoffs, maybe on the stage. And they go from Enigma to Troll. Troll has been a hero and almost felt non-existent.
Yeah, it's... I'm just thinking, this is a hero that can battle Dragonite. There isn't that much control on their side, and he has the backup of Black Hole, backup of Slark's Shard, because this is going to be a support Slark, and you also have Sunray behind you. And you also have Aghanim Scepter, so you can dispel some of these things. So Gyro... I think this could also be carry Gyro, and they might shift Dragonite to the mid lane.
Would it ever be 5?
It could also be 5 Gyro that
because then
takes
put it up
Flag Cannon level
against
1
the
just to
Eidolon.
deal with the Eidolons.
Timber getting banned out by BetBoom Team. We'll see what they want to ban out here, because it kind of leaves the draft pretty far open with this Gyro.
5 seconds remaining.
You don't exactly know everything you're getting in the moment, but they do ban the Winter Wyvern. And Wyvern, good against the Enigma, good against the Troll, right?
Yeah, so they think they're looking for position 5 in the end, with Io Marcy being the combination. What I suggested initially, Dragonite from the mid lane, have a carry Gyro, and find hero for Kataomi, something that can deal with the Black Hole. This Wyvern would have actually been a really good pick, because it deals with the Black Hole, deals with the Troll really well, and they banned Silencer. So let's take a look if Kataomi has something spicy.
Tree?
10 seconds remaining.
If they want to go for melee hero, I think there's a good chance that they pick up some Undying, because Slark, Enigma, and Eidolons are not going to be dealing well with that. Maybe there's a chance for him to pick up Clockwork as well. This is the lane where you can actually get the kills if you can get the if you can close the gap against any of these heroes. Slark does have a pounce, but you can still be able to body block him.
Good Tombstone would be good for them chasing with a rebound in or call down, slowing them down, and then you've got the Tombstone to chase with. I could see that Undying being pretty good. Early Tombstone's also always a pain in the ass to deal with. Last ban, though, taking some time here for BetBoom Team. Marcio, though, gives them some global structure. Maybe they throw the Gyro, like you said, safely, and they can go DK mid, then leaving you with a 5. But if they don't, it leaves you potentially wanting a mid. And I wonder, maybe they want, say, the Puck could come into play.
Oh, I mean, this is going to be Dragonite mid. Usually, Puck is countered by that DK mid because he builds into different items. He does build into Blink Dagger, so they might skip that one, but go ahead.
Did they just miss a ban? Was that just what happened?
Yeah, I think they did. BetBoom didn't ban anything.
They just didn't ban it. Okay, sure. I just saw
Hitting
it.
them with unluck.
I just saw it stay open.
BetBoom is also a team that, what was it? It was Birmingham when they accidentally picked Lifestealer instead of banning it, or they randomed it. So they played it and it looked really good. Miro was the one who played it.
So Abaddon and then Earthshaker. A lot of smiles from Blitz on that one. This Abaddon, so it is going to be safe lane Gyro, mid DK, off lane Marcy, 4 IO, 5 Abaddon. Okay, and then Nisha on the Earthshaker, Mickey on the Troll, Saber on the off lane, Enigma, 4 Slark, 5 Phoenix to round out the draft for Team Liquid.
Interesting. Offlane ABBA. It's been a while since I saw this one. When was the last time I actually saw offlane Abaddon? I think it was during TI when Heroic played it. It was the Vi Lama who played it and went with some really weird item build. Because he did go for Manta style, which doesn't, like, the curse doesn't really work that well anymore. And they lost that game. ABBA, I also want to see like what the itemization is going to be from offlane ABBA.
Yeah, offlane Abaddon. I misspoke when I said offlane Marcy because I was so used to it from the previous game, but they are going to the offlane Abaddon. Not something we see too often, but definitely could be a crowd pleaser. But we'll have to go to our predictions. This time, chat, not as convinced, but they are going with Liquid. I'm going to go with BetBoom Team.
BetBoom Team, you believe in this offlane ABBA?
I believe in the Abaddon and don't believe in chat anymore.
What's the mid matchup again? Give me
DK.
DK against.
You see it right there. I gave you half. So
I'll go with Team Liquid. I think they have overwhelming team fight, and I feel like they slightly overcooked the draft on side of BetBoom Team for my taste.
Okay, you think they overcooked it, but maybe they served it on a plate for side of BetBoom Team.
Instead of what?
I don't know. You overcooking is you burnt it when you serve it up on a plate and serve it well. It looks good. It's nice. It's delicious to eat, and it's well done. Well,
instead of the wooden cutting board, which has been the trend recently, everything has been served like
on a wooden cutting board.
Yeah.
With a little bit of flaky salt on there. We get it. You're fancy. I too use cutting boards as my plates. Anyway, going into game number 2, Liquid against BetBoom Team. Let's take a look at the facets and fasten our seatbelts as we get into this. Mephitic Shroud. Photic Shield absorbs more damage and reflects damage when received instead of exploding at the end. That's the change with the facet. So if you don't hear the big explosion, that's why. Chris Krieg for the IO is a good facet to have.
I'm just thinking why this ABBA, and I'm looking at Abaddon's innate ability, and it says damaging enemies apply Withering Mist debuff for 5 seconds. Affected enemies have their HP lifesteal reduced by 35 if they're below 40%. So that's going to be very effective against Slark and very effective against Troll, because they're not going to be lifestealing as much. So no Sunray heals, everything's going to get reduced.
That's good. I mean, you were kind of asking for that, right?
Yeah, I wanted to see something. I don't know if that's actually enough, if this is going to have that much of an impact. But yeah, GP Cape in the mid lane, going to be playing against Earthshaker. It's been a while since I saw this matchup. Dragonite from the mid lane has been used as a flex from time to time, but GPK getting out CS at these early stages. Nisha, every single time using Enchant Totem to try to get a deny.
Yeah, more denies than CS at the moment, but he is just trying to CS as best he can. Looking over at Saberlight, and he is pulling these creeps, or at least attempting to pull these creeps with that Eidolon, but Kataomi's right here onto Boxy, and Boxy with that level 1 pounce. So Saberlight jungle Enigma?
Does not like to play into this. Dispose and also Flak Cannon, so they're trying to break the lane as much as they can. Do some shenanigans. Boxy.
He's got pounce in 6 seconds. I don't know if that's going to be soon enough. Flak Cannon and Kataomi not diving the tower. Still a lot of damage to deal with here. That early Flak Cannon to deter the Enigma from coming into the lane. Now you're looking at a Slark that's going to have...
no laner. This is basically off-lane Slark.
Yeah, and then you've got a jungle Enigma. I swore I saw something the other day that said, thank God jungle is gone.
Yeah, somebody said it. But look at this damage they're putting onto Mickey.
Boxy again, standing his
soloing.
ground, trying to at least. He's got Essence Shift as well as the pounce. Under the tower again, and now Miero just trying to get a kill here onto Mickey. The tether over to the neutrals. Won't get it. Miero's got first blood. And I almost want to say they gave a thought to going under the tower for a split second.
He does have Orb of Venom. He brought Orb of Venom, started with Magic Wand, 3 branches. So that's going to be extra reduction for the healing as well. So they might be cooking something that I did not see once they drafted this draft. And it looks really good on paper.
We'll see how it is in practice. A Phonic Shield now placed on to save. So an orb inside an orb. The Matryoshka though. And they'll go for Boxy again. Trying to get the dispose out and starting to really chunk Katomi with those right clicks.
Boxy was also an offlaner during his career for some time. Saberlight, I don't know if he was a jungler at any point of his career. Probably in some pubs. When you get mad, go to that jungle.
Well, he is now.
Yeah, he is the king, what did he say, of Sigma people.
Is that what he said?
I think so. Something along those lines.
I won't.
Self-proclaimed.
Well, I guess that's out there now. GPK against Nisha in this mid lane. It's 17-10 to the 14-3. But Miero now chasing Insania, the Icarus dive, but still
Damage over
dead.
time, still gonna kill him. Oh man, they've been practicing this IO combinations from the offlane.
This is brutal. Pounce, some right clicks. Solo lane here for Slark, and they're not even able to get a kill onto him. He's gonna be level 6 pretty quickly, and early Falcon Blade for Pure, but Boxy, he's not CSing or anything. He's only got 3 last hits. He is bottom of the net worth with his solo lane. Homing missile comes through. There's the dispose. Boxy with the pounce, trying to get away. And there's the flat cannon, just trying to keep the vision. Stops that salve. 2 more hits.
Pure is
Then another
attacking
salve.
Sentry Ward to get the flat cannon to cancel the healing salve. This guy's onto something.
He's got something cooking. Like you said, are they going to leave it in the oven too long? Is it going to overcook? McKay not exactly having fun down here bottom. This is overwhelming presence coming in from the Abaddon. And again, just flat cannon, push Boxy back. He's still not really getting much CS. He's still at 3, and that means it's a pretty open lane for Pure. And by open, I mean he's top of the net worth with his Abaddon. Finally,
Jungle Enigma
Saberlight
shows
comes
up.
over. Malefice, and Mickey's actually dead. And Pure, he's gonna die. They lose Boxy, and Sania's dead. Kills all over the place. 3 dead on Liquid all of a sudden.
Offlane duo from BetBoom Team, they're doing so much. Abba is going to be level 6. How do you kill this guy? Like, you just don't have enough damage. He's paired up with Io, all these extra heals, and he's bringing in phase boots. Mickey might need to leave this lane ASAP. Katomi's here. He's dead again.
Yeah, Mickey's dead. I don't really see how he escapes. They're going to bring over the Enigma, but Enigma doesn't really have much to offer, and he's just going to die. So now a Phonic Shield again.
Saberlight's dead as well.
And now Saberlight TP'ing into this. He's surrounded, disposed, and Miero, he needs to be careful. He's really low, and he is dead.
Liquid, bringing in numbers, exactly what they need to do. Man, this damage from Abaddon, Io is insane.
They cooked.
And people are saying we need a new patch because this one has been stale. Instead, they're going to kill Insania. Saberlight.
Saberlight, he's now level 6, and save is gonna survive. Oh, blood grenade.
Oh, man, while all this was happening, he had Urn in his backpack.
Oh.
So didn't get any charges.
Saberlight gets a double kill. I mean, that's way better than the jungle he was dealing with.
Oof. Manages to survive as well, but no charges on the Urn. He might actually commit, go for the full Spirit Vessel, considering that he's playing into Dragon Knight, he's playing into Io Marcy. My problem is Abba can dispel it, so not sure if he wants to fully commit. Seems like he is, watching at what he has in his quick buy.
Smoke from both the Io and the Slark. Senia over here, and I'm still very interested to see if this is just going to be straight up full harpoon here for the Abaddon, and then how do you get away? Because that's not going to be fun to deal with, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, look at
Level
them
7 for
zooming.
Saber, he doesn't actually have the mana for Black Hole. So he's just dead. All these Eidolons hit him, but the way this Aphotic Shield works is, don't hit me.
Yeah, just dealing way more damage. It doesn't explode, but he is reflecting that damage. And
Relocating.
Relocate coming to the mid lane.
They're going mid, they're looking for Nisha. He's got Echo Slam, and there are a lot of heroes here, but this isn't exactly a great spot to be in. Even with the totem, GPK now getting credit for that kill, and BetBoom Team are going to send the Abaddon and the IO back over bottom.
Nisha got the most out of it. Killed Observer Ward before he got killed. Boxy is a pretty high level.
But he's pretty low net worth.
And seems like he wants to scale. Level 6 is building into power threads as his first item. But man, I love BetBoom and their ideas how to play the game, especially from the off lane.
Makes me want to play Abaddon in the off lane. Yeah, Rebound, one of those movement abilities similar to Drinking Buddies. That makes me question some things when you're able to move away that far. Homing Missile flies in, and Senia as well as Saberlighter here. They've got that level 6. They do have that Black Hole. They'll use it immediately. Pure. He is going to die here to Insania, but Mickey's dead too. And Mickey has way less than this Gyro.
Oh man, Mickey is in trouble. He also didn't buy a single component of the Battle Fury, so might want to even change his mind, because this is just looking like a disaster. 9 minutes in,
Nisha?
doesn't have a single component, not even a Quelling Blade. Nisha
On the high ground, they
needs to be careful though.
Radiant's middle tower
can't
is under attack.
really get a kill there or get anything out of that. They're not exactly having a fun time going up against this Abaddon, as they'll try their attention onto Insania and will get this kill with the Dispose. And what you're going to want to do with your disposable income is put in exclamation point ticket and purchase some tickets to come to the first LAN of 2025 and see some Tier 1 Dota here at the Saba Center.
Yeah, see some new ideas that these teams are bringing out, and this is going to be a tower which is going to open up the map. BetBoom Team thinking maybe even jumping Saberlight here, knowing that there is no Black Hole. And he is playing support Marcy, going for sidekick this time around, so his Gyro can get the farm, his Abba as well, even Dragonite. GPK, what is he building into? It's just going to be a Blink Dagger, 700 gold away from it.
Gosh, this Abaddon is so farmed. He's got so much farm. That is crazy. And I don't really know how you stop him. They killed him once, which I still don't know how that's real with what we've been seeing him do. But to be fair, he dove under a tower and was taking 1,000 tower shots. So it needed that much for him to die.
He's going to be extremely difficult to kill in this game with so many saves with his ulti.
Radiant's top tower
Always
is under
connected
attack.
by a save, you know? Dragonlance for Gyro, and Pure again just having that
Radiant's top
solo
tower is
farm.
under attack.
As Marcy's now level 6, has the Unleash to go to, but working on this Harpoon, has that Ironwood tree, 1,300 health. You've got a Aphotic Shield, you're tethered. I don't really know what you can exactly accomplish. Kataomi's going in with the Unleash. They've got the DK, there's the Relocate. Nisha in trouble. They go to the Supernova off to the side. The Echo Slam going to be committed. Kataomi is low and dies. They don't get anything out of this just yet. Now they're trying to turn it around. Boxy with the pounce as well as the leech. It's going to be through onto the Dragonite, but they pull Dragonite back with the Relocate that they took Miero into the fight with, and they're actually coming back over. They're walking back towards mid.
Bottom tower
So
Won't
many
find
buffs that
anybody,
they can
though.
throw on top of them.
has been
Black Hole is gonna be available in the next couple of seconds. Mickey's courier just died, so will not even have that
no.
one component. We'll slow him down even more. That was, I believe, Cornucopia, so that's a bit of an extra region, extra bit of a damage.
12 minutes, and you've got Phase Boots, Wraithband. not the inventory you really want to be looking at if you're looking at your carries inventory.
Definitely not. But Saberlight, he has good amount of farm as Jungle Enigma.
Yeah,
Spirit
this isn't
Vessel
bad.
is available.
Not bad at all. Pure, though, he's just been up here farming the entire time. Like, that is just crazy. Nothing really stopping Pure at the moment.
Liquid needs to find a way for Nisha to come back into the game, get that Blink Dagger online. And same goes for Troll.
Stun, Unleash, and the homie missile coming through. Boxy did a good job here of surviving for the moment. Goes back into the call down and pounces onto the low ground, but it won't matter. That blood grenade unnecessary. It was thrown on the grave of Boxy. That Harpoon, because he's got the diadem coming out. That Harpoon's going to make it hard for these heroes to run away.
Just a recipe away, yeah. Another tower for BetBoom Team. With Sidekick, they have no damage problems, and they're building into Dragon Lances on all of them. They want to keep the distance away. They want to be able to attack Enigma's Eidolons, kill the Egg. It's good against the Troll as well. They can turn that into Pike, great against Slark, so the kiting potential is going to be there. Nisha, he has a Blink Dagger Echo available, but needs a creep wave, needs them to clump up together, otherwise he's not going to use it.
Yeah, Miro's going to walk over, and he is a force to be felt. Now, though, they go after Miro. Again, thinking about this Blink Echo, worrying about clumping up his BetBoom Team, but they don't really attack this too heavily. Finally have this Cornucopia coming through for Troll and being delivered. At the same time, I believe that Chrysalis is finished here for Pure.
It's only him and Parker who are building differently on Gyro from what I've seen. Not going for that Aghanim Scepter as the first item.
Oh my god.
So, the power of Gyrocopter, he has Chop Shop, can disassemble any item, so he disassembles his Falcon Blade, turns the component into Crystallis. Team Liquid, they are looking for something.
Scan actually connected on a hero that wasn't coming over. They end up losing this Marcy, but they're committing to the relocate. Miero's going to come through. Nisha's going to be the one who's spotted. Icarus dive, call down, Supernova. And they're going to focus their attention on going for the egg, while Nisha, oh, Black Hole's a little bit late. They get the cone on Nisha as well as Insania. This Black Hole is not going to do anything because they'll relocate out of it. Saberlight now needs to run. But this is a tough one to get away from. Pure will going to continue on forward with the help of GPK. We'll have a blink as well as a Dragon Tail in just a second. They've gotten the lockdown, the Rocket Barrage, and a third dead. As now Mickey comes into the fight. He's got Boxy off to the side. They're TPing over mid to try and help out here, as Pure being right-clicked all the way down, but Miero shows up. They'll go after GPK. They've got the Harpoon. They'll start hitting away at Mickey. The rebound on the Boxy.
Look at all
now,
that healing.
Mickey's in trouble. He'll end up falling. Boxy will TP out, and that will be 4 dead for Liquid, but they do get Pure.
That Black Hole didn't come in time. They need to, like, considering how behind they are, they need to use that Supernova with the Black Hole to try to catch like 2-3 of them once they go in and try to kill that egg. And they're not going to be having problems killing the egg again with Marcy, with Gyrocopter. Abaddon, he has Hurricane Pike, aka Harpoon, so he can double hit that easily.
Harpoon, then Yasha next. Top of the net worth, higher than anybody on Liquid by such a margin. It's kind of crazy. Level 10, 16 minutes into the game. Got the only level 7 for now.
Power
He's
of
sitting bottom of
Slark.
the net worth.
Boxy as a support. That's why the hero is popular. Same goes for Zeus from position 4 and 5, where you can easily remove some of the vision from the enemy team.
And not wanting to be followed, but I will say Fissure would like to be followed. Exclamation point F into the chat. You can follow us on all socials. Get behind the scenes action for everything that's going to be done on the playground. And you can join us on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch. GPK continuing to farm here over mid. Solar Crest picked up for the Phoenix. They're looking to set up. Katomi's in the trees, but do you really want to go after Miero? He's going Sanjin Yasha. Practically feels unkillable now. He's 5-1-5, has this harpoon, and GPK finds Boxy. They're going to unleash. They've got Boxy in trouble. He'll try to pounce, but blink from GPK in front of Boxy, making sure that he leashes and doesn't get over the edge. They've got the harpoon. They'll get the kill. They'll take out this Slark, and GPK's got a mega kill streak.
GPK so far in Game 1 and Game 2 combined did not die. And we can see that different itemization that I did talk about. Gyrocopter even picking up Specialist Array, so even more AoE damage coming up from his attacks. Plus also going for the Hurricane Pike, so we'll be able to push Troll away for the kiting purposes. And now going for the Aghanim Scepter. Not sure if he wants to commit to the Ags. There's also a good chance that he gets SNY instead, because you are playing against the Earthshaker.
Fissure, Nisha thinking about something. But now the Vanguard for the Enigma picked up. Regen Rune going to be picked up by Katomi. And Pure now connected with Save. We've talked about his tether options, and all three of these options,
they feel good.
The DK, the Gyro, and the Abaddon feel amazing. Call down. Homie Missile, relocate. Icarus Dive coming around from the back. They're going to look as they've got the midnight post down. They'll go to the black hole. It's going to be on to Pure. They'll look for the damage. They go and have the supernova pop. They get the kill on Pure, and now they'll look to the rest. Nisha, though, attacking. This is a problem for the Abaddon. It needs a little bit more help, but eventually they get the kill on Nisha. Miero, Katomi, GPK here. They'll unleash onto Insania as Mickey's going to pop that ult, go after this Marcy, get the kill on Katomi. They'll take out Insania as a trade, but Mickey, how far forward do you want to be dragged in? The borrowed times finally pop. Mickey's in trouble. They'll focus their attention onto the Troll Warlord. He's got the tether. They don't want to get safe caught. The blink into the Dragon Tail. They get the kill on Mickey. Now they look over at Saberlight. The chase is on for the Enigma, and Saberlight run down, breathe fire, one more right click from GPK, and 4 heroes are dead on Liquid.
Such a long team fight because they have so much control. They have so much healing as well. Slark coming in with his ulti. He has Sanj going for SNY on a position 4. He's basically an offlaner right now. And then you also have Troll popping the ulti. But the healing, the sustain from BetBoom Team is a bit too much. GPK was not in the fight immediately, but once he showed up, that fight was almost immediately over.
And that was with everything. That was with Black Hole, Supernova, Echo Slams on cooldown. Like, everything's really been used, and they didn't really get much out of that. Pure does buy the point booster. It has been all pure chaos for this Gyrocopter. They'll take this enemy Tormentor, get themselves a shard on save. Exactly what happened in the last game, too. They did not... I mean, the IO shard is whatever, but... we'll get it.
Katomi would definitely love to get a shard of his own. It's a really good shard on Marcy. Not on the support as much, but I'm seeing that he also wants to scale. He has BKB queued up, so eventually you can also just rebound off the enemies, which makes it so much easier to use in the middle of a fight. SNY about to be completed on Miero, so he's going to be extremely tanky, and also they want to steal enemy XP rune.
Range.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Boxy just hiding in the trees. He's trying to get Sanj and Yasha. Ooh, they found Boxy. And they're just standing in front of him. They're making sure that they can get around him so he can't pounce. It forces him to try and TP out, but he does pounce. Eventually pulled back with the harpoon. And Miero now dominating. Insania forced to steal this Wisdom Rune.
At least getting something out of it.
They also defend this tier 1 tower bottom. They're going to go to their Wisdom Rune area and find that that is gone.
Take this stack afterwards and probably try to get the Roshan kill on the Radiant side, steal it away, because Team Liquid, they could also go for Roche if they win a team fight with Trolls. So maybe they're not going to immediately go because they want to respect Phoenix and Black Hole combination. It is super strong, but yeah, they definitely have enough sustain. They have enough damage to take it. Big items coming out for Team Liquid. SNY completed on Mickey and Aghanim Scepter on Nisha. Saberlight also opting to go for a very interesting item choice. Getting Crimson Guard, wants to tank up as much as possible. He's playing against all the cores.
Echo,
Echo.
to start. But now kind of pushed away into the black hole onto 2 with the Supernova. That's going to be 2 dead if nobody comes over, and nobody will. Pure and Katomi with that big team fight pop there of the Echo with the black hole and the Supernova.
Yeah, let's see what Liquid can get out of this, because they just used 2 big ultis, and I did mention Roshan, BB team, BetBoom team. They do have an ability now. They have open Rosh if they want to go on Radiant's side as soon as they respawn.
Dire's top tower is under
Boxy trying to finish off this Sanjin Yasha.
tower has fallen.
Saberlight wants the Blink Dagger. He went into the Crimson Guard with that Spirit Vessel. There are big moments like that for Liquid where it feels like when you've got everything of the team fight, you can get it done. But when you don't have these ultis, it doesn't feel nearly as powerful from them.
Definitely not. Kataomi
Uh-oh.
is in the top lane. He found Nisha and Chan Totem on cooldown.
Yeah, he is in trouble. Good spot to jump to. Not sure it's going to be enough. This homie missile is following him, so even if he wants the TP, he really can't. Great voice line. Really great voice line. Unlock for Nisha. Miero, he's going into an Orchid next. Wow.
He sees that Enigma has no BKB, is not going for it, and there's that Roshan that I did mention, because there is no black hole available for another minute plus, and no Supernova for 15 seconds, so they will use this opportunity, get that Rosh, and even Io is extremely tanky. Holy Locket, Mech, going into Glimmer Cape, so this one's going to be given to Pure. This is a very good scaling lineup, even though their team fight is not as powerful as Liquid's. Might be time to take out this tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. And there's still tier 2 tower in the mid lane.
GPK. He shows over mid, but the rest of the team bottom. Nisha forced to enchant Totem away. Fissure lands, but again, you're working on Pure, who does have himself an Aegis. Nero needs to be careful. Call down, committed, rebound, not finding anything. They'll start to focus their attention on the tier 2 tower. They'll grab this tower.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Is it Orchid, maybe Ags next for Miero?
Ags is a really good counter to Black Hole Supernova, because whoever gets caught, you're just going to heal them up. He is going for more right-click oriented build, but I also wouldn't mind seeing... This is pretty similar to how Dawnbreaker plays. She plays for herself, but if it's a really good game for Aghanim Scepter, you're going to pick it up.
Yeah. Heaven's Halberd for this Phoenix. Good amount of gold on this Phoenix.
Radiant's middle tower
Obviously not as much as the Io right now, who's been a part of a lot in terms of farm.
Oh, he found
Dragon
a mid-dive.
Icarus dive stopped, and that's a kill to Insania, meaning no Supernova for 45 seconds. Daedalus flying out here for Pure as well.
And they also saw that Heaven's Halberd, knowing that it's a position 5 Phoenix, which means you guaranteed don't have buyback.
is under attack.
This could be Seterax.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Unleash just takes out building. Ooh, Miero losing that Orchid.
Has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks is fallen.
Losing that Orchid for his courier, and that's unfortunate.
Bottom tower is under
Mickey still trying to farm up at BKB, close to it.
has fallen.
Saberlight going to be far from his BKB. A tether away, a TP over. Boxy trying to get some help here. And the Echo Slam committed. The Spirit Vessel
He's
on a
tanky. There's
black
the black
hole
hole
on
on
a
3.
3. Are they going to have enough? They'll go after this DK. GPK's not the one with the Aegis. They're going to buy back, though. They've got the Sun Ring. Oh, no, it's not enough to save Mickey. He's already dead. They'll go after Saberlight. They get the kill on a 2. They don't have buyback. They look over at Insania. He's going to be chased. The Heaven's Halberd's not going to be enough with the Rocket Barrage onto this Phoenix. Icarus dive onto the low ground, but Force Staff to follow. Pure trying to keep up with Insania. A couple more right clicks and he'll die, but he goes to the Supernova, and this will be taken out with ease.
this
They're
game
still
is
going.
looking really rough. Earthshaker
Wanisha.
getting caught.
There's the tether, save a ball back. Boxy's in, trying to get a couple of essence shift stacks. Pounce leashing him up. TP attempt from Boxy, but the damage is too much with a Dragon Tail. They'll stop that TP and get themselves a fourth, none of which have buyback, and they're right
They
into
want to
the
go
base.
for the throne. They actually want to try and end the game. This healing reduction coming up from Miero, his innate ability plus Orb of Corrosion is not allowing them to heal up on Troll. Sunray is not doing enough. Double Daedalus now purchased on BetBoom.
You can just go straight tier 4s. Everything's down. Supernova was used. Black Hole was committed. Echo Slam's down. All these team fight abilities are gone. You don't have to worry about anything that Liquid's going to throw towards you. Honestly, even the heroes. Fissure flies in, and Mickey forced to ult. He'll go after Gyrocopter, and now Nisha going to jump in, but the rebound is there with the BKBB pop by Nisha.
Look, he's not
And
life-stealing
they're just
at all.
Not doing anything. Mickey running away, back into the base. There's the shard from Boxy. It's finally the Aegis. Good Fissure on a 3, but it just doesn't mean enough. The throne's exposed. Boxy looking for his moment to come in. He'll be pulled into the fight as Miero does some damage on a Boxy, who's forced to use that ult. Nisha jumping away with the Enchant Totem, but the rebound stunning up 2. They've got the dispose on Mickey for a moment. Fissure hits 3 once again. Midnight Pulse doing some decent damage on the Kataomi. Pure with that Hurricane Pike pushes the rest of the team of Liquid away. They've got the Sunray onto this Gyrocopter, but it's not going to matter with the blink into the Dragon Tail. Saberlight, he's going to die. Echo
Salami
Slam,
hits nothing.
not really looking good at all as it whiffs. And everybody alive here for the side of BetBoom Team as the throne is exposed and ready to be taken. They've got the flat cannon, they have the damage, they'll go for more. The Enchant Totem not gonna matter. They can use this call down. Supernova, not gonna do anything. 3 heroes die, GG is called, and BetBoom Team take the series 2-0.
What a performance in a BO3. That also means that they are qualified. They are going to the playoffs with the perfect
Playoffs?
record. Yeah.
Talking about playoffs, I'm ready to see it. They're the first team to qualify.
And they made it look very easy.
They walked in, they waltzed in.
This offlane duo that they pulled off with Marcy. IO combination in the first game, then IO plus Ava, then playing position 5, Marcy, and Team Liquid. They don't know what just happened.
No, they were completely kicked in the gut there. That was BetBoom Team just showing up big time. And that was an impressive series from them, a quick 2-0.
I think this is a lesson for all Dota players. Don't play jungle. It doesn't pay off.
No, it doesn't. But, you know, it does pay off. Abaddon offlane, apparently.
He had a great game. But also GPK, man. This guy didn't die in the whole series.
Okay.
Miero had a blast of a game. I think for this one, he's definitely going to be the player that we choose as the MVP, considering how well he played. He was diving that tower, completely shutting down Mickey. Mickey dies, comes back to the lane. They dive him one more time. They kill him. Enigma comes in. They almost kill Enigma as well. They were just so ready. These combinations that they have with IO, this is the team that is going to look the scariest because how versatile they are and which heroes they can play.
Yeah, that was pretty insane. Miero looking pretty good. Honestly, you said you want to give the MVP to Miero. I want to give the MVP to whoever chose that Abaddon, whose idea that was.
It looked amazing. I thought this hero was dead. I know Kataomi played it as a position 5 as well, and we're going to be seeing some of the highlights where they're going to be invading enemy triangle. I think this is the one where Pure actually dies, one of the rare occasions, but Pure was also a bit sacrificial, knowing that the rest of the team is going to be able to carry him because this Abaddon deals insane amount of damage. But yeah, I said during the draft that they need something that can reduce healing, regeneration. I'd never thought about Abba being that hero, buying Orb of Corrosion and having his innate ability.
Just running these heroes down. That was a great blink, by the way, by GPK at that point where he jumps in front of the bounce. Really impressive game, and this again looks like it's another spot where Pure dies, but everybody else takes over. You see Miero just running in. No regard for his own life. And he gets relocated back inches behind, and then they're able to kind of like re-engage with the rest of the team. This is the fight that you talked about where GPK shows up a little bit late, but ultimately he shows up and the damage is there and the borrowed time. And I don't know if he used it more than just that one time there.
Yeah, he definitely didn't drop below the threshold. It just feels with IO, you're always going to be full HP. And they pulled off some combination with this Black Hole and Supernova, but seems like they needed slightly more. They maybe needed one extra hero. They needed that Blink Dagger on Enigma, but it never came to that.
Yeah, it was clean kills like that looks good for Liquid, but still left a lot to be desired in terms of everything else. Because when they had these big ultis, you had moments like this where it looked pretty good, where they had the damage. But again, you know, Miero, he ends up surviving. There's borrowed time, so maybe I lied. He did use it twice. But they are ending up having this sustain, having this damage, able to push in and fight for such long amounts of time that these ults, if they don't get everything for you, the Supernova and the Black Hole and everything, you run out of steam.
And what I like about BetBoom Team is their understanding that they can actually close the game. They are not going for mega creeps. Even in the previous game, they immediately, after taking the barracks, started to knock down onto those tier 4 towers. Same goes in this game. They're ready to close it out with all the sustain that they do have.
That call down getting 3 heroes there at the end, I mean, that is
It really mattered. It really changed the game.
No, I'm just saying it's the exclamation point on the end of that game. Like, everybody took pure after that. They were happy with their performance. They were happy with the game. BetBoom, like you said, they qualified for the playoffs. 2-0, don't lose a game. They just 4 straight wins. Easy playoffs.
Yeah, easy peasy. Unlucky for Team Liquid.
It looked really good. From the side of BetBoom Team, we do have an interview with Pure, so we're going to send it over to our host.
That's right. I'm here with Pure. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Was that a crazy game to you, or was that just kind of casual?
I mean, no, it's casual pub where people cannot adjust the roles, and then they suddenly have Slark +4, and Enigma is going jungle. What can you do, you know? When Slark was taking waves, actually at mid, we were like, maybe he wants us to end, like, you know, from middle, because he's stuck in like 3 waves or something. Yeah, it was quite fun. What can I say?
So what's more of like pub behavior, the Enigma jungle or forgetting to ban a hero?
Not sure. I mean, you cannot ban heroes in pubs, so I guess Enigma jungle.
What was the comms like on your guys' team when you didn't do the last ban?
I mean, we were like, we don't care what to ban, actually, and we were like, there is quite heroes that we maybe have to ban, but it doesn't really matter, and then we're like, we cannot decide at all, because like any hero doesn't make any sense, because in our opinion, we won already by draft, so I just kind of forgot to click the button. What can I say, you know?
Dude, there's no way you would like intentionally left a ban out there.
Maybe we would. Who knows?
Okay, dude. All right, I want to ask you about the IO Marcy. You played at both games, but in different roles. What's the idea there behind picking the IO and the Marcy? As much as you can tell me.
I mean, it's like basically the combo is just strong. Like even Liquid abused it. I don't know, like on Riyadh it was, or on the last TI. I actually can't remember, but everyone knows that Marcy IO is so strong, and my guys played some pubs and they just want to test something, so we just, you know, pick some heroes that we haven't played yet. Quite good heroes, what can I say?
How do you feel about the carry hero pool right now? Do you feel like it's very deep?
Very deep in what sense?
Like there's a lot of carries that you can play right now.
I mean, not really. I think it used to be... I used to play more heroes like back in the days, and right now like there is no patches for the long time, so we are not getting any new heroes. I don't know, like meta on carry is quite depressing. You have to play like some Alk, some Bloodseeker and pubs, so you're gonna, you know, so you're not gonna automatically lose, and you're gonna pray like that it's gonna bounce and you're finally gonna play a new hero, but some MMR wars picking out all the time, you know, and other bullshit heroes, and then the pubs
Where's Lina, speaking of bullshit? Where's she at? Why is nobody picking Lina?
maybe it's better and competitive, or who knows? Like, I think I haven't seen that much Linus in pubs even. Like since last Bangkok, like for example, a few months ago there was a lot of Linus, but right now like people are quite forgetting it. There's some new heroes like Embers and etc. etc. So I think the meta is kind of moving slowly but surely.
Okay, well, thank you. Congratulations. I think you guys are in playoffs now. We'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you, Jenkins. Thank you, Pure. Nice interview.
Yeah, we need less bullshit heroes, and we need to expand carry hero pool.
Yeah,
'cause,
it gotta go from this to
Yeah,
this.
people theory crafting too much, and everybody has been sick of the Alchemist. But we can see the post-game stats, and we can see how well the team played. BetBoom Team owning. They've been swapping this Io and Marcy as a support duo, as a duo in the lane, but yeah, they have a lot of these new ideas. Maybe it's a good thing that we've been on the same patch for such a long time, because we're bringing all of these new ideas to the table.
Concoctions.
Yeah.
Now, do you believe that they purposely left no ban?
No, I already told about the ESL 1 Birmingham, where they accidentally clicked Lifestealer, so they had to play it on Miero from the offlane. He actually won the offlane, it's just that they lost that game, so there's something cooking with this team.
Yeah, clearly Miero, the MVP here. 11-1-14 with the Abaddon. An amazing game, shutting down Mickey with this Abba. There was nothing really that they could do. He died like 5 times so quickly on that Troll Warlord, and ultimately Abaddon was able to accomplish everything that they wanted from that final pick.
Looked unstoppable.
They really did.
And he was so confident in an interview saying that it didn't really matter because they already won the draft. This lane was pretty much cooked. They played a couple of games, used some of the old strategies as well. In the first game, Io and Marcy. Seems like very simple. Like the way they think about Dota, everything is very chill, very smooth, very simple. And they're just playing to win, that's all.
They make it sound simple, but I know it's not as simple as it seems, because then everybody would be pro. And as much as I think the game is simple, it is way beyond my scope and scale of anything that I can figure out at times. But these guys make it look very easy, and well, they're very nice about it. And if you're nice in the chat, you can win a community drop. Community drop, the Vigil Triumph, that's the giant Sven sword, is I am well 19, or way. I don't know if that's capital I, but you won.
Yeah, congrats.
You won that Vigil Triumph.
You won the sword.
You won a giant sword. Honestly, one of the cooler cosmetics there for Sven overall. The last winner that we saw was a Phantom Assassin Arcana. So if you were nice in chat and you're having fun on the playground and being nice on the playground, you too could win a community drop and go home happy. Well, you're watching online, so be home happy. You'd be pretty happy about it.
Yeah, some cool prizes, and but you gotta stay positive. PMA attitude in the chat. If you've been a bad boy, you're not getting any prizes.
Yeah, you don't get anything if you've been bad. It's not Christmas time, but
no.
We can't put coal in your stocking, but we can sure as hell make sure that you don't win the community drop. We actually get to decide on the winners, so if you don't say like cool things about us, you also don't win the community drop. So we're gonna leave you with that. Maybe you'll be a little bit nicer during the break, but we'll take a quick break. See you guys soon. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, folks. You are watching the Fissure Playground, one Dota tournament brought to you by Fissure, and of course, one more series to end the day. We've had a plenty of Dota action just like yesterday, and now we need to look for another team who qualifies directly to the main event of the tournament. Talking about the playoff stage specifically, so you will get yourself a second 3-0 team to follow up with BetBoom. But, of course, a reminder for all of you folks out there, we have so much going on. You want to be tuned into everything that Fissure has to offer. Exclamation mark F into chat, and you'll be able to find and maneuver your way around everything you need to follow, especially the streams, but also the social media. And something as well, Harry, you know, we've had a plenty of Dota already going on. Some good vibes, some upsets, some expected results, and now down to the last matchup. A pretty interesting one, and probably not a lot of people had that other team in mind for this one.
Well, yeah, they might not have had Heroic in mind for it, but to be honest, they made it here cleaner than Team Spirit. I mean, that doesn't necessarily always mean that they're going to be the favorites in the series, but might give them a bit more confidence. You never know. Are Spirit going to feel bad about barely winning that game, or are they going to be feeling awesome by barely winning that game? And then on the other hand, Heroic, they've been looking clean throughout.
They surely have. That's something that we really highlighted yesterday with Heroic's play, is that they maybe over-exceeded expectations a little bit, but I'm really happy for the guys that they found a good form straight away from day number one and something to build on top of. Because if you make a lot of mistakes here and there, you start to overanalyze and maybe start to fear about what is going on. Am I doing the mistakes? Is the team doing mistakes? Are the drafts not working? But everything went so clean that you start to think that, is this just a good dream that they're living right now? But surely a deserved result when we saw those games play out yesterday. And the same for Spirit. I mean, they were at the cusp of losing that game.
Yeah, it was very close. I mean, a couple of mistakes from their enemies allowed them to go back, and we're once again going to be looking at the Swiss stage here and how it's going on our stream. As we mentioned, we are going to have Spirit and Heroic, and of course on the B stream you can see that there's definitely going to be some more matches. Extreme Gaming and Chimera are still playing.
They are. And of course, Shopify will have to go up against Avalos. So an interesting one to end the day on B stream. Make sure you watch those games as well. But of course, here we have this kind of anticipation building up slowly but surely that which of these two teams is going to make it all the way through. Just one best of three, and you could basically punch your ticket to the playoff stage. But let's take a look at who we have in this game, because it's going to be Heroic. First, it was Falcons, then it was Aurora, now it is Team Spirit that they're going to be going up against in a BO3. Very different to the BO1 territory. Drafts might change, ideas might change, but they're certainly ready for the challenge, Harry.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the way that they had played, it was very clean. They understood their drafts completely, and I don't think they've shown everything they've got. These guys in the qualifiers, they were 2 games down in the best of 5, so they barely made it through, and maybe it is that momentum that is carrying them through it all. Also, Team Spirit have great momentum as well, because they haven't lost a single game in the qualifier, and okay, they were directly invited in the qualifier that was recently played,
yeah,
right?
But before that.
Exactly, before that, and well, they're now playing quite well as well.
Well, what's on the Team Spirit roster? Well, let's throw it on your screens right now. First it was Yatoro, then it was Radon, and now followed potentially by a godlike performance yesterday to turn the course around for Team Spirit to get their W on the board, make it a 2-0 start for day number 1 in the Swiss stage. And now this whole lineup is up for the test against a team that is hungry and has the momentum. But what about Team Spirit? Do you feel like they have that same kind of good feel vibe based on their yesterday's games?
I'm not sure, right? It depends on their mentality, but generally, if I was Team Spirit, even though they won, at that point, I'd get pumped and hyped. but when I would go back, I wouldn't be too happy about the performance, especially because Larl got bullied in that game, right? Definitely unexpected, considering that the enemies didn't really have a lot of lockdown for the puck. So I'm not sure how they're feeling. I'm hoping that the vibes are good, because there are good vibes to ride, but there's also bad ones.
Absolutely. And of course, when we approach these longer series, the traditional Dotas we're used to, and BO3's 2 wins to take it out and take it into their names, this is a team that has been going through not only those, but a bunch of BO5s in the past. So this is not a fatigue issue for this team. But maybe with, players coming back into the roster, does it really change their dynamic? Probably not. We might be looking at the old golden days of Team Spirit even.
I mean, if you look at Satanic, he was literally Yadaro 2.0. Like, Yadaro was the guy that he looked up to, and he watched his games. He played pretty much the same heroes, which is all of the heroes, right? And he was a young prodigy, just like Yatoro when he entered the scene.
Well, at least one of those players from that Team Spirit roster that has already taken some TI wins under his belt. Let's go over to Jenkins and Miposhka.
That's right. I'm here with Miposhka. Do you know Scooby-Doo?
Yes, of course.
Do you feel like the Scooby Gang is back together now for you guys?
You mean like we are Scooby-Doo gang? Yeah, but we looks like we lack of someone. And who is it? Helma?
Who's the Scooby of your team?
Scooby? I think it's Laddle.
Okay, well, with that, we'll send it to Nat and see who the Scooby is on the other team.
I got Coach Caps joining me. Look, first time officially having both the Whisper and Humor on Team Heroic. Is there anything that you want to say to Parker?
No.
Look, I know it's all jokes, but in seriousness, hey, sorry, man, we're just in the middle of an interview. We are live. Do you have anything you want to say to the audience?
No. I just wanted to tell Cavs what to talk about before.
Okay, well, he's actually going to tell me what you guys are going to pick, right? Because how heavily do pubs influence what you're drafting competitively?
Oh, a lot, actually, because we don't get enough scrims to try everything. And we try what we can, So we get a lot of info from the pubs, and it gives me a really good idea of what I can do and how comfortable my players are with certain heroes. I think it's pretty important.
And is that also potentially why you guys have been so successful right now?
Maybe a little bit, but honestly, I think my players should be playing a bit more. So maybe, maybe not so much,
Look, not to call anyone out, we're going to end it here. Caps, thank you so much for joining me, and good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, goofiness and calmness maybe in trying to make sure that the players are having a good time, but obviously you can see both guys are very excited for this particular matchup. But let's go and talk about that Scooby-Doo a little bit there as well. Harry, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I thought he was going to say that he is Scooby, right? Yeah, I'm not sure why. Just he made that kind of an expression when the question got asked. Though when you get asked that kind of a question, you usually get a weird expression, anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, for Caps, I mean, he doesn't need any introductions. He knows what to talk about. He knows what's on his mind, and he said himself he wants to make sure the guys have a nice environment to play in and that they're comfortable with the heroes that they play. And that has been showing in these last 2 days that they're truly happy with what heroes they're playing. How does the play style work? And I'm excited to see if that also shows in this longer series.
Yet I want to know if there's one coach out there who thinks that his team plays enough or too many games, right? Because they're always, my team should play more. Let the boys rest a bit, though. They're doing well in my mind. Whatever Heroic is doing, it's great, and they should keep it up.
On that topic, what do you think is a good amount of games for a pro player to have during the course of, say, a week? The average Dota DGen might be playing somewhat 12, 14 games a day if they can. That's a total of, 74 per week? So what about a pro player in terms of pubs?
Okay, so if it is... you're in a boot camp and you're scrimming as well, I'd say like 40 games a week is somewhere in the middle, right? Between supports and cores. Cores are going to be playing a bit more. Supports are going to be focusing on tactic a bit. And if it's like a situation where you're not scrimming and you are just at your home practicing yourself, the best players in the world, like Yararo, right, Satanic, and they play like 70, 80 a week, like quite a lot.
Quite a lot.
Yeah. So I'd say that's a good number for a core player, for somebody who's a versatile. For supports, it doesn't have to be that high, 30, 40, but it's all about feedback. You need to watch what you have played to get better. The cores, maybe it's better for them to just continue playing, and for the supports, they definitely need feedback, because a lot of the team and a lot of the movements and a lot of the parts of the map that are going to be controlled are actually reliant on how they are going to be moving around it.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to adapt to what your opponent's going to be playing as well around the map, the warding, the heat maps and everything. Do you think supports look a lot at those heat maps, or is it more like I place these type of wards because it's more a signature for me?
I have worked once with a coach who would look at them and he would give info to the team. So there are some coaches, staff, maybe even some captains who look at it and have a general idea how it impacts the game. So I don't think it's 100% necessary, but definitely wouldn't hurt. As we are going to be looking at the players right now, they're in their seats. You know what that means? That means we are going to be getting ourselves into the draft very shortly, hopefully.
Very shortly, hopefully, the keywords for this one. And I'm just hoping for a specific hero. I always am. And I feel like maybe I'm sharing something with Jenkins because, you know, that Pudge, it found a way into my heart in the course of maybe last year, at the start of the year. Started to enjoy the hero more. And I never really understood why this hero was so fun to play and why I never really played Pudge. So that would be something wild to see. Of course, you can see the picks on your screens. Team Spirit, first pick, Heroic for the Radiant side.
Yep. So a classic split. Yesterday, we saw a team actually choose second pick. So there are some people who are ready to go for it. You know, I just wanted to see more of it, but I think in a Swiss group stage, almost nobody's going to be experimenting. These teams maybe had a little bit of a chance to do it, but also our viewers have a chance to vote for their teams.
Yes, you who are listening right now or watching on the screens muted, hopefully you can somehow telepathically read our thoughts because you can vote for your favorite team in this particular matchup. !H if you're a Heroic fan. Remember, no !God. That will not work, but that's also very welcome in chat. And of course, for Team Spirit fans out there, !S is what you need to do to cheer for your team to win this one.
Do you think production might...
That's a Pudge, by the way.
Yeah, that's a Pudge. What are the other ones, though? I didn't get to see them. Maybe they can return that camera so that we see the keycaps of Collapse. That's actually quite nice.
I need to have a word with him.
Okay. Overall, though, you know, maybe production should actually count the GAs, right? Spirit are definitely gonna have more fans in the chat, but I would assume that this is actually quite close in percentage-wise when it comes to at least who's gonna win.
Sure, yeah, that definitely could be a lot more closer than what we expect because I don't think Team Spirit had that high of a percentage yesterday when they were playing 65, yeah. And, of course, bringing in that energy from Heroic and all their fans watching out there. And they've made a lot of international fans in the course of just, 6 months, 7 months. This team has really popped off and truly wants to continue building on that SA legacy.
Yeah. Yesterday, Heroic had a slight draft penalty. Hopefully that doesn't happen today, that they get everything ready just in time. We're seeing Miposhka going through the papers, and this is the life of a captain. You always have to be focused, even in the draft. A lot of the players, sometimes they just lift their feet on the table and they don't really think about it too much until it is their hero's turn to get picked.
And talking about heroes specifically, maybe I could ask you about these pause ones here. We've got Yatoro, we've got Yuma, two very different type of hero pools. Maybe something unfamiliar like the Spectre, the Bloodseeker, whoosh. That is a sign that the draft has definitely started. But there are also some spicy ones. I've seen Yuma play that Meepo, for example, but it is pretty tough to pull off the right Meepo game considering the heroes that are popular in the meta.
The last time they played it in that qualifier that I talked about versus M80, they played a Meepo in game 2 and they lost. And they lost quite heavily, quite fast. So I don't know if they're going to be pulling it out here. But maybe with a really, really good Meepo game, it could happen. You and me discussed a silencer. Remember that?
We did.
Yeah. And one of the best supports to have with the Meepo is a silencer. Meepo jumps in with a blink. Global Silence comes out. He kills the first hero. And then the Meepo overtakes the fight. So you never know. Heroic might pull out something like that.
Never know if that is a possibility. But I'd be happy to at least get one Meepo game here in the Swiss stage. Of course, with the already discussed Pudge, it is an uncontested hero. No bans, no picks so far.
Nothing too out of the ordinary. One pick that I think could be heavily contested even in the first phase between these two teams is a Bristleback, because both of them have played it, and both of these teams are kind of versatile, especially Spirit. So you could expect them to go for it. Batrider is another one that both of the teams could open the draft with. But overall, throughout this tournament, I don't think a meta has been like put on the table yet. It is yet to be developed completely, because the picks are kind of all over the place.
That is, I think, a very positive and a good sign as well, because I keep hearing all over the place that the meta is stale, it's the same heroes, but pub meta is so different to the competitive meta after all. And like you said yesterday, it continues to evolve even towards the later parts of this current patch that we've been playing for quite some time now. So hopefully, maybe these first phase picks could be something different as well. I see a Nyx is still in the pool, and of course, the Dawnbreaker, that also comes into mind, but that is definitely a hero that Heroic likes to play quite a lot. The Phoenix removed into a first pick DK.
Yep, and it's good for them to go for a DK. Lara loves this hero. He has played it even before it was super popular, quite a lot on Team Spirit. And of course, nowadays, because it is such a great flex pick, it can be played by a Toro. I wouldn't even be surprised if Collapse got it, but very unlikely to happen. Though, you know why? You mentioned all of those picks, the different picks that get picked up in the tournament. The problem is that not a lot of them are working. I mean, we saw support Ricky kind of fall flat, so I'm hoping that they start winning a bit. But this is a great hero. Monkey King, a lot of the times we see him banned out, and this is great, right? Because he is flexible, and he has been crushing the lanes throughout, in the mid lane, in the safe lane. It doesn't matter. This hero is looking good.
Well, Heroic only have one ban after Team Spirit's 2. Do you think they want to get rid of the Doom in this case to ensure this Monkey King has a better time?
The thing is that you have a pick, the first pick in the second phase. So if you're really afraid of the Doom, considering that you have one ban, you could think about picking it up versus a Dragonite. It's not the greatest, but it's not bad either. So we'll see. I don't know if they want to remove the yeah, look at that. Spirit are afraid of it.
They are afraid of it more, apparently, yeah. Just getting the Doom right away, so Team Spirit could then follow up with another potential core ban. They've already pretty much banned cores except for the Phoenix added into the mix. I mean, we've seen some core Phoenix, sure. We've seen some attempts on Pause 1 and Pause 3.
Even Pause 2, I don't think in this tournament though, but it's... The core Phoenix can always work, especially now. Shiva's is actually quite good for you. You build a Veil early on, and then you go into a Shiva, so it can definitely work. The thing is that melee position 4s are falling out of favor a little bit ever since the Tusk got removed. Nyx is still lingering there, and Clockwork pulled out from time to time, but not really too often, so then the laning stage doesn't really work out for you greatly.
Things are definitely changing a lot, but at least with these range supports, you still got a couple that are good answers to the Monkey King. Especially you look at, like, take Enchantress, for example, removing Jingu Mastery stacks. One way to look at it, slows him down. But what kind of answers are they really looking for when they're banning the Lycan out as well? Did Heroic actually play Lycan yesterday? I think they had maybe one game.
Heroic, they did play Lycan versus Aurora. Right, so the game that you and me cast where they won, of course, I mean, they won both of them. They did play Lycan. It was a pretty good performance coming out from them. Muerta is also another hero that could be picked up right now by Heroic, but will actually be good for Spirit as well. Why is it? If it is a safe lane Monkey King, you want some hero with a lot of range and a lot of harassment, right? And Muerta definitely comes into play there because she constantly can harass the carry, and you have the dead shot to push them back. So are they going to get it? Nope, they go for the Lich.
And they banned the Enchantress as well, so that's going to give a bit of protection at least. So now you have your physical damage versus the DK. And of course, what position will this DK end up being in? Because usually you see a Nullifier versus a Lich being pretty effective, removing the Frost Shield, enable your physical damage to go straight through, but probably will have to be another hero who would opt to opt to get that item for themselves. But we'll see how they approach this one on Team Spirit. What would you like to them maybe pick in this case? Something that they had success with already in the first day.
Bristle could have been good, but you are still kind of scared to go versus the Monkey King with it. With the Muerta that we mentioned,
yes,
it could be a hero that you can go for. We've already seen so many Snot Rocket Bristlebacks, and with the Dragonite on your side, it actually makes a lot of sense.
Maybe another support now as well. Do they want to throw the ball towards Heroic with another core pick and be like, counter this?
I think it's more likely that they're going to be picking a support. Something like a Zeus comes to mind as a possibility. As much as you can get that magical damage versus a Zeus, versus a Lich, as much of the magical damage burst that you can, you should go that route.
And I was thinking, if they want to do that core pick, maybe the Invoker for Laurel could have been an option versus the Monkey and both the Lich, but they decide to opt the Shadow Demon instead. So this is going to help with your DK and also protects it potentially from an SD pick from Heroic, which of course hurts the DK's gameplay in general. So I do like this idea, bringing in another hero with protection, with also a setup for the Muerta. Bubble into silence. That's something we saw quite often happen in the close qualifiers, where they set up with disruption into an instant calling.
So now you see two squishy supports. So two things that come to mind currently in the meta are one, Tiny, the other one, Night Stalker, right? You see two supports that actually cannot protect themselves that easily, and counters for a Night Stalker, there's really not that much. Tiny either. The problem is, of course, Analog, he does play a lot of Monkey King, so I'm thinking he might pick it up. Then with that, the Night Stalker becomes a better way to approach it if Whisper plays it. And he does have a wide hero pool. He plays almost anything, so they can decide how he can punish these supports.
Any room for a pudge? I'm gonna keep saying that like every game now.
You know,
it's gonna get old at some point.
I think you're just fat shaming the Pudge because obviously he's not gonna have a lot of room overall because he needs to take some weight off of him. But
wow,
probably
look who's talking.
Probably not gonna get picked up. Yeah, they're taking the time, but I'm thinking something that jumps into the back lines.
No, they're leaving their other support open for now. Pick up the Beastmaster. I think this is a lane that is going to be pretty all right versus if that's a carry DK, especially with the SD or the Muerta. Don't really deal with the boars that well.
Not really. I mean, SD can be annoying a little bit with the Shadow Poisons, but you don't want to lose all of your mana that early on. The Disruption is good versus the Roar, but what Heroic are gunning for here is taking down the towers and sending in the units rather than jumping in and killing somebody, right? You look at Team Spirit and they don't have like amazing damage until the Dragonite is farmed, and these two supports don't do like amazing damage. So this can definitely work with the Beastmaster.
Yeah, that is a pretty classic combo, right? Beast and the Willow together. It will help them quite a lot on the control department, the push department working nicely, the lane getting a bit better for the Beast as well. If we still want to look at Aghanim's Rush, then this is a lane to get a fast timing on it, but you don't have to do the Ags build necessarily. What do you think? Is it more of an Overlord game above the Drums of Slum?
I think
or both?
I think you could go both in this game, right? Because you want to push the towers, but also if you look at the enemy lineup, they don't have burst for you, right? And when you don't have burst, the Drums of Slum just look so good, right? Yeah. So I'm kind of leaning towards both in this one.
All right. Could just be the case. We're going to get a Mars, however, for Team Spirit. It's going to add up a bit more on their team fight department, the early pickoffs. Wonder if that's also going to be played from the mid position or not. And also a reminder for you folks out there as well about the exclamation mark ticket. Now you write into chat, you'll get information about how you can get your way to Belgrade, Serbia on the 31st of January to the 2nd of February here at the Sava Center.
So people look at Collapse and they think Magnus because that's how they won their first TI and in style. But he got very well known on the Mars. It was a tournament called Snow Sweet Snow that Spirit entered, and they won. I think there were a couple of seasons that they won a couple of them as well, where every single time, if it was open, they would pick the Mars for Collapse and he would destroy everybody, right? So whenever I see it on him, I get a tingling sensation in my stomach because that is when I first saw Collapse. I was like, okay, this guy is very, very good. And then, I mean, on TI, everybody shined.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this team has definitely been made known from what they've been able to establish on the TI stage. But yeah, a very solid lineup for now. The PA also gets removed by Heroic, so maybe that burst you were kind of talking about, they don't really have that much. It's more of a sustainy build-up here from Team Spirit. And that also would indicate that's a mid DK we're looking at, and of course, Toro, aka Radon's hero, still missing from the Spirit lineup. You want to pick another flex, potentially, with the DK to have a 1-2 flex that they can swap around, because it is a 23rd pick.
Yeah, I mean, you could go for a Tiny, but you never know. Maybe Team Spirit just don't want to play the same hero again. That could be a thing, but I wouldn't be surprised if Heroic just bans it out. They don't have no reserve time left. They have to decide. There's the Tiny ban, so no luck for Yadro or Larl, whoever would have picked it up. So what do you want as Team Spirit? So this usually now with this ban, you are going to be protecting your last pick. It's kind of hard to say, right? Because they could send the Dragon Knight to the mid lane or they could send him to the safe lane. We've seen Team Spirit play both across the years. I mean, they've been playing together for so long. But I maybe would like a little bit more magical damage burst, right? And then a Dragon Knight as a carry would make a bit more sense.
Could work. Maybe a mixed damage carry if they play DK in mid, take Gyrocopter, I think is still in the pool. And I was keeping my eye open for that Bloodseeker for a moment, but I don't think you are feeling super comfortable versus a Monkey King as a Bloodseeker in this particular game. And I just wanted to look up while that Tiny was getting banned that he has been picked 8 times and he is 8-0.
My God.
So you do not want to let this Tiny go through no matter what. I feel like that's going to be like the #1 public enemy of this tournament because it has been dominating so far. But Shaker removed by Spirit.
Okay. So do they want to puck? No, they want to Lina.
The Lina,
There's
the Pub
magic
Slayer.
Damage. There's the magic damage that we were talking about. Okay, so you don't have amazing jump on the side of Heroic, and also you have a Shadow Demon to protect this Lina from when the roar comes out. I really like this Lina. I think it's quite smart, and with this, if you send a Monkey King to the mid lane, he's not crushing the Lina. If you send him versus a Mars, Mars is the best melee hero to deal with your Ursas, Monkey Kings, and Slarks because he can push them away. Team Spirit have set themselves up for success in the lanes at least.
And time running out on the pick, so it's going to be the Spectre coming out in the last phase. So it indeed will be the Monkey King versus the Lina in our mid matchup. The thing about this Lina as well is you don't need a lot of items to make this hero work and burst 4,000 damage. It's like you need 3 items, you're good to go.
Yeah, pretty much. And also with the bots, you can react anywhere. So I'm really liking what Spirit have, right? I'm looking at their lineup and they've got everything. They've got late game. They're lacking push on their side, but the thing is you can prevent the enemy push with the arena. So I'm quite impressed with what they came up with.
Yeah, you're kind of at the point where if we have pushing issues, if we just kill them, there's nobody to defend the towers, and that's going to make things a lot easier for us. However, that Spectre 24 pick, are you happy with this heroic choice?
I think it's solid. The problem I have with the Spectre is you do not have stronger side lanes. So a Spectre usually is fine with losing her lane. Here, it's going to do okay, right? But you want your other lanes to win so that your other cores can secure. You're coming in with a Shadow Step and getting kills. I don't think that necessarily happens here. If, on the other hand, though, Heroic are able to punish this Lina, if their supports come over, help the Monkey King, and they kill the Lina a couple of times, then this Spectre pick is going to shine. So, Laurel, he needs to step up his gameplay from yesterday, and I think Spirit will be fine.
And you also think Spirit might win this game in terms of your prediction?
I think I'm gonna go for them. I'm still kind of hesitant because of the weakness of the Lina and how she can be exploited. But I think with
I mean, their opponent's sleeping, so...
No. He's meditating and concentrating. I don't know how that was asleep for you, man. He's just getting into the deep state, you know, the flow state, and he's going to be showing us his best.
The deep Zen state, indeed. Well, maybe Heroic will, with the strength of the mentality, take that victory. And you say Spirit... I'm going to say Heroic. I'm with you guys. I believe with this SA team, the strength and the capability they've shown, Heroic's got this one.
Yep. I think you're onto something. So here's how I'm looking at it. Laurel played the puck. He thought that he couldn't die, and that's why he messed up. With Alina, you know that you're always kind of the main target and very easy to bring down if the enemies find the right angles to go on you. So he's going to be a little bit more careful. Lina doesn't get killed a couple of times in the early game, let's say till 15 minutes. You're good.
All right. I mean, potential are it's out there for both of these lineups to either have a stellar laning stage and get to the timings they want to. That's something that I always worry for Spectre, is that it's not really a hero that wins lanes. You don't usually combine those two in the same sentence, but Spectres don't really care too much about the laning stage, and they bounce back after. If they are able to push the advantage, of course, what item build is he going? Is it the Orchid Manta? Are we seeing Radiance come out again, which we also had some success with? High risk, high reward, paid off yesterday, but will it pay off today?
Yeah, I'm still a big fan of the Manta Orchid. It's just something that you see quite a lot, but Radiance has come back into the meta. I think it depends on how the game is going for them. If he sees that his team really needs him early on, he might go for the Manta Orchid just to assist. But I think getting away with the Radiance in this one is quite fine. And versus a Dragonite, you do want to scale, though, man. We've seen what the Tiny did to the Spectre. We're in such a weird point in Dota. Imagine somebody from 2015 coming over like, oh, late game Tiny versus the Spectre. The Spectre is going to destroy him, and then he gets one smacked and 50% of his HP is gone. I think the same can happen when he's playing versus a Dragonite.
Yeah, and this is also a pretty good game to consider Silver Edge as well on this DK if you want to break the Spectre, because late game dispersion is a real serious thing. Combined with the Shard as well, that's a lot of damage that gets bounced back, so definitely a lot of potential coming out from there with their itemization on Spirit side as well. But definitely a challenge for both of these two, and they don't want to take anything for granted. But this laning stage, I think, will tell us quite a lot on what direction the game is going to go. It's too hard to predict every outcome. So we really need to see the first 4, 5, 6 minutes of play to see what the direction is going to be. How do you think those lanes will go? This is a pretty hard question to ask, but how do you think the lanes will go in this game number one? Are we going to have multiple wins or losses?
We might have to hold that thought here if Team Spirit, if this smoke of theirs is successful, because they're trying to find somebody with the disruption and then maybe go for a kill, but no, Heroic are in a good position. So let's talk about the mid lane, right? Usually versus a Monkey King, this is the thing, the Monkey King can beat anyone. I've seen Monkey Kings beat Huskars, right? So if he gets close, it can be a problem for Lina, and he has good animation, good range, so even versus these harassers, he can do quite well. So I'm expecting that one to be closer to 50-50 with potential of both of them dying, right? So that is going to be an interesting lane to watch. The Spectre lane, probably a little bit Spirit favored. Collapse has always been very, very good at laning. Probably one of the better off-laners is just getting that early farm. And Mars has good animation and good damage, so he is going to be getting up there. And then the Beastmaster versus the DK, I just don't see people dying too much in that one. So definitely a farm fest. I'd assume the DK comes out slightly ahead.
Also, another question I have for you, Harry. So this is more of an interaction thing linked to a facet. And I'm talking about Monkey King in specific here. You've got Simeon Stride. I know it's very popular, and it's the one to usually go for, allowing you that fast mobility. But we did discuss in the draft, if they pick a Muerta, you have the dead shot that you can push him out from the Wukongs. Would this have been a game to consider Wukong's Faithful when there's Spear and there's dead shot against you?
I've seen people go for Wukong's Faithful anyways, especially if they're afraid of getting bursted down. So yeah, most definitely, he can get pushed out, or better yet, he can get bursted down by the Lina. Both of those things can happen, and if you're moving in and out of the Wukong's command, it can help. But I think the idea here for Heroic isn't to stand and fight around the Wukong's command. It is rather to have the speed around the map with the Beastmaster taking towers, so that the Spectre can follow the Monkey King, and the supports can follow the Monkey King who's giving vision, and then you're killing the Lina and the squishy supports.
Yeah, one good way to look at it, definitely. And of course, maybe an answer to the arena, buff up some extra armor for your allies. That's quite a lot of physical damage that Spirit also has on at least 2 of their cores. I mean, Lina also right-clicks pretty hard, even though she's considered a full magical damage dealer these days.
Yeah, but look at that. The Monkey King is farming well in the mid lane, and this is just the thing. This hero just doesn't lose a lot of the matchups. Though the lane is in a good position for Laurel to get a lot of farm now.
Yeah. And of course, as mentioned, Delina doesn't really require that much to get the game going. So she will have some pretty fast item timings. However, is this a lineup that you can easily find pickoffs on with the Flame Cloak flying around looking for a single pickoff? Because you're going to get responded on pretty quickly by the Simian Stride and then, of course, the Spectre Shadow Step. So if they spot you for a moment, you're going to get instantly jumped on as well.
You don't want too many solo movements from Laurel unless he's having a really, really good game, and then with a Shadow Blade or something,
so he needs to snowball.
He's making plays, yeah, and he'd rather, I think, just play around Collapse for the majority of the early mid game and the mid game. That is probably going to be how you go about at it. If I'm this Lina, I'm just looking not to die, and with the bots, I'm going to be making sure that I come in and fight in the early game.
That could also improve his confidence. Yesterday, he was getting bullied all over again. It was the Tidehunter Ravage that caught him every single time, got bursted from 100 to 0 4 or 5 times in a row. So if he does get to play that solo kind of play in this game, that could do good for his confidence and show what this Laurel superstar is truly about.
And we're seeing that pretty much a lot of the lanes are even, apart from the Spectre lane, where the Mars is crushing it. And this is what we expected, right? Spectre to lose and everybody else to have a solid time, with maybe Lina and the DK having a slight advantage. And I think DK, the more levels you get, the harder it gets. But Miposhka,
a lot of slows that they can throw in Miposhka, and it could just be our first kill. That's a huge Shadow Realm hit, and Whisper will get Heroic on the board first.
Yeah, the Shadow Demon is just not tanky enough. That was a very nice movement coming out from Whisper, finding a great angle, because usually with the Shadow Demon, you're kind of angling yourself to be so that the Dragonite is between you and your enemies. And he moved a little bit there to the side, and then the Beastmaster found an opening.
So one way to get your Beastmaster a better lane, of course, is through a couple early kills where the DK can't really fight back that well, and Miposhka's kind of left to his own devices. This is certainly a damage-dealing off-lane duo here from Heroic.
Yep, it is going to be rough for the Shadow Demon. The thing is that killing the Dragonite, especially if the Shadow Demon is behind, is hard. So Miposhka just needs to be a bit more careful. Also, we haven't talked about the stacks. You have a Shadow Demon and the Dragonite on your side. So once he sees that Radahn is not really taking a lot of damage in this lane, we could see Miposhka just move into the jungle.
A quick note to highlight as well that the Toro being the top player in average experience per minute. A pretty high number, close to 1,000.
Yep, now we're getting experience being a little bit higher. I'm still hoping that somebody gets 1,000 GPM, but ever since they nerfed the Alchemist and the way that he farms for a couple of years, it just hasn't been happening. Remember the old compendium predictions? You just go with 1,000 plus, there's one Alchemist game and you're fine.
Yep.
Nowadays, you know, you're better off going with between like 700 and 800.
Just a bit of trading here and there. Spectre falling further and further behind in terms of CS in the lane, but it is Rue that's going to be going down to Analog, while Whisper and Schofield chasing Miposhka get a second kill off of the Shadow Demon. Whisper and Radahn just going to trade a couple hits. They know this DK is not really a target they want to go at, but things are looking good for Heroic. Levels are coming in fast and taking over control as well, potentially even hurting Laurel at that 6-minute rune. They can send their supports down mid. Beast has already got the levels he needs to survive, and he doesn't really feel threatened by an SD and a DK.
Heroic is quite reliant on their levels, so these kills are going to matter a lot.
Yes.
If you get level 6s on your supports and even the cores early on, that's going to be great. The Spectre, the Beastmaster, Monkey King's levels, of course you want to have more of them, but his level 6 isn't like the big one that you're going to be looking at. And this is the huge thing, right? Whisper, let's wait a second, Collapses in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, Analog made his move straight down the bottom lane, calling for a slow. Nice dead shot there. Collapse does get hit by another bat, and they're chasing him down by Radahn. We just talked about this. DK shouldn't be in too much trouble, but with the information that there's supports on the move from Team Spirit, leaving him vulnerable. I'll take down the DK, and now the 6-minute rune is spawning on the top half, and Laurel will be able to secure it for himself. It's going to be an Arcane.
You know, I talked about Laurel not needing to move a lot, but things are getting out of control here for Spirits, right? Heroic are getting the kills. They are bumping up their net worth, and the time will come when you have that Shadow Step, when you have ultis on your supports, and that's going to be dangerous. You need to change something in the next 4 or 5 minutes to at least slow it down and get yourself strong enough you can survive that initial attack that's going to be coming in from Heroic. And the Beastmaster is going for an axe. I mean, his lane is going so well that it is going to be such an early one unless he stopped soon.
Yeah. Actually surprised about the network. I mean, the CS differential between the Spectre and the Mars, that Spectre is still actually ahead of the Mars.
Yeah, well, he just got pushed earlier in the by the Monkey King. The Monkey King is creating space around the map, so that is allowing the Spectre to do well. But yeah, you're right. The difference was huge. However, the Spectre did get a
first roar as well, and that is not even a level 6 DK.
He's gone.
So he is gone. Absolutely analog. Finding his second kill of the game, and also putting him second in net worth ahead of the Lina.
Yeah, those bots on the Lina, they have to come out. He's 850 gold away from them, and his team needs him. It is obvious. And the Lina just walking between lanes when you don't have Fiery Soul stacks, it just doesn't feel good.
Poshka's going to get the Wisdom Steal.
That's huge.
He's going to be here first. And as you mentioned, those level 6 is really important for Heroic. Miposhka slows that down a little bit. Picking that up. So both runes going for them. You can see the XP differential there with 1120.
This is a big deal for sure, right? Lich and the Dark Willow don't get their level 6s soon. You do not continue with murdering the opponents this much. Yes, the Monkey King is dangerous, but the side of Team Spirit now are going to be a little bit more careful because their tower has fallen. The way that the map works right now is that even if you let a couple of towers go, there's just so many camps, so you're not really going to be falling behind too much.
Yeah. Also really good moves from Analog, and now we're just waiting for Larl's movements. As you mentioned, the Boots of Travel have to come first. And then just have to get the Mars Arena is probably the one that they want to play around with.
So right now you don't want to allow the Beastmaster to be too deep in your jungle on your side of the map. So we can expect maybe Spirit to go for a smoke towards the top lane fairly soon to make sure that Whisper is not going to be there. Look at that. He's already kind of expecting it because he doesn't want to stay too deep there because a move can come. On the other hand, Spirit just pushing him out of that part of the map sometimes is good enough.
Still no ulti leveled up on Collapse. He's holding on to the value point whenever it is needed. Otherwise can just continue maxing out his farming abilities. If no fight ever happens, then it's just a wasted point in your ult.
He didn't manage to be strong enough for his team to fight for the top tower. Usually a Mars wants to TP in with the arena and just stop it. But the thing is, his team kind of got smacked at the end of the laning stage that he didn't feel comfortable going for it. And now that's because he's saving that skill point. He doesn't really feel like they can fight.
Yeah. Well, as we see our items coming up as well, we do have some information about those tickets, ladies and gents. So at the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament here in Belgrade, Serbia, we have this nice venue at Sava Center. You want to make your way here, type !ticket into chat. You'll get all the information that you need, how to get here, and be here.
Only
next weekend
one
for that big plan.
component needed for the Beastmaster. Rather 900 gold, and with this stack he's gonna be getting very, very close to it. It's gonna be like 600 gold more that he's gonna need, maybe 500. So.
Excellent laning stage from the Beastmaster.
Look at his net worth, 5.5k. He really did destroy this Dragonite, and it's not about the Dragonite, it's how they exploited the Shadow Demon that allowed him to get this far ahead in the lane. Then the Shadow Demon went stacking, and it opened up to slow down the Dragonite as well.
I think they also caught a glimpse of Larl going Invis, as that Invis rune did pop a moment ago.
He broke it anyways. He's just bottling up.
Yeah. Of course, now sending his sights towards the Aghanims for the Flame Cloak.
I don't know if Team Spirit can get away with just farming, right? They're going to have to find a way for Larl to get a couple of kills. They're just allowing Heroic to get to their timings, and they're already ahead. They're already stronger. They're going to hit their timings first. They're just going to storm everything. Like, how are you going to kill a Beastmaster with an axe? Very, very hard. That's what I'm going to tell you.
Well, first Shadow Step is used, and it's on to the Muerta down the mid lane. Mars is deeping in. Analog does throw in the stun, but it takes a while to finish him off, and he doesn't even die. King Jungles, however, is the one to fall first with a spear onto the edge of the arena, and followed up with a Laguna Blade from the LSA stun. Larl will take Yuma down.
They don't have to make a move because Heroic are just going to come forward. They tried to go for the Muerta. He even had a Healing Lotus and the Fairy Fire left. It was never even close for that Muerta to die.
Simply too tanky to take down. That took a while and didn't even die. So the first 2 kills for Spirit up there as well. And suddenly, what looked like a 2k net worth lead instantly vaporized.
It's still okay for Heroic because they're getting their timings, right? So it's not the worst thing in the world. Now they're just going to be understanding just how tanky some of these supports and Spirits can be.
Oh, they know the arena is down. Analog fighting it versus Collapse. A little bit more needed, but doesn't have a spell available. Going for the chase as well. hoping to find a Primal Spring on the right spot. Collapse, spears in, walks away back into the fog of war. But you can't really run away from the Bedlam, and also good reaction there from Yuma to join in. There is a cast point delay on Shadow Step, so it's not like it's instant. So him finding a target that's pretty much at 20 HP and still able to land it.
So it is going to be a Radiance on the Spectre. Yeah, they're going a little bit greedier on the side of Heroic, and I'm okay with it. I'm guessing what is Analog going for? It is going to be a Maelstrom. Okay, everybody is going for somewhat of a farming item versus a Dragonite. Sometimes it can backfire, but overall Heroic, they have more cores in this game.
Looking at that item timing on the Axe, 12 minutes, 12 seconds for the Beastmaster. That is very fast. Usually I would say the average fast ones are like 13 to 14. 14 feels it's a bit late, but 13 is kind of like the point where you usually have it. So him having 7,000 net worth already on this beast, like...
He's already taking Roche. That is why they went for that tower. They want to take Roche.
He can just do that Roshan by himself.
Yep, you can do it. Roche is pretty weak at this moment, and this is the thing. The Beastmaster is the one who wants to be holding in on the Aegis. Does Collapse know about this? He is going to be under vision.
He is on his way. See what comes out of this one, but Whisper able to pick up the Aegis, but there was a moment, if the Mars did follow up, that he could just burn that Aegis off right away from the Beastmaster, but has no information.
Spirit have always been one of the best teams at understanding when enemies are in Roche and how to play around that Roche pit. Either allow them to have it, don't fight at all, fight a couple of minutes afterwards after you have set up the lanes. But this was pretty hard for them to predict because the Beastmaster is just way too strong. You are not used to him being this strong and he can do it alone. Everybody else was on the map.
Yeah, one good thing you have is, of course, the SD ult, the Purge, to slow him down. And yeah, interesting facts brought up as well from our stats team, with Miposhka and Schofield are among the few players with 0 last hits in a Dota game, and especially a pro Dota game. So less than 100 times has that happened.
Yeah, I don't think that it happens at all anymore, right? Ever since they increased the size of the map, I'd like to know if it has ever happened since then, because every single support from that point has gotten very, very greedy.
Does he have any last hits on Miposhka now?
Of course he does.
He's
got 43, right?
Yeah, it's quite a lot more than 0.
Yep.
Maybe in the next game.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting an increase in that stat anytime soon unless the meta changes significantly. And with the way that it has been going, the supports have been getting more and more throughout the years. So not really things taken away from them.
History that cannot be broken. Or records that cannot be broken necessarily.
There's a blink on the Beastmaster, right? You want to use this to take down the mid lane tower. So you're just going to blink on whoever is there, roar him, get him down, and then push the tower. Considering it's full, you might not get the full thing, but you just want some chip damage or even the full thing if it's allowed.
Still got the Pierce the Veil Muerta, which can be pretty tricky of a target, so they're looking for something else, and instead it might just be Collapse. The roar comes out there from Whisper, and Yuma to join in. Easy kill there with the Shadow Step. Take down the Mars.
Okay, so they didn't go directly for the tower. They went for the triangle. You're now controlling this area from which you can get to the mid lane from different angles. That does ease into the mid lane push, but they should try to put some pressure on it, especially with the siege creep being available. This was kind of perfect timing from Heroic.
Kind of talked about it a couple times this game, about the farming pace and how much freedom do you have to farm. Do you think Team Spirit has somebody breathing on their neck right now? You feel like that threatened? Well, they feel like they want to do something about it, at least, as they catch the Willow in the river, but Shadow Realm is a bit tricky to fight against.
When you play, our referees are always breathing at your neck, so, you know, they definitely do.
Okay.
Overall, very deep vision, plays by Heroic. The thing is that it is still not time for the next Wisdom Rune, not even close to it, or the Tormentor, but that ward, just because of that, is not going to be found, and it's still going to be alive when those timings do happen.
They are moving around this top area, scouted by the Vision as well, and an instant jump from Yuma onto Rue. Just a bit of poke, but no real kill opportunity presented there for Heroic.
Aghanim Scepter Lina. You still haven't taken down their tower. They have a blink on the Mars as well. Heroic didn't utilize their timings all that well. They did place good vision, so maybe that is going to allow them to do it.
If they can catch Collapse here.
It's harder now when he has the blink.
At least there's the BKB up on the Monkey King, so he'll be protected by that Mars Arena. He can just walk out of it whenever he wants to. Dodge the spear stun. We got Radon pushing down the top lane, targeting that T1, forcing out the first glyph as well from the heroic side.
What a good scan. They know that they're behind him. Okay, with that scan, it opens up the mid lane tower. And that previous ward and their movement, it really did allow them. But Spirit are going for a smoke. If Heroic go to their side, oh, they went for a smoke as well. They know that this is coming.
There's going to be some rapid movement. Who gets caught where? Rue running in the river, but narrowly running away from that Dark Willow. Doesn't pop either one's smoke.
Spirits are not together, so it's hard for them. Even if they would go for the Spectre, it's dangerous.
Ooh, Danger still not left this top lane completely.
Are they waiting for him to buy?
They're waiting for him to get a bit further away from the tower. Radon doesn't actually see him in the nighttime. Radon does see Yuma, though. But I think he might have seen a glimpse of a hero blipping on his minimap, or at least on his screen, so they know
courier.
Something is up. The courier is now running away, and also Collapse getting caught in the bottom lane. So with the Radiance now ready, the blink comes out quickly, but Collapse is going to get stunned. Do they get vision? They're not chasing the Mars anymore.
They had deep vision, so I thought they might even try for it, but not in the end. So Spirit, they knew that the courier was there, and then they were like, kill the Spectre, kill the courier, kill the Spectre, kill the courier. In the end, they don't attempt at anything, and the Spectre gets the Radiance delivered. That could have been delayed by 2 minutes, would have been very, very annoying for a Spectre.
Yeah, absolutely. But now that he has that big item in his hands, that definitely presents a threat for Team Spirit. And now with the Dragon Form also on cooldown. Whisper, feeling a bit comfortable, pushing further and further in down this lane. They know the Mars is somewhere in the vicinity of this area, especially with that Wisdom Ward.
He also knows that they're there. Considering how Spirits are playing, it feels like they're waiting for the next Roche.
There's the roar coming in from Whisper and the instant jump from Yuma. The TPs are coming in from Spirit, looking to at least retaliate, but they've already lost one. They might lose a second. Disruption nicely dodging the stun, but here comes Analog, loading up the Wukong's command, and nobody else is coming in to the area. But they are looking for the Spectre. However, it is only Rue and Radon. I don't think Radon is too interested in jumping into the triangle. At least they locate where he is. But a couple kills for Heroic nevertheless.
Yep, that is what they were looking for a very long time. And those wards that they placed earlier with those smokes, even though at that moment they didn't give them much, this is just showing that Heroic know exactly what they're doing. A lot of people maybe thought, oh, Heroic, we don't know how good they are. Should they be crushing these teams? My answer is definitely yes. This is some tier 1 Dota from them in this tournament so far.
Certainly played a very clean game. Maybe one or two minor timings that they didn't fully utilize, but if you just forget about that, you could say that Heroic has been looking solid.
In terms of slowing down games, though, Spirit is one of the best teams in the world. So maybe they just never got an opening, right? They're trying to find it, and that is why it is even more impressive that with this deep vision, they managed to do it.
They are waiting here in the triangle with that boar giving the vision. Oh, that is a Shadow Demon walking into a trap. So they're just going to get the instant jump on Miposhka. Gets the bubble out, and there's the LSA to load up a stun, but Analog does have his BKB burnt. That is the 9-second BKB charge to secure this kill. DK held back, Collapse right next to Schofield, has the Yules, nicely timed Yules there as well, suspecting that Blink Spear to come through, but the Arena's there, but the Spear misses, and they're loading up the Terrorize. Will push them away. Rue does get the kill in the end with the dead shot.
They're finally pushing them out of the triangle. Look at that ward from Heroic in the enemy base. Okay, the first 2 deep wards I was fine with. I don't know if they're going to be able to utilize that that third one. I think it's too deep for this.
It is
this
quite deep, yeah.
If they get maybe this tier 2 down on the bottom lane, then it's going to be better.
That was a close call there. Collapse almost interrupted Analog.
Yeah, sometimes even mid the jump, if you get the God's Rebuke, you can stop him. Then it can be problematic for the Monkey King, to say the least. But he still has his BKB. He hasn't used the any of the charges.
He did.
He
so it's still on cooldown, yeah, with the previous engagement. Yuma with King Jungles, and of course Analog coming in as well, and Collapse seems to be the target that they can always go for, especially with his Arena down. Rue, Miposhka have to back out. King Jungles now comes Whisper of the Roar, but they split their targets on the supports. They force to pierce the Veil and focus the SD instead. Can they interrupt that TP? No, they cannot. So bit of lack of CC as they did burn them on the Mars and on the SD. But that opens up a Tormentor and also the 21-minute Wisdom Rune. So now it's Heroic's turn to favor or time to take the wisdom runes away from their opponents.
This has been the most impactful ward, I'd say, of the tournament so far, man. They put it there. It gave them so many kills. It bullet collapsed so many times. It allowed a couple of dives there. And now they took your 21-minute wisdom and your tormentor. That is a huge deal just before the next row spawns. So now, Heroic, they have an advantage. Spirit are scared, but they're still going to have to get out on the map. They have to prevent the next row. You cannot allow Heroic to get away with everything.
And maybe cutting a bit too close if you think about yesterday when they were almost getting megaed in their base when they won their first team fight, and from there were able to actually secure the game into a W. So they don't want to end up in that situation again.
They are in a smoke.
See what they can do here. There is a Beast, there is a Spectre, and he's also under vision. Half HP, should be a pretty easy kill for Spirit if they can get onto him in time, and they will. The Spear comes out from Collapse first into LSA Laguna. And that's your pub stomper, Lena, right there.
Yep, that is what you want. Laurel has done a great job in this game not dying, right? And I think that is the reason why Spirit are in the game still. If they had killed the Lena a couple of times, it would have been really bad.
King Jungles with a solo play on Collapse. A level 13 Lich.
He can't play the game. He's thinking about a Lincoln Sphere on the
Is he higher level than the Mars, actually? Was the Mars level 12?
13.
Okay, so it's a 13 support and a 13 offlaner. And now on the other side of the map, you do have Analog getting caught by the first stun, but now they can focus themselves on the SD. Wukong's is placed down, so no matter about the disruption, but also the roar onto Radon, and Radon goes down! Whisper able to finish him off. Laurel will find an answer on King Jungles. That's just a Lich falling, but Team Spirit will lose a whole lot more. 4 for 1.
Complete disaster, not only because you've lost 4 heroes, but because there's a Roche right next to where this happened. So now they're going to get the Aegis, they're going to get the banner. I'm curious to who they give the Aegis to. The Beastmaster still seems like the best one to hold it, and if somebody's going to push these tier 2s, it's going to be him.
Heroic basically doubling their lead from 4 to 8k, and now this Roshan dropping, and that is the second one, so it is also a banner on top of the Aegis for Heroic to consider those future pushes. There's still all the tier 2 towers up, Harry, sure, but now they're getting into a phase where these heroes are starting to become pretty damn strong in terms of push.
Yeah, you can see that they didn't hurry with those tier 2 towers. They know when their timing is and how they need to constantly push it and how much they need to constantly push it. I like this kind of an approach versus Team Spirit. A lot of the teams always try to end the game early, but the thing is that they're so good at slowing it down. But if you constantly take a little bit at one point, you are gonna be getting to a state where you're much stronger, and this is that state. Heroic can go from tower to tower. Spirit is going to be very rough for them to stop that. They need their BKBs. The main one on the Dragonite, he's still 1,500 away.
It does feel like Radon is still killable with one single primal roar, as we've seen the damage output from Heroic take this DK down very low in a very short time. So maybe one item could change the deal. It did for them yesterday when they finished off the Silver Edge on the Tiny against the Spectre. Now it's a whole different deal.
Yeah, he needs so many items on the Dragonite, so it is another 15 minutes that Spirit needs in this game, and they need to make sure that the gold lead doesn't get increased too much. I mean, the heroes of Heroic don't farm that fast. Definitely not as fast as the Dragonite, but still, he's still behind the Beastmaster by 2k.
Poshka close to getting caught, but able to teleport home safely without Heroic catching him. And still another 3.5 minutes on that Aegis, and they're drawing lines towards that bottom lane.
They're so good at delaying. They bought 2 minutes. The lanes were actually in a pretty decent spot for Heroic once the Roach fell because they want to fight, and they could shove them out. But look at Spirit, how they're shoving them out and not losing heroes. Sometimes you just give a support. They're not giving anybody. Lena under vision.
Oh, that just might be Laurel's death right here, and has no way out versus so many heroes. A good disruption save, but is it enough to keep Laurel alive? The roar comes out, and that should seal his deal as Whisper will take him out. Rule to fall. A double for Whisper. And Laurel, who has been so good dodging all of this, he just cannot do enough versus this Heroic lineup that is absolutely snowballing right now.
Their warding game is off the charts on the side of Heroic. Again, having it in a perfect spot. Laurel, he just makes one misstep, bam! The Spectre goes in instantly, though. You have to be careful. He almost got bursted down there. for a second, but he gets himself away. They prevent the Spectre for dying. The Lina goes down. The thing is, you did lose a couple of resources, so Spirit might be able to mount up a defense, but by the looks of it, they are not really moving this way.
So that's going to be the first Tier 2 tower to fall. That also means that the next glyph is meant for the high ground defense for Team Spirit.
We'll see how fast the side of Heroic can get a push going. You might be okay using a glyph on, let's say, a mid Tier 2, because the Aegis is going to be expiring, so Heroic probably aren't going to be looking to just brute force the high ground that much. You have the Beastmaster who's good at doing it, but Spectre and the Monkey King not necessarily.
Yeah. I really like the way that Heroic's been using these Aegises both on just the Beastmaster, because I see some games where it's either another hero who happens to be a great Aegis carrier, sure, but if a Beast is having this good of a game, you definitely want to take advantage of it. King Jungles win a 1 versus 1, and then Yuma spoils the party, takes him down, and that's a support for a core. This Lich is hella scary.
How many of these has he found? The Lina, she needs that BKB, but the thing is you need multiple defensive items. The BKB and the Lincolns are
also in trouble. It's going to be another support to fall.
Yeah, already a level 20 Beastmaster. He now has the aura.
And the TP bottom looking for another one. Collapse. He needs to get the hell out of here. He's got a TP, he's got an EKB, and the protection of that ward. They read his movements a bit differently. The Heroic's been... How many times have we seen them use the outer side of the map to enter this Tormentor camp area? And there's the Dire scan, suspecting that... Are they there again? Yes, sir. Yep. They're exactly there.
At the perfect time. Goodbye with
so many times during the course of this game.
It's awesome. It's awesome how well they're playing. But overall, what is awesome is going to be the crowd that is going to be here from the 31st to the 2nd. So guys, exclamation mark ticket in the chat. Come say hi when you're at the arena. It is going to be a hell of a tournament. I mean, this group stage is definitely announcing it.
The Swiss stage has definitely, truly shown that to be. So Fissure wants you to be here. Plenty of days here in the Swiss stage. We're closing up on the halfway mark. We still have tomorrow and the day after before we have our 8 teams to play for the double elimination playoff bracket. And only a few of those will get to play on the famed venue.
And this is a match for whoever is going to be going into the playoffs. BetBoom are already there. Well, Eastern Europe, they want to have 2 representatives, but Heroic, they've got something to say about it with the gameplay that they've been showing us.
Team Spirit, however, can they make this smoke work out? We do have the cores in a pretty good position here, at least looking at the DK, Radon, his itemization with the SNYs and everything. He does have his potential to fight back after those stuns have ended. But he does not have that crit, which he's got the little crit.
He's got a little crit, but no level 20. So Daedalus level 20 is when he really does pack a punch. But Silver Edge is when the Spectre has to become really, really scared.
Yep.
But I do think Spirit have gotten to a point where bursting a Beastmaster is a possibility. So without the Aegis pushing down these towers, you can see that Heroic are scared at doing it.
And they're also very patient, right? Like, their gameplay has been quite a lot on wait for your opponent to make a mistake and then approach an objective. Otherwise, we just scout and we wait for our opponents to step into a position where you can catch them. And Team Spirit, like you said, they've been delaying this game really, really well. Despite being this far behind in terms of net worth, they haven't lost their high ground. They still have 2 tier 2s up. And Yuma wants to push the advantage with a shadow step to the high ground.
He's trying to force Spirit to make rotations, and he has managed to do it. So when you do this, now you know where Spirit are at. If they're going to be moving out of their base, you know the exact movement, so you can either try to catch them or play the other side of the map and just apply a pressure there. So it gives you a lot of info. But look at King Jungles, man. He has been staying at that spot, at that ward for a very long time. He cannot kill the DK. He cannot kill Collapse. But the Lina still doesn't have the BKB. So, you know, he's waiting for that. The mighty jungle.
The mighty jungle, indeed, for him.
He has been doing a great job. I mean, so many solo plays, and he didn't even need it, but the Spectre, of course, came to help. And the gem has been bought on Heroic, given to Spectre. In terms of taking away the enemy defensive vision, this is not something that's going to help. But in terms of protecting himself from potential Shadow Blades, it works.
That is something that you expect on Alina at some stage of a game, that you have this Shadow Blade, Silent Killer, showing up and taking you down. So Surely, yeah.
Not in this one, man.
Not in this one.
He needs so many items. He's even thinking about an E-Blade later on, and that's something I like. I mean, if you look at Heroic, only their supports do magical damage.
Very close. Heroic can almost smell Team Spirit's existence, and they do catch a glimpse of Schofield. However, they can't catch him, but let's see if this smoke leads into anything, because again, Team Spirit, the last time they did this, the waves were somewhat pushed out, and they couldn't find a target to connect on. Willow is still on the high ground position. Larl is just on the edge of popping that smoke on himself. Schofield would have given instant info. And they are trying to mimic the movements that Heroic has been repeating in this bottom area, but they cannot find anyone Heroic knows about this.
Their smoke will stop on the enemy vision, right? And they're not aware of it. So Heroic, once now they see Team Spirit, you can go for a counter smoke. The lanes are in a good position. Top lane shoved in completely.
They just saw Larl, and Schofield going to walk into a trap, but gets the quick blink out from that LSA.
No. Not gonna get caught that easy. The Collapse has queued up a Lotus Orb, so a time is coming for them to start building those Lincoln Spheres. Once the Lina has her BKB, it is gonna be Lincoln Sphere on the Lina on the menu, and of course, that Lotus Orb on Collapse. Much needed now, especially versus a double Roar. We've got the refresher on the Beastmaster, and it's smoke time. You wanna kill into Roche once again.
All the sorts of protection needed for Team Spirit to have hopes of winning these fights that are still to come. They got the jump on Roof first. Pierce the Veil comes out, protected for the time being, but still dropping down to his death. Miposhka spotted as well. Analog does have that stun. Smacks it right on top of Miposhka, forces out the Purge. There's the Demonic Cleansing as well to get him back to movement speed, or full movement speed at least, but Yuma, Analog, will take only a matter of moments, and Miposhka will drop. And now into the mid lane as well, as Larl has been found. He will take down King Jungles, but he will fall himself. And now onto the Spectre as well. Radon Collapse will hammer down Yuma's Spectre, and the gem will be taken away. Schofield still looking for a bit of vengeance here onto the Mars, trying to make a play himself, forces his BKB, pushes the Mars away.
And it's just that this Beastmaster is so strong that despite, a couple of mistakes, he's just standing in the Roche pit and killing it all by himself. The thing is, he's again going to be the Aegis carrier, I think. He's a little bit afraid there for a second now. He's,
I mean, afraid mainly because the Spectre's got a 60-second respawn, but I guess it's going to be Whisper Aegis once again. He has to pick up all the stuff. Or will Analog take it this time? Yep, Analog will be the one to pick up the Aegis. For the first time this game, Cheese picked up for Whisper.
If I'm looking at this game, this Beastmaster, man, is my main target. Is he gonna hold the cheese in the inventory or in the backpack? At the moment, he's in the backpack because he is 6-slotted. So I'm curious to see if he, in a team fight, is gonna be able to use it. The burst damage on Spirit is quite high.
And he's still 7-0-8, unkilled Beastmaster with a 15 KDA so far. Part of 15 out of the 23 kills of the team. That's a pretty high percentage as he tries to go in for the stun, but he gets stunned himself first. And he pops his BKB, goes for the Roar onto the Mars, and here comes the Wukongs to follow up as well. And Mars is dropping low. He will go down. Collapse is dead, but Radon hammering away onto Analog. Larl on the side as well, throws in the Laguna Blade, and the Aegis is gone. Can they get more kills here? Heroic also a bit of trouble here because they're down to 2 heroes anymore in Team Spirit. How does this team manage to do it? Can they pull it all the way to the end? Whisper versus Radon. Radon finding to his bitter end. As Miposhka will get the kill on Whisper. The DK to fall. Spectre left as the last survivor in Team Spirit. Signs of life.
Dude, I don't know if that's a bitter end. That is the sweetest end I'd ever want. He just demolished them with the Dragonite. And the only reason that fight wasn't a disaster for Heroic is because the Beastmaster got out Glimmer Cape at the last moment. He had the cheese. He used it there, put it from his backpack, waited those 6 seconds, and came back into the fight. And how did it happen? Because Radon is a genius. Look at this stun and the way that he reacted.
Beautiful. That is a split-second reaction on seeing Whisper coming in. He has a turn rate to play against. And he's able to get that stun before the Roar connects.
That was, and also really good positioning from Radon, just standing outside of the Wukong's command. That was beautiful. And they had the second Wukong's command and the second BKB, but it doesn't matter. He's way too weak. He's not as farmed as a Dragonite or a Beastmaster.
And with the Spectre just basically bailing from the fight, like, I cannot see a victory here. Leaves Whisper in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, Radon there messed up the Armlock toggle. He could have actually lived on the Dragonite, so he had opportunities.
Can't get everything right.
Dude, it is Yatoro. I'm telling you, this guy can get everything right.
True. Point taken.
Yep. Also, the Mars here there didn't have the spear off cooldown, so that's the reason that they also didn't burst out the Beastmaster. Unfortunately, he used it on a wave earlier and needed a couple of seconds to have it.
Off we go for another shard for both teams. Torments are picked up by Whisper and Collapse getting the shards. So we got the double spear, which is pretty good to have in a game like this, especially if you manage to catch a stray Spectre on top of the Monkey King.
One thing to look at Heroic in this game is that they had perfect vision for the majority of it.
Yeah. Pierce the Veil is pretty strong, but not against the stun.
Yep, he's gone. So now when you have the gem on Spirit, and it was bought by your opponent, dropped by the Spectre in the earlier engagement there in the mid lane, you are not going to be afraid of that perfect vision any longer. I mean, they've got almost no vision on the side of Heroic. They are controlling these areas around the twin gates quite nicely, and you've pointed out a couple of times. Definitely great usage from Heroic of the twin gates in this game.
Let's see what they can do with this move towards top with their smokes up. They want to get the lane pushed in, potentially force Spirit all the way back home to defend the creep wave. And that would allow, again, for another Spectre play. We've seen it a couple times that he wants to just force their reaction, get them back home. And Larl in a dangerous position. Innovis, though, smoke pops. Schofield right next to him, the creep wave right there as well, and goes on the chase for Larl. Larl looking for his own answer, but BKB pop Whisper gets the Lincoln's roar, so Larl is free to do whatever he wants. Collapses down, and now Radon surrounded by hostiles. Can he take this fight for himself with Yuma on the side, taking down Miposhka, and that will be the end of this DK as well, as Team Spirit will lose multiple heroes, and Larl barely gets the TP back home.
Lar's redemption arc for the previous game that they played yesterday, he is playing out of his mind. He's level 25. That was actually a bad initiation from Heroic because they get towards the Lina, they do not catch him. He uses the Laguna Blade and just moves himself away. But once again, it is King Jungles. He's bullying these cores. He catches Collapse, pulls him in, and the Chain Frost just makes sure that he doesn't get anything off. If there's a BKB arena there, Rodan just goes ham.
That Lincoln saving him. So, like, you look at here. Whisper coming in with the roar. The Lincoln's pop. Larl is free. But Collapse just, unfortunately, takes the bitter end of it. He never got his arena off.
I think Collapse is getting the yesterday's Larl treatment. Every time he goes in, he's getting destroyed. And there's the Satanic also attempted armlet toggle from Yadaro. But this time around, it definitely wasn't his fault. He was just surrounded by everybody.
We're back to where we were before the first Team Spirit team fight victory. Is net worth again back to 13k for Heroic.
Spectre is level 25 and he has the Haunt Illusion damage, plus he does have an Aghanim Scepter, so we are getting the real late game Spectre. You know, not these Shadow Steps, but the Haunt. You click it, you have perfect vision, and that is gonna allow Heroic mostly to just pop these Lincoln Spheres. Yeah, that's definitely gonna help.
Yeah, Haunt is a great tool versus that, absolutely. It's to allow you to get close to your opponents.
So how are the Miposhka doesn't have any defensive items. I mean, other than the slower crest doesn't really help. I was thinking something like Glimmer, Force Staff, Ghost Scepter versus a Spectral Haunt. It's going to be problematic, and he needs to keep in a good spot to save people from the roars.
It's been such a hard game for this SD to play as well. You can't really time a proper disruption save because there's so much setup and stun on the side of Heroic, so you're probably just going to grief your teammate by setting up with a disruption. But it's so hard to play this game for him as well. He's constantly targeted by at least one of the cores from Heroic. Forced to go in awkward positions, but Team Spirit, they've held on this long.
I mean, those Ghost Scepters anyway is not going to be that big, even if you get him. The Nullifier is there on the Monkey King, so he's ready.
And he is getting closer to a refresher. I think, we already had the refresher up on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, that Blue Wukong's Command, he's level 23, very close to level 24. Once you have a big Wukong's Command, changes the game quite significantly. Also, vision-wise, right? In controlling that huge of an area in a fight. There it is. It's done. But he just bought out when the Roach can spawn in a minute. This is kind of dangerous. His two cores do have buybacks, and Spirit, I mean, being behind, they're the ones that kind of have to buy out every single time.
Yeah, it's just the supports that have buybacks on Spirit. At least two cores on the side of Heroic do.
So it's going to be a Radiant side, Roche. Considering division, both of the teams have good
we're going to be fighting already before that as Analog, trying to put the pressure onto Larl. Able to get himself to safe distance, and now Yuma and Analog
Carl
chasing
needs
him all the way through. Can they get this Lina kill? There's the 25 talent. The Laguna barrier does nothing for him. It does not keep him alive, as Rue is then surrounded by Team Heroic. Another roar onto the DK as well. The arena comes out. The buybacks are coming in from Team Spirit as well. Larlin Rue will be returning to the fight. Riton pushes away at least one hero, and now Spectre in trouble in the middle. Yuma's got nothing left, as these buybacks will pay off for Team Spirit. But Heroic, one more fight like this could be the way to do it, and Collapse is still not out of trouble, as he will drop to Whisper. And King Jungles to fall as well. But this is a warning sign now. These are some pretty big buybacks, especially the one on Laurel.
Yeah, for sure. But this is why you save your buyback when the Roche is closed. The Monkey King dying without it, he's gonna get lucky. It is a minute 20 Roche, so he's gonna be back when the fight does happen. Still, this Dragonite is becoming a problem. This fight was actually good for Heroic at the start because they found Alina, they forced out the BKB early, and they took her down. But where they did make a mistake is that they allowed that double LSA to connect on both the Monkey King and the Spectre, slow them down enough for Adan to get close. And also, I really love this Static Scap. Every time he gets roared, you think, oh, we're getting him down. No, he gets out of it super, super quick.
Radiant structures are fortified.
See how much they still have left in the tank on the side of Team Spirit. This next Roshan, its importance is going to be huge. 40 seconds on the clock. The misfortune for them is that Heroic will have all of their members up by then, as Spectre respawn is going to be under 10 seconds away from Roche coming back home. And you mentioned the Radiant Roshan. Well, it does look like it, with Miposhka getting caught, and Whisper just takes him from 100 to 0 all by himself. That's how strong this beast is. Goldfield found, though, maybe a response from Team Spirit. Get a support trade going.
And that support doesn't have a buyback. Dark Willow is also one of your biggest heroes around the Roche Pit because of the Terrorize. Also, Beastmaster is level 25, so he can just go around roaring people. He doesn't care. It's just such a low cooldown, 30 seconds. Going for a Hex next. If he wants to, he can buy it, but considering Roche is coming, it is very advised to have the buyback.
It's a quick peekaboo by Yuma onto Rue.
Haunt is going to be available. All of the spells are going to be up for Heroic. They're going to have the double roar. They're going to have the double Wukong's command for the Roche fight. By the looks of it, doesn't feel like Spirit are going to be able to force something out, and they probably should. You don't want to be fighting versus double of those spells, especially Monkey King being level 25 as well.
So we had a couple ninja gears popped on Team Spirit side, especially needed on this Lina to get into the right position. Quick dire scan into the Roche Pit, but nobody home. Heroic prepping themselves. The jungle side, as the Lotus Pool will be taken and claimed by Team Spirit. Moving around back and forth. At least in the most widest area that they can see. If they end up in a choke point, it could be a bit rough to fight. And of course, you still have the Mars Arena, but with all these BKBs, they just walk out of it.
Buybacks are going to be very important. The Beastmaster doesn't have one. Only the Spectre from the Cores and Heroic. On the other side, only the Mars, but of course Yadaro with one kill they can get it.
So close to each other. They see Yuma walk into the pit. They don't know how close they are. They are so close, and they already read that Roshan is going onto the other side of the map. They want to get there first. Can they do something? That's Collapse coming in first, and the arena's going to catch almost everybody inside of it, as he's got Whisper and Analog just taking him down. They will lose Collapse in this fight. He does have a buyback remaining at least. He can still return, but Riton's going to be finding into the backline. Onto Yuma. There's a jump in and jump out. He's going to dodge a lot of this, as Heroic will find another kill. It's Rue going to be falling. Riton pushed to the brink as he tries to hold and stand his ground with his Atanic.
He's living.
Collapse is coming in as well, but will he stand alive? No, he will not. He's going to go down. Collapse with that buyback. He will fall.
This could be the end.
Will lose this fight, and with it, maybe the game as well. Heroic. That could just be the decisive blow, Harry.
Yeah, you don't have any buybacks on the side of Team Spirit, and Heroic are definitely going to push it with the buyback on the Spectre. I don't think you necessarily even need to go for Roche, but this is the strength of the Beastmaster. Again, he walks in alone while the rest can deal with the waves. Man, King Jungles, for me, is the MVP of this game. His Chain Frost, his catches throughout the game, his movement, and also his warding has been on point. I mean, one of the main reasons why they made sure that Dragon Knight goes down there is because of the Chain Frost.
Yeah, you got a Lich with a BKB. That's how good he's feeling in this game. He takes the target, he takes the full front, the full wrath of Radon at the very end. And again, an attempt from the Team Spirit carry, but not enough.
That demonic cleanse was also big, right? The only reason why it got close in that fight is because it instantly removed the terrorize. The Dragonite wouldn't have gotten any of the satanic hits off. He does have a buyback now. He can't do it alone, though. You need both the Lina and the Mars.
It took us 46 minutes until a team was able to breach high ground. And now claiming this base as their own. Heroic making a statement here in game number 1 versus Team Spirit. Pushing them to the brink.
They're just playing so well. They need those Spectre illusions. They're definitely gonna help.
Illusions on illusions. As it's pretty much Mega Creep's territory at this stage. I think there's still a melee rack standing in the top lane, but that's gonna fall pretty quickly. His bottom is claimed. And this is the last building, Yuma.
They're gonna fight versus Mega Creep's Spirit. You definitely make that call here. You waited so long. You're gonna wait for the Mars and for the Lina. You know what the scary part is? That nobody feels like Spirit has lost just yet. That is because they always sometimes I mean, they always find a way. I'm not sure.
Always sometimes?
Yeah, always sometimes. They 96%. It was 94-6, right? Yesterday. Okay. So maybe 96 is enough to finally beat Spirit.
Well, if you are a 4% Team Spirit enjoyer in chat right now, you better give all you can to Team Spirit if they still can turn this one around, just like they did yesterday versus Yakult's brothers. In a hopeless situation, they found a key forward and went to ultimate victory, taking that 2-0 start in day number 1. But now this one might be a bit too much of a challenge, but you don't want to count them out. They've already proven everybody wrong.
This is a hopeless situation, but you know, some hopeless situations
That's a big
are
courier
more
kill,
hopeless.
by the way.
Yep, he won't be getting his butterfly. Not anytime soon. I mean, he's level 27, so that's pretty much the max duration of the courier death.
I think he was killed by one of the Beastmaster creeps. You can see just stalking on the edge of the triangle, waiting for those couriers to fly by.
They want to wait for creeps to go in and then jump.
And they're going to walk straight in. Collapse. Quick reaction at least. But Maposha is going to get caught by the Lich, and he's down. He does have a buyback. He's going to have to use it right away. Collapse, no BKB, though. And now they're going to have to try and hold this somehow. Wukong's will be sent. This is the first one. Remember the refresher. There's another one still coming. Analog will already pop it right away. Radon going to be dropped really low. The roll comes out as well. The PK. He needs some help, but he's got nothing. And he's gone for 100. And this game is going to get sealed. GG. Heroic will take the lead in this best of 3.
And it's not like there was a part of the game where Spirit took it over. It was Heroic all the way. Yes, it took them 45 minutes, but that is just because Spirit, it is very hard to break them. But they've managed to do it in the end. This was just awesome gameplay from Heroic. And if there was ever a doubt in anybody's mind just how good these guys are, there shouldn't be any now.
Well, Whisper was not the problem. Obviously, this guy had a fantastic Beastmaster game as well from start to finish. His cores playing around him, Analog's movements early on, King Jungles setting up his own jungle that is nobody else welcome to. Finding those kills as well on that Lich, just some superb gameplay, not only just as a team, but also as individuals. This was truly a Heroic masterclass, but for Team Spirit, 2 back-to-back games where they have to play from behind from start to finish and can't really set up a tempo of their own. That's got to hurt mentally slightly, but I think game 2, what do you think's going to change?
I think it won't hurt them that much. I think Spirit have had times like this where they usually focus even too much on the late game. So I don't think this is a new situation for them. But I would definitely like for them to change that, right? Maybe get stronger laning supports, mainly because their cores are strong laners. But you get these supports that can be exploited, and then usually you have somebody to kill on the side of Spirit. That is what Heroic exploited, and thus they got the victory in game 1.
They certainly do. That fast gameplay style that we've been seeing from both of these two teams, mostly from Heroic during the course of this tournament, maybe still waiting for Team Spirit to also unleash their inner beast. That might be showing in the next game. Who knows what they discuss on the break, but surely some powerful words to motivate the guys to tie this one up. But 44-19, that kill score tells quite a lot what happened here in game number 1. Some solid KDA stats. You got Lich with pretty much the same kills as the enemy carry.
Lich crushed it, and he He is my MVP. Also, remember that stat, Radan, he has, or Yadro, he has the most experience per minute. There's 2 players on the side of Heroic who have more than 1,000 experience per minute, and obviously a little bit more than Yadro in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. But the MVP, yep, rightfully earned. King Jungles on that Lich all over the place. And the BKB. That really is the pos5 stream to have a Blacking Bar in their inventory, and he got some good use out of it later on as well. So really, a truly unstoppable Lich.
He understood, like, at the end of the game that he can have this Aeon Disc, he can have this BKB, and it's 100% going to make sure that he gets his spell off. So it was just beautiful itemization from him as well.
Absolutely was. And of course, if you want to see more of this kind of action in next week's main event, you will want to get yourself some tickets here to Belgrade, Serbia for the Fissure Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by Fissure, where we will be waiting for you. Exclamation mark ticket into chat. And hopefully we'll see you there. So with game number 1 in the bag, it's time to set our sights to game number 2. But before that, a quick break. Welcome back, folks. One of the games have now been played here in the best of 3 for a team to secure their spot into the double elimination playoff bracket. And it is Heroic who takes the lead versus Team Spirit. But now, Harry, as we head over to game number 2, we might expect some changes, but there are always some scenarios where teams they decide to go with the same type of draft or almost an identical draft because the game fell apart because of small mistakes or misreads, and they still believe in the draft. How would you see that work in this case if, hypothetically, they made themselves the same identical draft? Would it still be the same looking result?
I think Team Spirit would be a little bit more respectful of what King Jungles was doing. I don't think he would get away with such deep wards, that he would get away with such plays where he pretty much solo kills his core. So I think it might be a bit easier for Spirit, but not sure.
Well, we got a lot of thoughts that we can throw in about this series, but before we do that, we have a nice little fun content piece for you people to watch, so enjoy.
Hey guys, it's Storm from Team Avalus, and today I'm gonna play Dota Run against Analog, and I suck at this game. I never played it, but let's see how we're gonna do this.
Hey guys, it's Analog, the mid laner from Heroic. Today we're gonna play Dota Run, and I'm gonna own Storm on Dota Run, you know, like Ayrton Senna in Brazil.
Yeah, so I select the rule, whenever somebody uses an item in this game, I think you have to say, holy shit, it sucks so hard at this game.
I thought about that one, but I'm not sure if that's too OP. Every time you use a spell in the game, you have to clap your hands, then use the spell.
Okay, so what we have to do is do it together and be like, holy shit, I suck at this game. Is that what's happening?
I mean, you said items, right?
Oh,
there's items and there's spells.
Oh, there's both?
Yeah.
Oh.
So yours is 4 items.
Oh, mine is 4 items?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mine is 4
That's a rough
spells.
one. My brain cannot take this. Okay, good.
Okay.
So, spell is clapping.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, you start, brother.
Go. I suck at this game.
I'm just saying I suck at this game.
Yo, wait.
That was pretty bad, dude. Ah!
I suck at this game.
Holy shit, I suck at this game.
No!
Oh, holy shit, you're good.
I suck at this game. I use a combo, dude.
Bro, I got L for 5. I lose.
I mean, I have bar charge. You have it? Oh my god. What the f? Ayrton Senna from Brazil.
Bro, okay, I lost. Like, I really suck at this game.
Run. Easy game. I'm trying to do the speed run here, sorry.
No! I got screwed on.
Okay, I'll throw him. Check this out. I'll come
so
back.
bad.
I'll come back. Okay, I'll give a chance for you. Let's be serious.
Oh, you actually waited on me. Okay.
Run. Has became vice.
Okay. GG, my friend. Oh, that's
easy game. Vap.
Never had a chance. That was one of the greatest 1v1s we ever had.
Oh, a little fun clip there of some interesting mechanics that every Dota player should know, right? Harry, how familiar are you with all of these little body blockings and dodging abilities? How good are you at the game?
Oh, I would 100% win there. No problem at all. But you know what that reminded me of, especially when he was waiting for Thornstormer, kind of taunting him. I don't know if you played hide and seek in Counter-Strike 1.6. That is, if when you're better than somebody else and he's chasing you down, you just taunt him like that. You poke him a bit and then you run away. So poor Stormer, man.
Yeah, it reminds me of some of those prop hunt games, right, that we've had in the past of all these Valve games as well. Gary's Mod, most importantly, mentioned there as well. But back to the game itself. These mechanics will be shown by all of these players and hopefully also to perfection like Heroic's. Game number 1 was a very solid, very pristine performance and made Team Spirit look like a team that Heroic has beaten every time they play against them. So that puts a lot of pressure maybe on Team Spirit, probably not the players themselves, but surely they want to make a statement here in this game number 2.
Do these guys look like they're in trouble for you? I mean, you know what? All of the viewers are going to vote in the chat for Team Spirit, right? And that is going to elevate them. So exclamation mark S for them and H, of course, for Heroic. But I mean, still, after that game 1, I think Heroic have gotten themselves a bit of a bigger fan pool now, especially KJ. And his movements, I'm still under the impression of it. I can't wait to see if he can replicate something like that. You might not be needing to kill them, but his warding, his idea of how to narrow the map of Team Spirit and get them every single time, it was beautiful. I would really like to see something like that again.
Well, they are playing on the dire side of the map this time around, but also have first pick of the draft. So things will change slightly from game number one's order between the two teams. And maybe that also reflects in our first phase bans as well. But it looks like pretty ordinary to me so far.
Speaking of reflection, the Yadoro has been playing a lot of Terrorblade in his pubs with actually quite solid success. Not really, 5 wins, 4 losses, but I'm still looking forward for him to pick it up. A lot of the teams are staying away from him. We've only seen a couple in the tournament so far.
Yeah, not a lot of TB love, at least in this particular patch. Maybe earlier on when the whole TB3 was introduced, people were doing it a lot and provided a lot of good results, but it was also used against heroes that really struggled against them. Luna got nerfed, Medusa, super situational it feels like at this point, because it's not really even a favored pick from time to time. But at least in the last phase bans, you see it arise from every now and then. However, Heroic will bring up the Magnus this time around.
Yep, Bristleback got banned out, and it was completely ignored in the previous draft. So Magnus now he makes it through, and he's the first pick. Some teams have sometimes picked the Morphling versus the Magnus. He's definitely fallen out of favor in the current meta, but I could see something like that happening. Or you get a support that is going to be able to prevent the blink skewer back, like your Lions, like your Rubik's. Right, that could be a decent response to a Magnus.
Could be an idea. See if Team Spirit wants to respond to Magnus directly in the first phase, or maybe throw in a bit of a curveball to force that double ban in the second phase from Heroic to target maybe this particular pick that's coming up right now. So a bit of mental gameplay into the draft.
Something that Ru does play as well, that does have instant stun as well, is a Shadow Shaman. It is a lot lower range than what you would expect or what you would want, but it also can help versus a Magnus quite a lot if you are really looking to target him specifically with your response pick.
It's Team Spirit's time to pull out the Lich. So taken away from King Jungle, so he'll have to bring up a different pause 5 around this time.
Also an instant stun. Sinister Gaze is instant, right? People tend to forget it, right? There's almost no animation, so you just jump in, or when the Magnus jumps in, he can pull him back, and also he can pull him out of the skewer. Not a lot of spells that can stop that one. So I'm liking this response from Team Spirit. It is a Magnus stop in some way.
It is. Definitely help with controlling the hero a bit. Getting rid of the DK as well from Radon. Toro, which name you prefer?
I mean, he's using Radon, so maybe we should go for it. But it just, when you see him, it's...
What about Yatoro God?
I told you, man, he was at his worst performances when his name was Yatoro God, right? The whole chat was switching the 2 letters always on Twitch, and we don't want that happening. So Radon or Yatoro, those 2 I like.
Okay, all right. Stick with those then. See what kind of option will be left over for him in the draft. If that DK goes out, Bloodseeker, of course, still in the pool as well. Morphling will be removed by Heroic 2, so another mixed damage sort. Big burst gone as well. I mean, you've got a Magnus on Heroic, right? So obviously you look at empower combos, maybe even a range hero to work with this. Not quite a lot of range heroes instantly come to mind when you discuss like directly Magnus +1. Sometimes you think about Drow, could be also good if the game is right, but also Drow is like really specific against particular carries or particular heroes in the game. And most of those that you need anti-heal against are actually banned in the first phase, so.
A lot of the times people in this next pick or first pick in the second phase is they picked up a support, they get a core. So I'm trying to think where you would want to get it. Something like an offlaner, like a good one versus the Magnus would be a tide, but you're probably not picking it this early on. So we're probably looking at like Laurel or Yadoro's hero to come out if that is going to be a way that they approach it. So Laurel Invoker could be a good way to continue this draft. Also taking it away, and then the enemies don't have anything to purge off the shield at least.
Yeah, and if you do decide to pick Miposhka's hero, you would need to see Heroic's hero before that if you wanted to think about an Elder Titan, for example. You see Morphling's already out, but there's a couple other Agi heroes that could be targeted. If they do not, that could open up Yuma's hero pool a little bit more, seeing what Miposhka decides to pick up first, unless that is, of course, the Lich, right? So for Rue or Miposhka to play this Lich, how do they set their lanes in order? So they're going to bring out the Lion.
Okay, okay. So they did go for a support, and that is another support that helps you deal with the Magnus. His stuns, hexes, actually quite good if the Magnus goes in. So now even if one guy is out of position, the other can do well. But you have these two squishy supports that can get bursted down, right? And now you need to find a way to punish those. Good thing for them is that there's no Tiny, and obviously that was one of the things that influenced their decision to go for it.
That's a pretty chill, laid-back position right there. Well, about this Lion, which facet do you like to play?
Well, the more fun one, obviously, is the Fist of Death, right? People think, oh no, it's bad. I'm gonna use the ulti and then I'm gonna punch people in the gut in the team fight. No. You kill somebody in the early game and then you farm with it. That is pretty much how the spell or the ability is gonna be used.
There is an interesting interaction to that as well, because when you use your ulti, you get that lingering buff to turn you into a melee Lion. He, with every kill that he's taking part of with that buff, gets a stack of Finger of Death.
Yep.
Instead of the mana drain facet, where you only get one if you kill the target. So you can make this big damage-dealing Lion, but that, of course, is a thing of dreams.
That's to bait the noobs to try and do it and die. It's like, go and try and do it. You'll see how it's going to end up for you.
It's going to be definitely hard, especially when the Phoenix is out there. That also applies that nice minus attack speed, and combined with the Clockwork. This is a pretty scary lineup for Heroic to have at the moment. But are there any weaknesses that you fear that Team Spirit might smell in the air right now, seeing these three?
At the moment, they have a little bit of problem with damage, right? At least in the early stages of the game. So you could try to exploit that. But the thing is, you already have two squishy supports, right? Something that they had in the previous game that got exploited as well by Heroic. And that's why they went for this Clockwork. You have a Magnus who, if he jumps in, both the Lich and the Lion will stop you. But the Clockwork, he's somebody who can cook things up before that happens. And Enigma into a Phoenix? I'm not the biggest fan. You just use the egg at the start of the fight.
But it does give them that early push, which I think Team Spirit was maybe lacking in game number one. Weren't able to take down towers unless they stacked up with at least 4 heroes, while Heroic was on an all-in push by that time. Combined with a Phantom Assassin, which does at least have the attack speed to go through the Phoenix Fire Spirit, though if you don't get to use your W appropriately and you're already slowed and the egg is popped, then you just cannot hit that egg. They don't really have a proper egg hitter outside of that.
So you could go Bloodseeker here. That could be one way to go. Or I don't know, I haven't seen it in his pubs, but Medusa would be pretty solid versus everything that's there,
presents herself, yeah.
Yeah. So Lion can sometimes be an issue, but you have this Clockwork. He's gonna have one job. You have one job, keep the Lion away from the Medusa. But I think that Bloodseeker would be more of a Yuma hero if that's what you want to pick right now.
Well, I'm always carrying the Medusa with me, so.
Oh, I didn't see that. He's not on camera, but he just turned me to stone, or at least tried to.
One more minute on the reserve time here for Heroic. Looking for an answer. Probably towards the PA as well, right? I mean, you do have Radon considering his hero option. Sorry, Radon's heroes are actually there. Sorry, mixing that one up. What does Heroic want to bring up? So the Bloodseeker, you brought that topic up for Yuma to pick up. But do they, I mean, Spectre kind of has to be a last phase pick, right? So we're just going to go straight for the Bloodseeker, feel happy with it. It's a good combo with the Magnus too, and you have some good buffs in your team. You can also get some Solar Crests on your supports, maybe something Clockwork could consider, get more out of that Bloodseeker early on in the game.
This is not an easy lineup to execute from Heroic, right? No way. It is a lineup that can definitely be punished, right? Sure, we have seen that they know what they're doing and know what the most important part for this kind of a lineup is, when to go in a fight. What makes that a possibility? If you have good vision. So I think it's quite good for them.
Yep, definitely a good looking lineup, of course, and there's going to be a bunch of interesting drafts coming up next week here in Belgrade, Serbia, here at the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament, as we get closer with every passing minute towards our main event. ! Ticket into chat make sure you get your way here into Belgrade, Serbia, to watch that great venue. And of course, the $1 million prize pool being split. Who is going to be the victor of that tournament? Is it going to be one of these two teams? Because Heroic is already one step closer to that playoff spot.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, though. If I would have to choose between these two, like who is more likely to win the tournament, I'd actually go with Heroic this time around. I think they're just playing really, really well. And not everybody might be looking at them just yet, right? And trying to analyze everything that they play. And also, they're quite versatile, so you don't have much to go off. You can't really counter them too much in the draft.
They've certainly been a difficult team to read in the first 2 days. That could prove to be one of their big strengths. So I understand your point. Of course, a lot of people, a lot of fans out there, the Team Spirit ones especially, hoping to see the glory days of this team continue and stay out there, especially with the return of Radon, aka Toro.
So what is Analog gonna pick here? They banned out the Pango and the Ember. I'm thinking, you know, this PA might dissuade you a bit, but also it can go either way. Alina, once again, to see Alina this time around for Heroic, because heavy magical burst is something that they're lacking, and you want to be a little bit behind. Lina can most definitely keep her positioning away from the opponents, and I wouldn't hate it for sure.
Taking it all the way to the final moments. It's a Viper ban into a Shaker pick. What do you feel about this Shaker coming out here? Does this solve some of the difficultness? You talk about the ease of execution being far away from that on the Heroic side. Is the Shaker answering those questions?
You have more stuns. You have more heroes that enemies have to use their stuns on. The only problem I have is it's going to take some time before the Shaker has his BKB. So he is... All three of the cores of Heroic are very vulnerable to going in, and they need to get themselves in. This is a solid Storm game. This is a really good Storm game.
It is definitely a good Storm game, and of course, when you see Larl have this hero, he already had a good performance on this Lina, just not enough to carry his team to victory. A Storm Spirit that gets out of hand early, fully living on building those stacks for extra mana regen, zipping and zapping all over the place. Potentially a very good Orchid game as well for this hero to just find some easy pickoffs, enables Collapse and Yatoro or Dawn to get some good plays around the map. So I like this Team Spirit draft. I'm an Enigma Joyer, of course. I've always said that. But outside of that, I like this Team Spirit draft as a whole.
I think it's very good as well. Right? I think they've drafted quite nicely. They've put Larl in a position where he should be doing really, really well in the mid lane. Sure, Shaker, it's very hard to slow him down in farm, but the Storm does annoy you a lot, and Enigma and the PA can be left alone, meaning some of those water runes can be taken away. Thus, you push the Shaker to the base, and the Storm wins the mid lane. So I'm guessing, I'm sensing that you're gonna be switching sides here in game 2. I'm not flip-flopping. I'm staying with Spirit.
The way you put it, you read my thoughts correctly. I love their draft, but I believe in the mental side being on Heroic's favor. I'm sticking with Heroic on my prediction here. Despite them having a really solid lineup, I'm just amazed by how well Heroic is playing Dota today. So that's my prediction. I'm sticking with South Americans. What about you? You said you were going to be with Spirit.
I'm staying with Spirit.
All right, so I cannot change your opinion on that. So we're locked in. Chat also thinks that Heroic is the favorite here, 64% favoring the South Americans.
Told you that the chat is going to be switching up after that one. So production, I'm staying with Spirit. I'm not going to be moving it around. There it is. I'm against the world, you and the world, Panda. But overall, the thing is that their lineup on Heroic, it can most definitely work. Like this is a 50-50 thing. But for it to work, they once again have to, in terms of vision, outplay Spirit, right? They have to have really good ideas where their enemies are at so you can find the right initiations. If you're not finding those supports, you are gonna be in a lot of trouble throughout the game, not only in the later portions of it.
Definitely a lot of quirks into this game of how they execute, how the lanes go. As we saw from game 1, it was pretty hard to predict how the lanes would end up going. And it went a little bit against what we thought. So we were correct on that it could have been either team shining through that laning stage. Now let's see if they have addressed those on the side of Team Spirit, especially when we looked at Baposhka and Radon in that laning duo. It was perfectly read by Whisper and Schofield on what they wanted to do. in the lane.
Yeah, what we saw in the previous game was Spirit farming well in the lanes, but also dying quite a lot in the lanes, which made it in the end Heroic favored. So this time around, how is there? I mean, you know, this is Seeker lineups. With a Seeker, if you do not slow things down, and Spirits are pretty good at doing it, even in the laning phase. But if you don't slow things down, sometimes you can make a mistake, and Seeker can go ham. So we'll see if Heroic as a team will be able to make it happen.
Fist of Death, by the way.
Of course.
The only way to play it. The only right way to do it as well. So expect that Lion could have a lot of stacks in this game. Big Finger of Death to throw at your opponents. If they get the kills, that is.
Yep, if they manage to make it happen, and people are going to be looking at Laurel. Very nice D-ward already. Again, Division game, they're doing well.
Schofield, dangerous position to be in, but the cogs protect them just enough, and the Fire Spirit attack speed slow means that they're not really farming those cogs either to get themselves an early gold advantage aside of Team Spirit. But the mid matchup with Shaker and the Storm Spirit, range versus melee, you could think that the Storm Spirit has an edge on this one, but 5 armor might just be the big difference maker between a lot of these range mids that struggle because of their low armor pool.
I really have to ask Cafs how much of the warding preparation he does, because it feels like Heroic are just so well prepared that they know, like Team Spirits prefer the warding spots, they just find them at the start. This usually stems from great preparation coming from your staff, your coaches, whoever is doing the stats, who's scouting the teams. And coaches, they usually have those sleepless nights, Panda.
Have you had a lot of those?
Well, I was a captain most of my very successful professional career. So yeah, I did have a lot of those, like going through the enemy wards, going through how they like to play, what we're gonna pick and stuff like that. It's not easy, and you definitely need some help.
You definitely need the right type of character to handle all of that. And see, when you also look at Whisper's stats so far in his late Magnus games as well, 13 matches, 85% win rate. And Whisper Magnus is something that people talk about a lot.
Yep, I mean, whenever you look at Whisper, a lot of the heroes that he picks, which is a lot of heroes, people think, oh, he's very good on that hero. He's just a very, very good player, and it seems that he feels a little bit more confident at home.
Well, let's see. At least in terms of CS, things are going pretty well. Pretty much all over. Maybe the Enigma having a slightly of a slower start.
And normal versus the Seeker.
It is pretty normal, yeah.
Yeah, Seeker is just pretty good, and some of those CS from the Seeker might be from the Eidolons as well, so not the biggest of deals.
So an easy way on this PA to just always jump away from this this clockwork. So even if you have all these skewer plays for Schofield and Whisper, it's more about the harass and the poke.
Yep, that might be one of the reasons why they picked the PA in this game. Because if you really look at it, when you start shoving out the wave, a lot of the time for a carry, it becomes scary versus the Magnus. Very rarely for a PA. And you're versus 2 melee heroes, so you're going to be fine.
Yeah, it's always the double melees, right? How do you feel about that? Like when the meta has been moving towards 4 melee, 1 range, having the highest win rate, in Immortal pubs at least, how does that reflect in the laning stage? Is it still that the double melees are struggling? You mentioned the lack of Tusks and everything that are usually the good laning partners as a double melee to get success out there. How do you feel about it?
Not necessarily, right? But usually we see the melee support in the safe lane. In an off lane, it's a little bit tougher. Here, sometimes you have to think about some shenanigans. Lucky for them that they're playing versus a PA, they're quite tanky, so the enemies can't kill them. If it was a Lich plus a more aggressive position 1, this double melee would get punished more.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And there's the shenanigans. Schofield going to pull some waves, while Whisper is applying a lot of pressure on Radon.
He really wants to make sure that this PA is not getting those range creeps. Ooh. And this is going to be a close one as well. Whisper missing the skewer, but does Radon have enough to survive? Miposhka so far away to jump onto, and they're going to put their attention towards the Lich instead. And a couple more hits should do it, and the first blood will be for Whisper. Heroic doing it back-to-back in Game 1 and Game 2, getting themselves on the board first.
Yep, and Whisper and the Clockwork, they still had some stick charges to work with, so they never even got close to dying there. And also, while you're doing this, you want to make sure that the Seeker has a better lane. By going for these dives, by applying this pressure, it will be making Seeker to do better and better. As Radan, he still hasn't died, and he is still farming really well, which is very important for the PA. Any Battle Fury hero just needs a great laning stage for himself. As Miposhka trying to get out, Blood Grenade did connect. Whisper is coming forward, but he's also taking a lot of damage. Radan coming out to help.
It's going to be Miposhka to drop first, though, so it is the Lich to drop. And Heroic still continuing, even if they are quite low on resources here with the Magnus down to half HP. Them finding another kill does put a pretty sizable net worth advantage, at least, on the Mag.
Yep, he is having a great time. I mean, just like in the previous game, at the end of the laning stage, Whisper is just getting so much, and it is the way that they played it. It's not like they have a much stronger lane. It is the way that they played it. They pulled it back a bit, they doubled the wave, then they dove, and with that double wave, while it was happening, the Clockwork wasn't instantly diving. He was pulling the enemy wave, allowing the Magnus to do more damage, and then going for it. It was just played very, very smart, and it got them to a position where Magnus is at the very top.
How's mid going, though? Storm is slightly ahead of the Shaker so far. Larl does have his level 6. Analog getting closer to his own.
Pretty much as expected, right? The problem for a Shaker in this game is that you are good at bursting down the Storm, but you need that extra help. Clockwork and the Phoenix aren't the best heroes to help you do it.
A lot of invasion happening here. 6-minute rune to spawn. It's going to be a double down from both Analog and Larl to set up for this rune here, but it's on the other side. It's a shield rune as well, out of all things. It's a pretty big one for either one of these mid laners to have. And dropping Larl quite low here, but does have the regen. He's able to jump away with that mana.
No, the shield rune was left.
Miposhka is also in trouble. Schofield, though, that is a level 2 battery assault. It does sizable amounts of damage, but he also pulls in the Warpine Raiders to intervene, so Schofield has to give up on the aggression.
They will save the shield rune for the Shaker in the end, so he's going to be able to take it. That was quite nice for Heroic.
Very happy to have it.
Also understanding that they can't get the kill there. It's there.
Straight to top as well.
Oh, Collapse, he's not reading this.
Sees the TP come out as well from the Shaker, just in case they can get there in time. King Jungle's right behind, but Collapse seems like he's going to be able to get away just because Analog went for the teleport, but still, yeah, the Echo Slam, that's going to seal his fate. They still end up getting this Enigma. Nobody's coming in to help him out, so all the dolans and everything will be taken away. Analog to get the most of the Eidolon creeps and the assist gold. King Jungles for the kill.
Yeah, they almost didn't kill that Enigma because he went for that TP. You mentioned it. He got spooked that his Seeker is going to die, that maybe there was another hero in the vicinity, maybe coming through the Twin Gate, so then he went for a TP. In the end, you still managed to run down an Enigma.
So 3 fast kills here for Heroic in the laning stage. And Team Spirit not really capable of responding back just quite yet. So is it on Larl to make those moves early, or what do you think is the plan for Team Spirit
Larl
right now?
plus level 6s on the supports. If you want to go for a kill on Larl, you are probably going to be walking towards the Enigma. You kind of want to use that black hole. That would be a good way to approach it. But overall, it is the level 6s of the supports that are going to give you that extra damage to bring people down.
Yeah. Miposhka spotted. Whisper drops the RP without hesitation and brings him straight into Yuma, who rotated through the portal. Radan and Larl are here to respond, hoping to get this Bloodseeker kill. There's a nice stun from Rue. It's an absolute ravage on all 3 heroes. King Jungle's on the side, though. They will lose the Seeker and now lose the Phoenix as well. Larl for the double kill on the Storm Spirit.
Team Spirit are really trying to be the reactionary team. This is what they're doing, right? You can see that Larl is almost never rotating. He doesn't want to do it. Only when he feels like the enemies have overextended. And they saw the RP. That was the overextension.
And now they see Schofield as well. Maybe get an extra kill on top of that. Analog can only assist him from the low ground and do so much with that Fissure. Schofield's got nowhere to run. And third kill in a row.
Getting high, and Larl today is a different guy, right? He probably looked at that game yesterday, thought, okay, this is not the guy you're going to be seeing. You're going to be seeing the TI winning Laurel, and this is him in full force.
Certainly has a statement to make and wants to prove to people that he is one of the core pieces of this Team Spirit lineup. And if you're to hope the Team Spirit to make it to the main event, of course, you're not only going to root for Team Spirit, but make your way to Belgrade, Serbia. Exclamation mark ticket into chat. You'll get your information about how to get your tickets. And hopefully also buy them as well, because we want to see you here. These previous Fissure events have been amazing, and this one, I'm pretty sure, is not going to be any short of what we've seen before, maybe even better, with such an elite amount of teams playing in this tournament.
And Panda, this is the second time that you're in Serbia. You know how good hosts we Serbs are, so we are waiting for everybody to come from all over the world to watch.
I've really enjoyed. I'm not going to lie. Like, I've really actually enjoyed my time here in Belgrade. Just a couple months in between from the previous visit. Very nice place to be in.
The movement is coming from Team Spirit. They want to play around Laurel. That is their strongest hero at the moment. Some big items that we're going to be looking at are definitely the Blink Dagger on the Shaker, which he already has. He's going to be trying to use it soon.
Schofield using his hook shot to get some distance on Radon.
TP out.
TP out indeed is going to be the case, so he's going to get out just before the Lich
Yuma
arrives to the location. And as you mentioned, yes, that is Yuma to fall and collapse, given the kill, as the Storm Spirit was there to also assist. And maybe even Analog, as Laurel takes a long jump in. He does not have the Echo Slam ready for another 35 seconds, so they're putting a defensive egg, and Analog so low on HP. Whisper coming in for the RP.
Echo
catches both the Lick, and now maybe they should be able to get him. And Analog, he still doesn't have that Echo Slam, so he walks in and almost dies to this Lich. One explosion from Aposhka does get hit by the Fissure. Laurel only fell, and there's the Lich, and he went in. Oh, Analog.
He thought he was going to have the smack, he was going to have the range, but it just wasn't enough. I think he over-blinked there, and that's why it was shorter.
Hashtag greed is good.
Which pro player was it? I kind of feel like it was maybe Crit who wrote on Twitter about like, oh, really? When you over-click the blink, it blinks less than it should be?
It was multiple pros who brought it up at that time, And here's the Black Hole from Collapse. Straight on top of Schofield, but King Jungle's healing him up, so that Black Hole will not credit you a kill. Instead, your life will be taken with it, and Yuma will take this one.
Rue was getting close. He doesn't even have the fingers, so maybe better using his time to get that level 6.
Now you're going to lose another.
Very nicely done.
Maybe a bit over-optimistic there from Team Spirit. Level 1 Black Hole is not a huge amount of damage, even if it's landed on a support.
They now have the Echo back, so if some move like that is made with a double man RP, we know that the heroes are gonna get deleted. But Analog, also AD Rune, he's ready to fight in no time. Radon, close to the Battle Fury. This is a sick timing coming out of him, especially when you already have the treads and the stick.
Yeah.
We haven't touched upon the Seeker having a really bad game. That's a nice blink away. Zip level 1 is just way too slow. He has a really bad game and he's opting for a Maelstrom. Every single Seeker that we see nowadays is going for a Radiance, but when you're just having such a bad game, you have to make adjustments. And it's good.
Mjolnir's a pretty good adaptment, and actually quite a lot of Seekers do build that Mjolnir. However, so we're going to be talking about Collapse dropping again on this Enigma. Analog and Schofield getting the setup on top of him. But you're right, like, diverting slightly from the most favorable game for the Bloodseeker would be to get that Radiance. But hopefully it's not because he's having such a bad game, but he also believes that the Mjolnir is a good item to have this game.
Yeah, most definitely. Maybe, I mean, Gleipnir is definitely fallen out of favor, but versus a Storm Spirit, I actually wouldn't mind that approach coming out from him. Overall, though, remember in the previous game when we were talking about the Beastmaster and how you need to push him out of your Blink jungle, how it's very important to go towards it? Heroic, they understand this, because Enigma, Beastmaster, they kind of want to play the same game around the 10 to 20 minute mark on the enemy safe lane where they've already taken the tower. And again, it's Heroic that have good vision there, that they are ready to punish the Enigma over and over again. But this time around, Team Spirit, they're taking some of those wards away.
It's going to be the Witchblade also flying over to Laurel, who did get his game running with those couple few kills, the double down in the bottom lane, and of course the follow-up for the killing spree. Did lose his life after that progress. And this is, I was talking about Solar Crest for the Clockwork, but he's going straight up Aghanims on this guy.
Yep, shoving out the waves extra vision. We talked about the vision and the importance of it on Heroic. If they have better vision, if they get the jumps, 1 kill with an Echo Slam, 1 kill with a skewer back, hook shot forward, and you're going to be getting bonuses. That is what you want with this lineup, for you to be the first one initiating. Aghanims helps you in both shoving out the waves to make that happen and also giving you more vision.
That Lion Blink is going to be quite far away for Rue. He's only got 600 gold towards it. Laurel also showing his BKB and his quick buy. But yeah, that is going to take a while. And we have gone for the Vessel Pipe route for Collapse's Enigma. That pipe is definitely going to be very effective this game. So much magical damage on the side of Heroic.
And Vessel helped keep this Seeker down quite a lot in the lane as well, right? Because usually when Eidolons start dying, the Seeker becomes a very, very hard kill. But with the Spirit Vessel, it's really not the case.
So now we're probably just going to wait for the cores to finish their next items. Is there something that might happen in between, Harry?
Well, considering that the Magnus is approaching his Orchid rapidly, I think they're gonna wait for that, and then you're gonna be seeing the moves happening unless Team Spirit want to slow it down.
At least they're protecting their T1 towers pretty well here, despite a small Heroic lead, and actually found the Magnus in the trees. There's the lockdown, the Vessel thrown in as well. They don't even need to use the Black Hole for this one. So Miposhka ends the killing spree streak of a Whisper.
Perfect, just in time, right? You do want to slow him down as much as possible, but also what you want is to follow us here, follow us on YouTube, !F in the chat, and or you can just click. Of course, you guys are know how Twitch works, so that's not gonna be a problem at all.
Yep, if you don't know, it's right under the stream banner. You can click your way there to all the social media links here for Fissure. And only for just this tournament, but for the future of Fissure as well, which is looking bright. So there's going to be tons and tons of Dota to come. Maybe even some spicy competitions, and who knows what's in stock in the future.
Speaking about spice, they're preparing for the bottom lane. Still no Orchid for the
It's all five. It's all five from Heroic.
Miposhka is left. He has no more friends.
Fight me. Just fight me. It's me versus everyone.
Okay, he has revealed himself with the Frost Shield, but they don't know. He has outplayed them so much right now. He also left a ward there. They want to have vision once this tower does fall. Team Spirit read this move through and through.
But the Enigma is probably not out of it yet. He does have Schofield stalking right now. The Eidolon will give him information. Because that bottom tower was starting to take damage. He was getting a bit paranoid if somebody's actually moving all the way to the top lane through the gate.
Didn't even take the tower in the end. There's the Orchid on the Magnus. Okay, Heroic have itemized in a way that they want to get kills. It is very important for this Magnus to use it.
And a pretty important item to have as well, considering there is a Storm. Maybe even a pre-BKB Enigma.
And a investment for the future for the PA.
For the future.
Yep, you will get the Bloodthorn at some point in this game, and it's one of the best things versus a PA. If he doesn't have the BKB, gets stunned up, every single one of your heroes can contribute to the right-click damage.
Yep. Even if you have your BKB on, that Bloodthorn, you still got some spicy... I mean, we use spicy so much here, but it's one of my favorite sound effects, the Bloodthorn hit.
I mean, you are here in Belgrade, Serbia, where all the people are going to be as well from the 31st to the 2nd, so we do eat spicy food here.
Rue has only made 500 gold progress since the last time we updated on that Blink Dagger, so not a lot of action. This Lion's being seen, and now it's being forced onto him. There's the Orchid reveal from Whisper, used for the first time to catch a Lion. And a tower to go down with it.
The tower is the most important part. Mid lane tower, when you take it down, it's much easier to be going for pickoffs around the map. And when you have 2 Blink cores, it is the way to go. On top of a Clockwork as well. Their catch is insane.
And Lich actually has his money for his Blink Dagger, so he's now contemplating, does he buy it right away, or does he need something in between? Maybe some extra support items to go with, but that will definitely help Team Spirit with their engagements. While Radon, he's really close to that BKB. Okay, he got the recipe out just in time. If he died, say, 10 seconds earlier, He wouldn't have had the money to buy the recipe, but now Rue goes for the instant hex onto the Clockwork, contemplating of going in, throws the stun onto Yuma. Laurel coming in for the map, the Enigma going to get hit by the Echo Slam as well, and Laurel is ruptured up, but they will lose Yuma, and now Collapse is going to be chased. Rue going to give him some extra mana, keep him alive, keep him on the spot. He knows he's dead, but it will take a little bit longer for him to fall. Schofield going to be the next to drop. Laurel and Miposhka making work. There's the RP coming out as well, and the Storm is dropping low, and the Orchid will seal his fate unless Rue is able to keep himself busy. Will he die? The Soul Burn is not enough. 50 HP is what this Storm has remaining. Rue has done his job to protect his core, and Laurel gets out of this one, which could have been a pretty disastrous trade, and Heroic would have been so happy, but they lost the Seeker very early on into that fight.
Yeah, I think the Magnus had some mana problems there and couldn't torque it immediately. The Soul Burn does more damage that you take during the Silence, and after the Silence, he took almost no damage on the Storm Spirit, thus he lived. And they're really exploiting the Seeker having a bad game. Every single time they see him, bam, Yuma goes down.
Just not letting him play the game. Whisper gets jumped on by Miposhka and Radon. The attack speed slowed there, but there's also the BKB. And that is Whisper down, and a tower from the bottom lane taken by Team Spirit.
It is a 9-second BKB down the drain, right? And long BKB in this game in particular is very, very important, right? Especially if some Ghost Scepters start coming out with ways to survive the PA and the Storm Spirit for a long time. I'm thinking this this PA might go like after the SNY, just take that Nullifier as fast as possible.
Seeing some comments from the audience as well picked up on our screens. We're seeing many big ultis for a single target. That's a high-quality game.
Why don't we have a Tornado ultimate? That should definitely exist in the game. Oh, they're gonna reveal Drosh.
I love how the aggressive posture out of the pit with the smoke to ensure that this is definitely going to be their Aegis, and Heroic won't be able to challenge it with the information. If a smoke were to pop, that rocket flare is a bit late from the Clockwork. Storm with an Aegis, that will give him some protection versus the Orchid.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, before he gets the BKB, but they want to kill him once.
Can't really protect yourself versus an instant Echo Slam.
He's alone.
And now they've got their opportunity to kill him a second time. Whisper just needs to get closer for the Orchid. He doesn't get there in time with the Skewer. He was being bullied by the Enigma.
Oh, they messed up with the hook shot. They came in front of the Clockwork. If the hook shot had connected there, the second he comes back to life, you get there in time, you get the Orchid, and you kill him. So Heroic, a bit of miscommunication there coming out from them.
Yeah, symphony of skills if you ask somebody, but also good work there from Collapse, keeping that Whisper Magnus busy, because if he did land that Orchid, it would have been a whole different story despite missing the hook shot. Analog still manages to find Laurel, and Laurel is like, well, you are a bit too deep here, my friend, and you're going to get punished for it, as Rue comes in as well. They are throwing in some rocket flares from the Clockwork, but it's not going to do enough. So Analog down, another kill for Laurel on the Storm Spirit.
Miposhka is doing a KJ. Look at that. He's waiting for them at the Tormentor.
Oh, he's at the same place. Can he get this one to work? Okay, he's been revealed. He's been revealed, surely, yeah. The rocket flies in, he jumps straight in, tries to kill Yuma. He's got the kill as well. And Rue, he'll give a rightful tip for a good play from Miposhka. That's straight out of the strat book from Heroic, used against them.
Yep, sorry Heroic, we know how to do it as well. Miposhka, this is a two-time TI winner. KJ, well, he's gonna need a bit more to prove himself. Miposhka, showing that he can definitely copy these moves. It's literally the same thing. He also
play the Jaws music as that Magnus shows up out of nowhere on top of that Enigma. Laurel tries to intervene, but he uses most of his mana to no avail. Heroic will find the kill on him, and of course Analog shows up down in mid. 20 seconds for Echo Slam to be up once again.
The SNY is going to be done on Yadaro fairly soon, and he's thinking about a Deso. A lot of the games that I've seen, the PAs haven't been buying a Deso at all, which is weird for the hero. It used to be such a staple item on it, but Rodon, he has different ideas of how it should go. Let's see, like, how is the armor on the other team? Not great, to be honest. The Phoenix, poor guy, he's just going to get bursted down.
Radon has been given the space and time to farm up into a big Phantom Assassin. Level 17, level 18 is just behind the corner.
That's the biggest timing for the PA. Always has been.
Schofield will run into the smoke. He will force the attention towards him. And I think that's your level 18 right there. Yes, sir.
Yep. Now those crits are really going to hurt, and We talked about it. Not a lot of armor on the enemy side. Somebody might be needing to think about an AC. Magnus after the BKB, not usually a go-to item for him, but they're gonna have to protect themselves in some way. We're seeing some Ghost Scepters already being queued up on the Clockwork.
What shape is our Seeker in right now? We haven't really been keeping tabs on Yuma except for those team fights. So we got the BKB, we have the Mjolnir, but still quite far away from the next item. So Yuma, I feel like he still needs a bit of time to get those items up and running. But does he have the time and space to do so? Well,
with the BKB Mjolnir, you're fine, right? In a scenario where Heroic get the initiations that they want, where they start the fight off with a couple of, with a kill, right? With an Echo or with an RP, the Seeker can go ham. So generally, this is good enough for him. Obviously, you would want to have your Silver Edges, your Aghanim Scepters, your SNYs, but this is good enough for him to be able to contribute to the fight if it is a good fight for Heroic.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Turning into a bit of an enticing waiting game as well to see when is hell truly going to get unleashed between the two. Heroic, of course, they still lead the series, so it is Team Spirit's job to tie this one up, stretch it to a game 3, and then be one game away from clinching a spot at the playoffs. Heroic, they only need just this one dub. Just this one W.
Yeah, only one versus Team Spirit. Only one win. What could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
There's the Aghanims from Schofield. Oh, he's gonna find Miposhka.
The hookshot misses, though. He needs a bit more information, but they will grab the Lion. So they'll find themselves a kill off of Team Spirit. Can they chase for more? Clockwork already using that hookshot makes it a bit difficult for them to chase, but Yuma is following right behind the Clockwork. Blink coming out from the Enigma as well, bought and delivered on the Courier. So we have a Blink Black Hole up as well for Collapse. Could be huge. The big cancels usually for this hero are such as Clockwork, if he gets in the right angle to break the Black Hole channel. And now you have a lot more tools on this Clockwork to just, throw in cogs, and of course with the battery assault, if you get close, if you fail the hook shot, still get that random tick.
But you're not gonna fail the hook shot. With an Aghanim Scepter, your AoE hook shot goes through BKB as well. Without the Ags, only the initial target, right, is gonna get stunned through BKB. But with the with an Aghanims, everybody does. So even if Spirit are surrounding the Enigma, there is a chance that he gets it.
So Clockwork has a ton of tools versus that, but there's still the long-range Fissure. If the Shaker's not caught, even a simple Orchid from the Magnus just walking by. There's so many ways that Heroic can still deal.
Egg is the main thing, right? You go with the Echo Slam on somebody, Egg immediately. You just want to get that first kill on Spirit. That is just how Heroic's lineup works. It kills one hero, and then it chases forward super fast. I just hope that King Jungles isn't like wanting to save the egg. I don't think there's a big reason for it. Just get it out, make sure the Team Spirit cannot go for the counter initiation because their team is very good at it.
It's going to be pretty scary to have that Parasma up on Laurel as well. That really improves this Storm Spirit by quite a lot.
Yep, the damage output becomes insane, and then you can go into the backlines and kill some of these supports. Maybe even do enough damage on the cores. When you have two cores that are great jumpers, you could burst down any of the cores of Heroic during the duration of the pull of the Storm.
Yeah, and that's what you can do when you have these two backline assassins on Team Spirit's lineup, is first force an early egg from this Phoenix too, which is something that the Phoenix player doesn't want to end up in because it's such a huge piece of that team fight Heroic has.
Again, Heroic have these great wards.
So close to catching Yuma as Collapse and Miposhka once again, but Yuma gets the kill, but he still dies to Radon jumping in. So PA will get the punishment in the end. But what a start from Miposhka once again. Absolutely no fear. Having that ward placed down, had the vision, had the information. Laurel, he's on the hunt.
Waiting for it. I think they know roughly that he's in this area.
The Dire Scat's pretty close, but not quite on point. And there's the Wisdom Rune. Now he sees the Clockwork, and that's an RP coming instantly from Whisper to respond on it. But can they focus on him? Clockwork hook shots away. Laurel, he's going to go for this one. He's definitely going to go for this kill. He knows he has it, but he doesn't quite get it. It's going to get denied. Schofield dies to the Tormentor.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate coming out for Laurel. That was his BKB going down. Also, we didn't really mention it. I mean, Miposhka, he did get the kill on the on Yuma, but even if you don't kill the Seeker there and lose the Lich, enemies use 2 9-second BKB charges. That is a huge deal in its own.
Now I'm curious, did someone hit the Tormentor to make sure they can deny their ally? Because I didn't see that on camera. If there was some Magnus like right next to him, but at the same time, and Echo's not here. The silence, and without that BKB, this Storm is defenseless. Radon is here. He does have the Enigma, but very far away. Yuma gets taken down again by the same dynamic duo. Miposhka and Radon. Whisper quickly jumps out to safe distance. PA looking, trying to get a little bit of vision. Sees King Jungles, but the trees are juking. It's going to be difficult to maneuver like the true Tarzan that he is. But Radon's not able to see him.
2,000 crit onto the Seeker. This is a problem. Yuma is the strongest here on the side of Heroic. Sure, all 3 of their cores are kind of close in power, but you need to find the PA, and we all know how hard it is in the late game to do it. But again, it is Miposhka making these plays. Are we again gonna see an MVP Lich? I mean, quite likely.
Tournament has only been about the Tinies and the Liches getting their MVPs, at least in our hands. Well, I would definitely vote for one if won, because this has again been a crazy good performance from him.
Yep. And usually when a support pick is overused like that, people get used to it quite nicely. But Lich is so freakishly strong with the Facet and the Shard. It just does way too much damage, and the lockdown, it's pretty nice. Are they gonna dive Yuma? He knows he's being hunted.
Yeah, he's died 6 times this game. Surely Team Spirit can make a 7th happen if they see him show up somewhere. But this is the whole team. A whole team of Heroic in the area. Still haven't been able to take that Tormentor. Tormenting their minds.
Shaker has an Arcane Rune. That's a big deal for the next fight, especially for the chasing part. But that's just the thing. Heroic, if they start winning the fight, they're gonna continue winning it quite heavily. But maybe the PA has gotten to a point where that might not happen.
They just saw Roshan with the Rocket Flare, and Team Spirit is expecting them to walk into them. Let's see the route they're going to take. It's all the way to the far left, and Radon is hoping to pop some of the smokes, and he sees Whisper, the dagger flown in. Schofield interrupts and goes for the hook shot.
Found him.
And Miposhka, he's waiting for Yuma to show. He's waiting for him. He gets insta-fissured as well. Schofield will live for now.
They just see them clearly.
There's a jump in from Analog. BKB, huge kills on Laurel and Miposhka. This is where Yuma finally feels the freedom to go in with the lack of that Lich in the fight. Rue will dry down as well. Radon to fall. Heroic. Laurel bought back for this, and he's going to have to run away from this engagement. Can he make his way out? Is there any way to escape? It's going to be a team wipe. Heroic takes everyone from Team Spirits.
6 kills go their way. Analog does a perfect job, but it was all set up by the Clockwork. Heroic supports are just doing a hell of a job. Analog finding a way to initiate, to delete 2 heroes at the start. And what did we say? Heroic, as they start the fight off with the kill, they're gonna demolish it. They started off with 2.
Absolutely. I'm getting shivers just watching how that Heroic team fight comes to take place from start to finish. It's just so damn clean when they click the buttons at the right time on the right players, as they do. And they've earned this Roshan and the Roche banner itself as well. For Team Spirit, though, there's a whole different mood right now, because they are again feeling Heroic might be too big of a bite for them to chew. Let's take a replay of that last fight.
Look at Schofield, what he's doing. First of all, he connected onto a blurred PA. This is the guy that won the fight. Sure, he didn't do the most damage, but he gave them all.
BKB, Blink, Echo on 2, and smack. These guys disappear in one go. Collapse's Blink got broken because of the Slugger.
Yep. Even if it hadn't, he doesn't have the BKB. You're not going for that play. It was just
it's a slaughter.
A beautiful performance coming out from them. Yep. Also, that pre-BKB, very important. You're playing versus a Lion. You're playing versus a Lich. There's no reason to risk it being stunned up before you get your spells off.
And a dieback for the Storm. That means that Laurel is pushed all the way to the last spot of all these cores. And with how well this game was somewhat built towards this Storm Spirit, finding those early kills, getting himself bigger,
Well,
and this fight was truly a bitter one to swallow.
Yeah, he died twice in a row. He bought back. It's just so much gold down the drain. Just everything was taken away from him. I think Spirit in this game, they're being a bit too conservative. If you are the ones who jump first on Heroic, the Heroic lineup is not that great. You pop your BKBs, you jump on a hero, you kill him. That is going to be a big deal. And then you can start dispersing a little bit. But it is definite that both of the teams do want to have their full 5-mans. It's not, you know, one of those lineups where you're still fine if you lose an initial hero, if you get the vision. No, it's very important for all of your heroes to be alive. That's why I think Spirit should have maybe a little bit more bravery to go in, get that initial kill, give the vision to the Storm Spirit, to the Enigma, especially now when the BKB is there for collapse.
So we still have another 3 minutes of that Aegis up on the Bloodseeker. But the funny thing is, with this whole game going this way, Heroic hasn't really been able to get that Tormentor. It's not their part of the map. It's not theirs.
Yeah, but they got the enemies, right?
They got the enemies, yeah.
That helps. I mean, Miposhka gave them PTSD after what he has done, right? They got that Tormentor and then he killed them. Win probability not that high in favor of Heroic. This is the PA factor. Sometimes this hero just wins the games. Right?
Sure.
And we know who's playing it.
It does. But now that I see an Aghanims on the Bloodseeker, this is where I start to put quite a lot of faith on this hero, as Rue is spotted by Analog. Rue will try to go for the escape, and at the same time, there's a secondary initiation happening in the middle lane as Collapse cuts his BKB off, but he's just getting poked by Yuma. Punch after punch after punch, and the hookshot comes in as well. They're going to stack all together, and they cannot save their allies. They will only get Schofield. The egg protects them as well. No Black Hole going off, and Rajan is found on the side. The RP for statement from Whisper.
Did you see in that fight Whisper? He wants to use his RP, but his team, look, my team is so strong. They killed all of the enemies before. I even needed a very smart thing to stop it there. A lot of the players, sometimes they're just gonna let it go. Like, doesn't matter, we want it, but with him holding it, it allows them to kill the PA, which now, if they want to hold their base, might need to buy back. Lich, still very good at protecting the tower.
It will stall, it will hold, but that's just nothing really working for Team Spirit here. They have all these tools. We keep highlighting it over and over again. Team Spirit has all these good things they could use, but the fights are never favorable. It's never really in their hands. And they're starting to feel that as well, that we probably need a couple more items, but do we have that time? It's not a luxury for us.
The thing is, luxury items are there for Heroic. They have their Hexes, they have their Lincoln Spheres. It really does stop these initiations of Team Spirit and allows Heroic to play even more freely.
And there's only one buyback. It's on Radon. None on the Lich. It's on cooldown. Same for the Storm. Lion is close, sure. But if the Enigma dies, the Black Hole goes with him.
Look at how they're killing the mid lane. Just with the banner and the siege creeps, they know in the mid lane it's much easier for Spirit to jump them. On the top lane, not so much. And this looked like a greedy play, but it was actually a safer play that allows him to get 2 lanes of racks.
And now 21,000 gold as well. There's 4 buybacks up in Heroic. They lose one fight, they're still able to get back in. But they're at the position where they don't have to make these risky plays, these risky moves where we double down on the buybacks and hope it's going to be enough. Because they know they're in control. They're in command of this game and this series. Because the next team fight, if Team Spirit loses it, that could just be our Heroic 2-0.
There was a stat that Team Spirit haven't lost a series ever since Rodan joined. I think they haven't lost a game or joined back ever since he came back. And now they're being smacked 2 times in a row by Heroic. And it's not an outdraft. It's not luck. It is clear outplay. Heroic are playing really, really good Dota. Team Spirit, they know they're kind of on home turf. They have been living in Serbia for a long time. And even here at home, they're getting destroyed.
There might have been some truth to the momentum and the high morale that Heroic has, because it surely is showing. And these high impact plays, big AoE ults used on single targets, as one of the commenters showed on screen earlier on today. Well, earlier on in this game, particularly.
I like the animation. Aeon disc on the On the, oh no, he doesn't want the aim disc. That's a, oh yeah, there it is. Didn't assemble it. So he wants to have it. Why does he want to have it? We talked about it. Spirit wants to start out the fight by killing somebody. So now Heroic, when they got to a point where they can get luxury items, they're all defensive ones.
Pretty much. Enigma does have his Blink BKB, yeah. But it puts Collapse now in the position that a big black hole can always change a game of Dota. But it's not an easy one to execute. They have 15 kills in total. He's been a part of 5 of those. Not a lot that this Enigma has been able to participate in. That's what Heroic has certainly made sure.
There is an Abyssal on Radan, so we can expect him to be finding some cool angles to find the backlines and start off the fight by killing a support, maybe even without using his BKB. That would be a way to open up a potential fight for Spirit, because then Heroic would be in panic mode. Also, Spirit is the one maybe that should be in panic mode, because now you're going to be dealing with 2 RPs.
That as well.
Radiant are scanning.
But as long as the Ancient still stands, there's something to fight for. Laurel does have his buyback back, so that's how long it's taken since the previous one, where Heroic got 6 kills. But they're playing it very systematic, very calm for now. Team Spirit is pretty much stuck inside their own base. They're not really able to push these lanes very far until Heroic is already responding.
You can't do it. You have to stay in your base. Right now, you are waiting to get slaughtered.
Smoke right on the edge of that rocket flare, but
they have to
pretty
go fast.
sure Heroic knows about it. But how do they position themselves? Because they have the advantage of the high ground, the stairs.
2 wards on Rue, so he can definitely play
Hawk
some...
just TP'd out, so...
You have to have some wards outside of the base. King Jungle, he's the one with the...
Smoke. Okay, the scan pops, so King Jungle gets to safety. But Miposhka will take that safety away from him, pops the Aeon disc. Still has the egg on this Phoenix, and he might have to use it here. Can they protect the Phoenix? He will drop with the gem. Laurel spots it on the ground. He'll recover it. Take it away.
Does have a buyback,
Clockwork just providing all the vision for his team, so Heroic will back away. They'll give away the gem. They'll give away the life of a Phoenix. It's not really a lifeline for Team Spirit, but they'll take anything that they can get.
Gem is a big deal, right? Having taken that away from Heroic... Okay, he already bought a new one. That's just the thing. They're so far ahead that even losing the gem is not that big of a deal for them. Also, they got lucky with the Roche respawn timer, and they're going to have their full lineup before the Roche comes back.
30 seconds for the Phoenix to return. 1.5 minutes for Mr. Roshan to return to his pit. It's going to be a daytime Roche.
Level 25 PA is coming, so Radan is going to be killing heroes faster. However, 25 is looking at the other side. Shaker will have his in pretty much in a second. He's so close to it. We'll see what he goes for. I've seen both of these being picked up by Shakers, though the Echo Slam cooldown is probably the more common one nowadays. This is obvious move. They got scanned.
Pretty close by. Good position there from Heroic on the high ground. Miposhka Rue, the closest. And Laurel goes in to get the aggressive information. Schofield spotted as the Shaker caught as well. But they can't quite kill Analog. The Aeon Disc, the finger goes straight into it, so he does no damage whatsoever. The Shaker lived. The Lich ulti still bouncing back and forth. They need to disjoint this one. Laurel is looking for the kill, but gets hexed up as well. And Orchid on top with the RP coming out from Whisper. Can they get Laurel in time? Yes, they can. And he does open another RP on the back and missed it. It doesn't connect on anything. Collapse still has his BKB. Sorry, he has his black hole, but no BKB. And Laurel buying back for this, understanding he needs to be around for this Roche fight, so there's no time to wait. And the creeps inside the base need to be fended off.
Yeah, that is Radan going to be doing it. He TP'd away. You would look at it, oh, he got ruptured, he TP'd away. No, it is the creeps that he has to deal with. And he needs to get there fast. He didn't start running immediately. Heroic are going to be in a better position for a Roche fight despite in a 4 versus 5 scenario.
Yep, they are coming in fast. This Clockwork, 40 seconds gone, cannot afford his buyback right now, but he can always teleport to the top outpost, take the Twin Gate, because they are going to be fighting for the daytime Roshan here. However, he does not have an entry point, because they are guarding the gate right now. And of course, with those RPs down, the refresher on cooldown, pretty much just the Phoenix Tag and the Echo Slam, but they're going to smoke up again.
You should go fast when there's no clockwork. That is a big deal for Heroic. Remember that big fight that changed the game? It was because of his vision. So just get in there, Rodon. He's level 25, and he did go for the one.
He's blurred up, so he can't really hit Roshan properly because he's chasing after Miposhka. But sent back straight into the pit. Roche is already down to 40% HP. The Rocket Flare flies in. There's the roar coming out as well as he sees the PA. Yuma getting in position. Sees Laurel. Throws in the blood right. And there's the Echo onto the back. Hits the Lion. The Aegis is secured for Radon. What do they do now? They're stuck in the pit. They really have to just fight this one. They cannot otherwise stand their ground. Radon is dropping low. That Aegis will pop in a moment, and that is gone for now. Finger thrown onto Analog as well. Miposhka down. He'll come with the buyback as well. The black hole, but the egg, and they also got the stun. Out of the collapse at the same time, and the Enigma will have to return through buybacks. 3 buybacks coming in from Team Spirit to return to this fight. Heroic only having to bring Analog for a second time. Rue's going to be hit as well by Yuma, but the Lich ult is bouncing back and forth. Scopeface on 1 HP. Yuma is still running back and forth. He's got a lot of movement speed right now, going straight onto collapse, trying to take the Enigma down, and that's an ultra kill. And can he get them all? Yes, he can! Multiple times. Rampage for Yuma, and Miposhka won't be the last to fall, as Heroic will be welcomed to the playoff stage.
And in what style? You are going versus a Roche, you're going versus a double black hole, and in the end collapse. He didn't even get to use one. It lasted for maybe 0.1 seconds there. Instantly he jumps in, he sees 3 heroes. Clockworks moves to the side, egg gets used, insta hook shot. They cancel the first one, kill him. He buys back, comes over, doesn't even get to use it. Yuma, the guy that he bullied throughout the laning stage, just smacked him till the end. And this is the guy who got completely shut down, ended the game with a rampage.
He got redeemed in the end, getting the rampage for himself after a game that looked so damn rough. But of course, you look at it from the perspective of Team Spirit as well. They were cornered in that fight. There was not a lot of ways out of this one. You cannot TP away from the Rocket Flare spam. They see everyone where they are. Black Hole insta-cancelled, and Heroic had all the tools. So this really made it an impossible situation for Spirit to bounce back from. Maybe a couple good crits building up with the PA, but it just was not enough. They couldn't do enough work in such a short time of time.
I think Spirit will really lacking their courage. Something that they have all the time in the in Dota is that they see a hero, they see an opening, and they jump. In this game, they didn't do it. And in this last fight, they went for it. You saw even the fight before that, how they just went for it. They understood that this is the way, but at this point, they were way too far behind. It was too late.
They absolutely were. So that was a crazy performance in the end from Heroic. And just look at this series as a whole. Them getting a 2-0. There's a lot of people waiting to see what is going to be the Yatoro Radon return here into this Fissure tournament. And what they're going to get is seeing an SA team of Heroic that has been making heroic moves of their own in the last few months, and now being one of the first 2 teams to make it to the playoff stage. What a statement from SA. So lucky for all the GA fans out there. They're going to be really happy with what came down in this 2-0 victory. Looking forward to hear what kind of thoughts they also have on the side of Heroic discussing through that series as a whole. But Harry, are you impressed by Heroic?
Dude, I'm super impressed. You know, I was looking at the supports and I was so hyped up because of them. But then really when you think about it, Yuma in this game, and this is that cool play from Miposhka, Yuma in this game, he got completely demolished. It wasn't the supports, sure, their wards and everything and the vision that they gave allowed him to come back, but not a lot of carries have the tenacity to go through it all and end the game by completely overtaking the fight.
Especially this one, which was just perfect execution from Heroic, getting them to getting Team Spirit to stack up the Rocket Flare vision and Analog's moves. And basically, you could just say, as we highlighted, the team looks great, but the individual performances almost outshine and make Heroic look like a deadly force.
Yeah, for sure. They use their spells really well. The only blunder that they had, or there were 2 blunders. One was that hook shot where they didn't kill the Storm after the Aegis, and the second one was when Whisper RP'd the ground, got a little bit greedy and wanted to get multiple heroes in it. And that's it. You made 2 mechanical mistakes versus Team Spirit in a game. I mean, that is hella impressive.
That is hella impressive indeed. These have been really victorious days for Heroic yesterday and today. Game after game, just looking super solid. But for Team Spirit, of course, their run is totally not over, and they're not eliminated. So let's not down-talk the team that has been doing great feats yesterday, especially versus Yakult's brothers, getting a comeback victory from a point where it looked like it's all over. So Team Spirit still has some games to play. They're going to end up 2-1 for now, so a maximum of 2 best-of-3s to play. It could be tomorrow that they clinch their spot into the playoffs. Heroic is just that damn good, but maybe Team Spirit is one of the top teams still, despite the result on this one.
Yeah, for sure. And Spirit always get better as the tournament progresses. They're the team that usually adjusts their draft so much in the way that they're playing, and drafts are a big part of how they play as well. If people watch their YouTube channel, there is they talk in Russian, but of course there is an English translation. They talk about how sometimes it is hard for them, that they overdraft themselves, and it's hard for them to execute properly. So more than any other teams, I think they're focused on how they want to play through the draft, and it just seems that here versus Heroic, what they came up with, even they were awesome drafts, if you ask me, they just couldn't make it happen.
We got the Rampage as well at the end here for Yuma, which truly ends the cycle of what happened in this game. Number 2, him getting himself that little revenge as well in the end. So gotta feel happy for it. Like, he is probably feeling very happy as well after that.
Dude, to get the Rampage versus an Enigma who destroyed you in a game. You know, if this was a pub, there would be a lot of all chatting. The Yuma doesn't seem like that type of a guy, but you never know. When they annoy you that much, it kind of pulls it out of you.
It certainly does. But we're going to have to wait a bit more tomorrow to see what Team Spirit is going to be looking like, and of course what their matchups are going to be. We're still waiting for a moment with our interview to get ready. We'll jump into that in just a mere moment. But I, for one, I'm happy to see Heroic on LAN. So let's hear about that, because we do have an interview ready. Let's jump over to Jenkins and Heroic.
That's right. I'm here with Analog from
Team Heroic, but also Brazil.
Shout outs to Brazil.
Bora caralho.
Pão de queijo.
Chama.
What did you say to what I said? Because I said a type of food.
Yeah, I'm like Alex Pereira. Chama. You know.
When are you going to convince the Peruvians on your team to go to the gym?
That's a huge plan for Team Heroic. Everyone's going to gym, and suddenly you're going to win the ice with that.
Right, and that fantastic series, by the way. I'm trying really hard not to be biased because we're boys. We go way back to the YouTube days. You were a YouTuber originally, right?
Yeah, analog plays, you know, playing some YouTube channel with Jenkins doing cliffs and stuff, you know, cliffing people, all this fart studios type of shit. Yeah.
Nice Earthshaker. That second game, it was like completely even the entire time. I don't know if you guys knew what the gold lead looked like. What were the comms like during the one fight where you team wiped them, like 5-0?
I just remember we smoking bottle and I was waiting a good opportunity. At the time I got a good echo. I just screaming, Bora, 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 bora!
Yeah, you got the Lich and the Storm, right? Did you think you were going to full to 0 Storm?
I don't know. At the time, I just saw one good target and I go for it, a good echo. And it's like, just feeling, you know, in this point, you don't like, oh, I'm going to kill this guy or not. Like, I just stun them, follow up, and then there's the one more combo.
I wanted to ask you about heroes. Of course, you guys got some new players, but do you also think that this is a really good patch for you guys in terms of heroes?
I'm not sure about that. Like, I don't know exactly what is our patch because our team is very new, you know, like we just have like 15 days of this thing. We changed like 2 cores, that's a lot for our team. But at least that's a good meta for me. And I'm enjoying playing these heroes. And I guess you guys have to ban Shaker.
As a Lina guy yourself, where's the Lina at? I thought this was going to be like top pick, top ban based on pubs. But it's like, it's top 20, but it's not picked that much.
I mean, Lina, I think it's a bit stronger on pubs because of the play style, you know. The hero is grid, the hero pickoffs and farms. But in competitive, like, you play more careful, you play, like, trying to get the targets, and that's it. Like, the Lina in the first game don't feel that much the scariness of the Lina, you know. Like, walking through in your pub, like, farming on jungle, goes 4k damage, you die, boring hero, yeah.
What's the most frustrating hero to play against right now for you, and why is it Lich?
Of course it's Lich. Also, we have a Discord channel, and every time I die to a Lich, I post in Discord the death summary is like 2k damage, 4 seconds of control from a Lich. You're like, okay, I'm a core with like 4 times your net worth, and the hero still solo kills you, yeah.
Yeah, well, he has no net worth and he can just kill you full to 0. It's bullshit.
Yeah, someone deleted this hero right now. This hero is something else. If Caps don't ban in the next game, I'm not playing this hero. I'll W.
And as a Zeus enjoyer, how do you feel about the Zeus position 4?
That's not the OG Zeus. The OG Zeus is Zeus from mid, like 1k HP. Go hand, Ethereal Blade, burst someone, goes back with a blink. Yeah, that's the mages.
All right, respect, brother, as a Zeus player myself. Congratulations, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Jenkins and Analog, and kudos for that energy that SA is also bringing in once again, from all the way to the comms to, you know, some interesting hero discussions as well. But, you know, esporters, whatever you want to call them, pro players. Jim, is that the key to victory?
Well, I don't think for them that's a problem. I would assume if teams were doing badly, then you want to get big and buff to put a little bit of fear into the bones of your opponents. But Heroic, with the way that they're playing, I don't think they need that. But sure, if you want to get the blood flowing, a little bit more of it, to feel better, you should definitely do it.
But they got strong vocal cords, that's for sure.
Yep. I mean, they're very loud. They're the only team that when they're preparing for the draft, we can hear them. A lot of people are gonna see them on the screen as well, be like, "Rah, let's go!" Right? And I mean, that hyping themselves up is definitely working.
I mean, there's a reason war cries were created in the first place, because it puts intimidation and fear in their opponents, and it has certainly worked, at least here. And of course, with a bit of player comparison at the end as well, of course, Larl, we were hoping for his redemption story from yesterday. He did have a little bit of that, sure, but he did look good today, just not good enough. As Analog brought it up, that Shaker's damage output was quite something else.
Yeah, he didn't even think about if he was going to be killing people. When you've played Dota so much, you are going to be better at feeling when you're going to be killing someone rather than thinking, oh, do I have enough damage, then starting the calculations. No, your muscles, your mind, it knows without you really thinking about it. But I like that you mentioned Laurel. I think he played better today, but unfortunately played better, but it didn't give them the victory this time around.
Yeah, still lacking a little bit here, but Team Spirit fans at least hopeful, and of course the team surely looking for some better results tomorrow, maybe close out and clinch that spot to the playoffs and get themselves a 3-1 result. So one loss, not a shame. You can still easily do it with the remaining series that they have at hand. So looking at the bracket here as well, this is where we are right now. And of course, on our sister stream, there is still the Shopify versus Avalos stream ongoing, so I would believe that has gone the full distance. Might as well jump into there after we finish here. But some of these results, anything that strikes your eye, we got BetBoom and we've got Heroic already into the playoffs.
Well, Heroic coming into the tournament, people knew they were good, but they didn't know how much. In a recent qualifier, they almost lost. It was 2-0 there, but Chimera did get eliminated. I think that was kind of expected, especially with them changing a offlaner, which was kind of a big part that they qualified anyways, because it is a completely different playstyle from the Hawk to Malik.
Yeah, the team, you know, the drafting as well changes quite a lot because the Hawks hero pool is very unique.
Very unique, and then when you have that kind of a hero pool and a guy who understands how to play it, it also influences the other heroes that are being drafted as well. So unfortunately for them, they just don't seem that they were prepared for this.
But we still have a ton of good Dota teams remaining in the tournament. We still have 2 more days of the Swiss stage. So tomorrow and the day after, we're going to find out our top 8. So now that we know 2 out of the 8, we do also want to remind all of you folks here at the end of our day here to make sure that you are following all of our Fissure social media, our Twitch channels most importantly. After here, you of course will be jumping into the B stream to see what is going on there with our second series, but the !F for all the follow social media information that you need to know as we here at the Fissure studio in Belgrade, Serbia. Looking forward to day number 3. Harry, your quick thoughts on day 3 and your excitement levels, because this is where it truly starts to kick off and the excitement levels.
I just want to see more Spirit games because they make the enemies take it into the late game, and then we see these huge fights. And also in between, you have all of these small battles about vision, about control, about pickoffs. So I'm definitely excited for their games for tomorrow.
We have a huge amount of energy, and I hope you guys bring that energy as well tomorrow as we return with a Fissure Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by Fissure. We're going to close out the day. This was T-Pan on Harry Freak, and we will see you tomorrow. So until then, take care of yourselves, folks. Good night, and bye-bye.